君の言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Everybody bring it in. Let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win, but not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain.
All right, you want to know what happened last week? You really want to know what happened last week? Okay, give me a sec. Production, please turn up, give me chaos. Yeah, that's about it. Okay, let's rewind a bit first. LEC versus new year, new season, new format that came with a twist. Two ERL teams coming here to shake things up. On one side, we had a rat infestation. On the other, Carmine Corp Babies edition for 66 iterations of pure best-of-one mayhem, leading us to 8 teams remaining for the playoff. But before we dive into all this, let me ask you something. What the hell happened last week? Absolute cinema peak nonsense scenario that would give Netflix producers a run for their money. And it all came down to the very last game.
The Rats entered the day full of hope, making playoffs seemed inevitable, and with a win, they could even play as high as third. When Nagnako left Sion open for the boss, it felt like the stars had finally aligned for Los Ratones. But while we can debate if Bowser's deaths were good or bad, the loss to Vitality leaves little room for interpretation. But the loss wasn't the end for the Rats. They were still a tiny chance they could make it. KCB, on the other hand, they entered the week knowing full well that that was the end of the road. With their dream of playoffs denied, all they had left was to take down Giant X, sending a warning shot to all of the teams waiting to face them in the LFL. But MKOI felt that pressure, not on behalf of Shifters or Los Ratones, but for themselves. A series of losses took them to the edge of elimination. But with the pressure on, MKOI shined, dismantling Navi to secure their place in the playoffs. For Navi though, the loss may have stung, but it didn't really matter. For a team with 3 rookies led by The Rock himself to play second in the regular season was an achievement that almost nobody saw coming.
But in the LEC, we've learned to expect the unexpected. That our teams can sometimes make the impossible possible. And no one proved that better than Team Heretics when they dismantled the first place team KC to put themselves into the top 8. And this brought us to our final game day. A matchup for the ages. Well, I mean, of the old ages at least. But at least it was reinvigorated by the stakes placed on either side. G2 fought for themselves. A victory securing their place in playoffs, and a loss taking them and, their armor, their plot armor, out of the equation. Fnatic were already in. So instead, they were fighting on behalf of the Rats and to eliminate their rivals of old, knowing their victory would get LR into playoffs. But G2 did not fall short in that final game. They dominated Fnatic. Faith in Fnatic became the final dose of the rat poison, and in LEC versus, it was G2 who returned to playoffs once again.
And the best of the West keeps on serving. G2 and Fnatic are holding on to their names to stay relevant, for now at least. Navi, they made us understand that Rogue died for a good reason, and Vitality, where do I even start? They look good for the first time since 2018, and that is just a glimpse of what playoffs have in store for us. 8 teams left, 3 spots to celebrate with MKOI in Badalona, and only 1 team to lift this trophy at the end of the road. Ladies and gentlemen, the LEC versus playoffs starts now.
It was very close, like who makes it out and who doesn't. Like we almost didn't make it as well and stuff. At the end of the day, we just need to learn from the losses we've had. Also, even some of the wins were quite stressful.
G2 just get the perfect combination!
Let's go, guys. Okay, we're not out yet.
Team I'm most worried about is us. I think we really need to take a really close look at ourselves if we want to do anything in playoffs.
Once it comes to best of 3s, I think the field is also going to be a big change for some teams.
Darren flash between worlds and he gets both!
The fans on Twitter were really flaming for not ulting Mundo out of the pit when Los Ratones won their first match. So it's good to get my revenge. It also locks us in playoffs, beating the best team. Momentum is completely OP. It will help us a lot, I think. This regular was just used to kind of learn.
Jackie, smooth the ulti out. John flushes forward. G2 are getting destroyed.
I think we are in a good state and we have very good chances of winning.
Teams know that we're a very strong best of 3, best of 5 teams, so our goal for playoffs is for sure to win everything.
Amir went under, Tara gets the ulti response. He's not done yet. The shield!
Feel like I'm just killing everyone. I don't know what happened. And I'm pretty confident for playoffs. We have a new mid laner called Marek Brazda. He's just that guy. He thinks he's the best player in the planet.
Humanoid in the 1v2. He's taking them all on.
It's just me, guys. It's just me. Finally, the top lane meta will be better, so we don't have to play Rumble Sansa in every game.
Super is just stronger on the back end, Flecky holding a prop bottom. And nails too.
I feel like no one expected Navi to perform that good. Obviously, we are aiming to win the LEC title.
We've only been playing best of ones. Even though we have good results, I know we can lose to any team just as we can beat any team. I don't feel like we have that consistency yet, and that's something that we're looking to build day by day.
The portal combat. John is about to die to a freaking bard.
That was heinous.
Lucio does it again, enables a double 4-kill list, gives over 3 to the Jin.
We wanted to be first place in regular, and now we did it, so I'm very happy with that. And now we just focus on the next goal, I guess, to win playoffs.
Let's see where it goes. Like, I don't know. Anything can happen.
I'm on the top of the world. Now it's
be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies!
For a bit, another.
Crowd's on ready for that trash line. They're wrapped with crazy minds. Right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Anything can happen here in LEC versus playoffs. Welcome back to the stage after this week break, guys. I'm so excited, but I'm just wondering, with everything that we've seen so far, how much crazier can it get?
I'm not ready for it. My heart can only take so much. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Well, walking into playoffs, this is where the spice happens, because with double elimination, all the favorites might just be going down or making just another run to the finals.
Okay, let's go on a bit of crazy scenarios here. If we were to play the playoffs the way regular season have played out, this is how it would go. I have a bracket ready for you, and guys, at this point, I'm not even doubting that anything could happen here, but KC Team Heretics finals?
I mean, that's the only logical outcome, right? That is the only way it can go. But also because, like, Heretics beat KC in the best of ones. So it would mean Heretics win this split? Is that what I'm supposed to read here?
Is that the craziest thing that we have in this bracket, though?
Well, we don't, because
Oh.
I don't really care about best of ones and what would happen in this bracket, because LEC is built on Rage Bait. This is all about Rage Bait. So I made a bracket here, and it's called, conveniently, the Rage Bait. We have, in the upper round, pretty much all the favorites are losing. You know, KC is going to lose, G2 is going to lose, Fnatic's going to lose, MCOI is going to lose. And now, you know, the upper round is quite boring. You know, you have GXTH, Navi versus Vitality, Team Heretics versus Vitality. That's the boring part. But the spice is down here, because you have in first round already loser bracket, KC versus G2, Fnatic versus MCOI, with, you know, G2 losing, Fnatic losing, because we're already bored of all these, like, you know, old narratives. We have GX, MCOI, Navi versus KC. We have, you know, everything shaping up for a grand, you know, MCOI versus KC. Maybe MCOI gets to go into the final in the own event that they host, and they have to face Team Heretics, MCOI, and guess what? They lose. Final is going to be Vitality versus Team Heretics, and that's where the spice is going to happen.
Bro, close your socials. Finals without MCOI when they're hosting the whole thing. I'm not buying into all this, but I appreciate the Rage Bait, though.
Yeah,
Dagda, what do you have?
I feel like they're going to have some gamer words for you know, like you're a silly Billy, you know? But I want to be called Nostradamus, because back in week 1, what I did was I actually said that I thought Navi were going to make it to finals, and I want to run this bracket to see if we can make that happen. Because initially, it's going to start off a little wonky for them, right? They end up taking down Fnatic, they move into Navi versus MCOI, and then they drop down. I don't think they're ready yet. But what we've seen time and time again is that teams level up, going through that lower bracket run, figuring out their style, having all these stage games. And I see that Navi are just going to run right the way through, beating G2, going up against KC, beating KC, and finding that rematch against MCOI in the end of it. And I think that's going to be such a sick way to round out our LEC versus.
I mean, you were one of the true and first believers in Navi from the get-go. They made into playoffs so far. Let's see how they can match up actually in best of 3 series. The very first one they're going to play here is going to be against Fnatic. And I feel like coming into any season of LEC, the big question is, what is the state of Fnatic? How are they right now and what are their struggles, Odo?
Well, Fnatic is not in a great state right now because they find themselves with arguably the worst early game in the league. They're pretty much bottom of the standings with all of the stats. So if they want to have a great shot today, they need to show a lot more control because that's what is going to come around. More control around these objectives. Fnatic, more often than not, they find themselves falling behind. These are the stats I was talking about. 0 dragons, pretty much. They never get the first dragons. Pretty much 12, 11. Everything is great. Everything's not great for them. But let's get to the meat of it. Fnatic more often than not find themselves in a position where they have to face check for that control. So walking here into G2, you know, the disaster we saw it last week. They just face checked the Orianna ball. They all die. So with this loss, they sealed LR's fate. But we've also seen it happen here with KC. They're not in position. They're not there first. And Razork feels the need to walk forward to get this trade because they know that later on in the game, everything's going to go bad for them if they don't get it. But even now, in slow game states, they feel the constant need to overreach to get more control because right now they found themselves in a position where Dragon Solo is coming up. Hextech out of all of them, the greatest one of all, but they constantly feel the need to overreach. So today, when it comes to Navi, they really need to see control as the most valuable game resource because what's going to happen is it's all going to come down to being at objectives first. Make it easier for yourself. Get there first so that Navi doesn't get to roll you over.
When you're saying objective control, are you saying that they don't have the tools to do so, or is it just that they utilize what they have around the map not in the optimal way?
So even though they lose early games, in mid-game they have, you know, always good gold situation, good Drake situation, but they don't simply value the fact that they can get to a position first and abuse, you know, sitting in fog of war, because that's what Navi does great.
And honestly, I think that's where Navi shines. Like, I love the way we get to see LEC and Paris working together to kind of get that control in the early stages, particularly kind of finding those skirmishes around mid lane, and then forcing that control in around the Dragon area, which almost seems like the kryptonite for Fnatic. So I think coming into this, that's where they're really going to have to shine today to try and shut down this Navi play.
And something that I find really interesting is who do they have in the coaching staff? They have The Rock, we've talked about this, but they have GoToOne as well. GoToOne was one of the people in BDS's coaching staff back then who made BDS utilize Dragon the best. And look at Navi today. This is what made them good in the LEC. That's something we should look out today, especially, as you said, going up against Fnatic.
Exactly, because it's a copy-paste from what BDS used to do before. Navi's pretty much their only game plan, and it works, and you don't need to change it. Just get objectives first, stack them, and you know, you force a Drake soul fight at 24 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, there's an Elder Drake. So it seems just like such an easy to replicate win condition for them, and they're doing it exceptionally.
In every matchup, I love to have a good grudge match, and I think that for this one, we want to look at the mid lane. Poby being replaced by Vladdy, so obviously we're expecting an upgrade on this side. How do we expect this matchup to go? Because it doesn't feel like it paid out for Fnatic.
I was going to say, if I'm Navi, I feel like I got the upgrade, right? It's like Poby has been involved in so many of these plays, especially as you talk about like working with LEC and Paris. This feels like the core identity for Navi. Whereas for Vladdy, I'm still kind of waiting for him to come online. Didn't have the best of games versus G2. Doesn't feel like he's found the champions that he looks comfortable on. And to actually be integrated with Fnatic is still waiting to happen. So I think if you can try and dismantle Poby, you've got a chance as Navi, but it has to happen from Vladdy.
Closing thoughts on Navi. They've surpassed expectations that we would have coming from a fresh and new roster and new organization in the league. How much do we think they're going to hold the distance in best of 3?
Definitely, they can still do it because their game plan is extremely solid, it's extremely replicable, and I just don't see any reason for the Navi train to stop.
And when under all this, all I want to talk about is the man in the coaching staff. I want to see what The Rock is cooking here with Navi, what he's been working on with the team to get them ready today for this first trial here in Best of 3, going up against Fnatic for the very first time in the history of the organization. The Rock, thank you so much for joining me ahead of this Best of 3 series. The players are lined up. I see a lot of smiles on their faces. What did you tell them for them to get ready into war mode today?
I think week was really good of practice. We improved a lot and the things that we need to improve. So that's why they're happy for today.
Any closing thoughts? Addressing your players here, what advice would you give them going on their first best of 3, on their first playoffs in the LEC stage?
Just trust each other and it should be fine.
What should we be looking at here for Fnatic? I guess we'll see here on the Rift. Very first time for Navi taking on the Rift against Fnatic. Let's take to it.
Thank you so much, Lore and The Rock. Here we are, LEC versus playoffs time. They were always versus each other. Now it's just a part of the branding. Today, Navi and Fnatic. I'm Dracos, joined by Vedius and Jack Spectre for what is hopefully going to be an incredibly competitive banger of a best of 3.
Yeah, I'm so excited for today, and it really surprised me when we were talking earlier, Dracos. You told me that this is the 2nd seed versus the 8th seed, but it does not feel like it. I feel like this matchup could go both ways. I'm still favoring Navi, but it's an exciting matchup to look forward to.
I think this, based on the data that we have, this feels like a one-sided affair to me. Navi seem to be coming in as the heavy favorites based on what we've seen from their regular season. They've provided a large degree of consistency. I think they've showcased spectacular dragon control, as our Ready Check analysts were going through for us. And I think that Fnatic look all over the place. So for me, I need to see Fnatic level up significantly if they're going to give me any semblance of hope to beat Navi today.
And while I would agree with you, we have to remember that the one time in the history of our league that these teams have played each other, only because Navi just got here, Fnatic won.
That's true.
How did they win? It was kind of... We don't talk about it, because Navi was like 9K up, but Fnatic did bring it back, and it was on the back of some great team fighting from Upset, from Vladdy, that ultimately allowed them to secure the win. Now, I don't think that is a replicable formula for success. I don't think going down 9K, despite what Los Botones might have had you believe from the regular season, is something you can repeat consistently. So as we get into picks and bans, I'm really curious to see how Fnatic, maybe through the draft, can help set up their early game for success, because it's been a bit of a mess.
I need some life in the mid lane. That's been the biggest disappointment for me with Fnatic, but I really want to see Vladdy step up. Because I loved him so much last year. Yes, he had a weaker summer and then the spring and winter, but I feel like he can be such a great player. I haven't seen it on Fnatic. I want to see him with confidence because I know that he can be such a good team fighter.
For me, that jungle matchup is one I'm keeping my eyes on, as Razork, the former kind of king of the early game, is kind of being thwarted in contrast to our young rookie of LEC. This man has made a name for himself and already drawing that Ambessa ban alongside the Varus. It showcases Fnatic's respect towards that man in the jungle.
And the flex picks as well, obviously, can be terrifying. Reminder, we're back into Fearless. So after this game 1, we are going to see 10 champions eliminated from the pool of potential options. Now, if you can see at the bottom of your screen, you see the coaches' names now, but a moment ago you saw right up first selection. Navi did choose 2nd pick, which means last pick, which means counter pick on the blue side. Fnatic, of course, on the red side. So a bit topsy-turvy if you've been out of the loop for right of first selection, but blue side is red side now, kind of.
Yeah, and Rumble is banned, so we are not getting Cassandra Rumble to start off Fearless. I think we can all be pretty happy with that.
No, I'm not. I don't know.
It's going to be probably
the audience wasn't ready to give it a round of applause.
It's going to be Orianna Azir though, so it's not exactly the most spicy flavors.
Yeah, this is also Poby, so Azir is one of his go-to champions. He's very comfortable on the matchup, unless he's feeling like as Akali once more. You mentioned the last time they did play,
which was good until it wasn't. It was good until it wasn't.
Absolutely.
And I think that one of the things that we've been subtly saying by talking about prioritizing Drake control is that scaling front to back, you know, as is usually the case in a world where you just want to stack Drakes, might be the name of the game. So here we go. Jack, you talked about it.
There it is.
Azir, Orianna.
I mean, is it weird, given Refound, I've now just love Azir. I'm suddenly refreshed and revitalized about seeing this champion again.
That's the Riot Games dream. They're like, you played Arcane, or you watched Arcane, now you think Vi is an interesting champion with skill expression?
Oh, that's Corky.
Mission accomplished. Oh, there it is. There is not a single piece of Riot Games IP that could save this champion in my eyes. I understand why you locked it in, but oh man, what is the opposite of spicy? This is,
I mean,
mild.
So Corky, naturally a very well-rounded champion. A lot of range available to Navi, as Fnatic responding with a very aggressive bot side. Kai'Sa, Renata. Kai'Sa and Nautilus coming through from the bot side of the map. a very strong duo, but a lot of dive threat. Typically, they pair this alongside both the Ambessa and the Vi, but both are unavailable for Fnatic in this game.
And Jack, last year when we talked about the Kai'Sa versus Corki matchup, we talked about Corki should just be dominating it, but itemization has changed a ton since last year. Is this still super Corki favored?
I think quite a bit has changed both itemization-wise and with Corki in and of itself. They tried to make him a little bit more scaling. As we've seen in a lot of games, that his damage ramps up more than you'd expect. But in return, his early game is not as dominant. But I just love this confidence from Fnatic. I think Upset coming in with a really clear game plan. He wants to have this Kai'Sa that we've seen him do so well on last year, and I think it just allows him to have much more agency in the games where it feels like, frankly, before, Upset was a non-factor.
I think Nocturne makes a ton of sense here. Whether or not they choose to ban it, I mean, Orianna Nocturne we've been seeing pop up around the world, and they're going to look to get rid of it. I think this makes a ton of sense for Na'Vi. The other thing you could think of is Xin Zhao, but that jungle pool is now getting very small. When we think about what's been very prevalent in the meta right now, in terms of skirmishers, Jarvan has been top of the list. We're seeing a ton of Vi. We still see a decent amount of Xin. Wukong has shown his face every now and then, not the most popular.
I mean, Wukong Orianna is a pretty nice combo.
Also true.
We'll see what they end up going with. I think the Jarvan doesn't have much value up against this Corki Azir. So probably looking to target one more jungler here to target Razork's pool and really pinch him.
But I mean, I feel like Fnatic is doing the same thing. That Aatrox, naturally you think of it as a top laner, but very much directed towards LEC, a man that has been bringing out these carry junglers throughout the regular split. Ambessa's gone, the Aatrox is gone, and so now the question will become, what else does he have in his pool to showcase?
That's a good point. They also use it as a flex, right? It's one of the few options that we have seen them put in both top lane and in jungle, so don't want to give a side that already has last choice in terms of counter pick here. A nice flexible blind pick option. Jax will be taken away from Emperos. Something we heard from Grabs, he talked about it. Getting into Fearless is going to be big for this team because of the depth of the champion pools. He was talking about top lane specifically.
With these bans, this is looking like a Cassante for Na'Vi. We've seen Mengta play a ton of tanks in the top side, but with both Jax and the Gnar gone, I have to imagine that tank is what they want to grab.
I was actually thinking about the Xin Zhao as well, because often when you're going to go for the Xin Zhao, you think about banning that Jax because it works as both a flex into the Xin Zhao, but also just as a general pick, it's very good into the Xin Zhao, but it's going to be Zion instead.
Is it jungle Zehen?
I would assume so, knowing that it's Relatch, but...
I've seen Blabber play this over in the LCS. I don't know if the LCK has brought it out. I haven't been keeping up with every single game over there, but I've seen it played in the jungle in competitive. Reletch is known for his spicy picks, but as you've been saying, Dracos, throughout this draft, a lot of flexibility we're continuing to see with these jungle top combo from Na'Vi.
I mean, Empire's here just going for that Renekton, wants to have an early game lane bully in case it's the Zahen top. I think they want to try to force it jungle, and then Razork picking something strong into it early game as well, so just full fighting power here for Fnatic. I think the Zion, though, I really like the Jax ban because it's a great pick into it. And you can now flex it and choose where you want to put it. I would assume it should be pretty hard into the Renekton.
Yeah, it would be miserable. It's really not fun into the Renekton. So I imagine Sion, Cassante, maybe they could do the Kennen as well as a possibility, depending on how confident Mengta is in his counter picks.
Kennen is not bad, I'd say. I would like the Kennen, although I do think he's probably just going to end up going for that Cassante, as that's
I mean, so
where
far
we've
he's
seen
been
the
playing
most
a
success.
bunch of tanks
Yeah.
throughout the
I think
regular
Emperos breathes a sigh of relief after the last time he had to play the Kennen Renekton matchup. It did not work out so well. So in the end, your prediction of Cassante was correct, albeit slightly delayed and with a bit of creativity in terms of the champion coming out. Zehen in the jungle, something that's going to be pretty exciting to watch, but Fnatic, that composition feels so stable to me. You know exactly what you're getting out of it. Like you said, agency for upset, a good thing. On the opposite side, also kind of very stock standard, the spice coming from the jungle.
I think that Fnatic have a very well-rounded game plan. Solid dive. Kai'Sa wants champions that can threaten the backline with her, and she's got them. She's got enough setup. Nautilus can be both an engage and provide some decent peel. Orianna might be a little bit fragile with some of the threats that will be eyeing her up, but that's usually the case for Orianna in many games, and I think that Fnatic have come in with a very solid game plan.
I completely agree. I think both teams ended up with a really solid-looking draft, but I like the adaptations that Fnatic have made more. I feel like they didn't really have a formula that worked. Now they're just putting the eggs back in the upset basket, and we'll see if he can pull it off.
The question is, how will this Sehen perform? It's our first of the regular season, and I'm excited to see Relech bring out another champion because, I mean, the man, he's been showing us all these carry junglers all split. He's had good performances on them, and he's definitely someone I'm keeping my eye on in this matchup, going up against a tried and true early game jungler in the form of Razzle.
Just continuing to be that innovator in the jungle position, and in Fearless, we're going to get to see those champion pools really pushed and tested again in game 1. A lot of what we kind of expected. We do now have a bit of a game delay here, but as we get into game 2, even potentially a game 3, we're going to have to start opening up. You know, Fearless 3 games. We really need 5, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
People are really throwing shade at best of 1s, and I understand why, but I don't think Fearless best of 3 always has a...
I mean, there's a funny contrast here that like the top lane matchup is Cassandra Renekton, but then there's also Sehen in the jungle, which you'd think would be like game 5 Fearless. So I love the spice that Relech is always willing to bring and that he's always willing to pull out new picks. And it's just like my mind is trying to think like if it goes to game 3, what would Relech be able to pull out at that point, you know?
We got to get to game 1 first, bro. Like, I love the forward thinking and the excitement and the idea of what can happen.
Will he play every Darkin? Will we get a Kayn game? I mean,
I don't
look,
think we're
he's
going
got
to get Varus
Aatrox,
jungle.
He's got Sehen. Okay. You say it.
I just say
But
it.
if anyone can make it happen, that said, it probably won't be happening. Right now, we will be going into this game shortly because due to a bug in the lobby, it had to be remade. So draft is going to remain the same, but we just have to reload all the things.
So we got a bit of time to yap. So also, this is your opportunity if you need a bathroom, if you need to grab a drink, get some food, this is your opportunity. Draft is done.
If you need a bathroom.
If you need
if you haven't purchased
I
one
meant
yet,
to say the bathroom.
if you don't, if for whatever reason your house
true.
or where you're at doesn't have a bathroom, this
I
is
also
the
like
time
the
to
idea
acquire one.
of like you're watching and you need Veri to tell you.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm
there
here
might
for.
be some guy who's like, oh. Like
Thank you.
imagine, okay, imagine this. Your significant other is really into League of Legends.
Yep.
You have no idea what part of the game is important. You don't know when you're allowed to walk away
Absolutely.
without it looking
Absolutely.
disrespectful to their
You're
passion
right.
and hobby.
You're right.
Betty,
Loading?
professional
Is that
commentator.
important? Are they like loading?
Is this important? You say
Gentlemen,
that.
I feel like we're maybe I was just using it to buy time to think about what I was talking about next. Maybe also give you guys some time. Maybe it was a sort of like tactic we commentators use sometimes.
No, it couldn't have been that.
But I also like to think that it triggered a response that suddenly someone at home remembered, there's that thing that I need to do that
My
maybe just
human
helps me
bodily,
remember.
yes. Also, you need to eat
No,
and
hang on.
drink water.
I specifically said
Don't
need
forget-
a bathroom, and that person might not go,
Guys,
I don't need a bathroom.
Don't stop breathing.
I do need to
it
buy a
still needs to
closet.
happen. No
I
matter,
need to buy-
no matter
maybe I need
what
to buy a
stage of the
closet.
game is in, you guys still need to breathe.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
Yeah.
Remember to drink some water, eat some food.
Yeah.
Don't breathe and drink water at the same time.
Sleep if you need that.
We're just hitting all the basics here before we get into this game. Suffice to say, if this were an elimination game, we might be a little bit more serious. But remember that this is double elim bracket, best of 3 upper and lower for the first 2 rounds. So teams not only will have the luxury of potentially losing a single game, can afford to make a misstep, but can go to the lower bracket. That said, no one's excited to be in the lower bracket.
Nobody wants to be in the lower bracket.
Every team will cope. We'll give you an interview where
Yeah.
they say, we're so excited to have all this extra experience. And they might be right. But in the other timeline where they won in the upper bracket, they'll be saying, we're so glad we're not down there.
Yeah. Nobody wants to be in the do or die situation. And I think for Fnatic, just as an org, it would feel very disappointing. They tried to rebuild this year, and it hasn't worked out thus far, but this is a chance for them to show that BO3 magic finally proved that BO1s are a lie.
I mean, also, Fnatic could do with the win. I don't know if you guys follow Valorant at all. It's been a rough weekend. It's been a toughie.
I'm going to be honest. I stopped watching after Boaster stopped dancing. Was the gameplay as good as the dancing or not as good as the dancing?
I mean, let's just... Spoiler warning.
Now,
let's just say that he's got a lot of time for more dancing right now. Yeah.
I like it. The vague spoiler.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel like it was kind of obvious.
It might have been. It might have been. You got to
just say he lost.
Oh, Jack, come on.
Wow. Yeah. Well, now guys, I deliberately gave you more time to come up with topics to fill.
Well, the thing
and now
is,
you're
it's like,
drawing
look,
blanks?
look,
like, what are we doing?
no. It's. Do people need narrative at this point? Like, what am I gonna do?
I need to say something.
Okay.
Okay.
I like the new trophy. It looks pretty cool.
I do like the new
That's
trophy.
fair.
They've made adjustments, which I think have really are nice, because it reminds me of the old trophy, but it has some notable improvements. I think the crystal looks a lot better.
Yeah.
Shout out to the team behind the trophy. We probably should have learned.
It also splits up verses from Spring and Summer.
Yeah. I do miss the shield stuff.
No, you
A
don't.
lot of people didn't like
Bro.
the shield. I like the shield.
I didn't like the
He didn't like the shield.
I like it.
I'm
the
just
thing is,
saying.
the shields were introduced as soon as I started playing.
Well, everyone.
But we weren't close
you
to winning
meme on
anyway,
the
so.
shield, but if you're
That's why you didn't like it.
guys, if I'm gonna go live action roleplay on the weekend as a warrior, what am I gonna do with that trophy? Nothing. The shield, very practical.
That's true.
Anyway, that's enough of us yapping. Time to actually talk about League of Legends. Na'Vi, Fnatic, 2nd seed versus 8th seed. Starting now. Fnatic fans here, loyal, ready for a change in pace.
Absolutely. Let's see. I mean, Fnatic have surprised us before. As Jack mentioned earlier, they are coming in as the 8th seed. And really, I mean, the way they qualified, like
it was not
an easy. It was not like a. They are clearly in the playoffs. Like
it was a sad slump.
Basically, yeah.
Towards the finish
things
line.
that went their way enabled them to secure a spot in the top 8. So it was a. This is a golden opportunity for them to prove that they have a fighting chance in this top 8, because right now they're not considered the favorites by any means. There's the bot lane already getting off with a bit of trading back and forth. Small victory for Na'Vi in the 2 versus 2.
Yeah, I really liked Paris there. He went for the E start, so this is like a classic Nautilus Leona thing.
But I think the big thing that we have to talk about, you brought up Fnatic in the regular season, and part of the reason why it's so shocking is because if you look at their track record of success, if you start at the top, that's the weird thing where they had like Reckless and Advian and they swap people, that's 9th. Ever since then, top 4 without a question. And the thing here is, do they still have that same plot armor? Is this still a team that can ramp up in the playoffs? It's a really fair question to ask, and this first series is going to be a strong indicator of whether best of 1 is the demon here, or if this new Fnatic just has some bigger problems.
But Na'Vi here getting some great trades on this bot lane. So Paris crucially started E in this matchup, which allowed him to continue trading with Lospa and gave them some good trades. Because level 1, as the Kai'Sa Nautilus, you really want to try to utilize that Kai'Sa all-in with the lethal tempo to try to get Prio up against the Corki. But especially when you have the Nautilus into the Leona, who can typically trade stronger level 1. But with Paris being able to get those good trades, is now Na'Vi already off to a good start in the bot lane, getting Prio, getting some good trades.
Junglers both pathing towards the bot lane now. In the past, for anyone that wasn't a Fnatic follower, you should know that historically, Fnatic has been quite a bot-centric team. The only exception to that was when Caps was on the roster. But unsurprisingly, both junglers will likely want to be involved there early. Mid is very much scaling. Top is not super interactive, and a nice hook does connect. A barrier already popped there. Somebody taking a massive chunk of damage as Lospa finds a nice opportunity. And now this could open up junglers, but that's why Paris made that move, to get information as to where Razork was. They know that he's on the bot side, but Relech isn't that far away to offer support should it be.
That's a classic ADC mistake. I've done that myself. Like, Paris is going a little bit deeper to ward than you expect, and then you suddenly get hooked and you wonder where your support is. Ends up being somebody having to recall here a little bit early, but with Paris looking to try to hold this wave and delay them a little bit, not too much CS should be lost for Samdi, especially with the new home guards that aren't so new anymore, but allows him to get back into lane very damn quickly here, as Paris is just trying to annoy Fnatic bot lane and delay their push as much as possible.
They lost 1 minion, so not too bad at all.
No, not at all. Top side, of course, Emperor still holding on to the push for now. Zoning Mater away. This was a bit of a tough matchup. We did see, unsurprisingly, the last time these two teams played, I believe, Cassante versus Rumble. So, you know, the same thing we saw in almost every other matchup. This time around, Renekton pulling ahead as expected, despite the flex pick of the Zehen.
Or Reledge. Oh, nothing happens.
I'd be really surprised if anything did happen. Azir doesn't exactly have... Oh, Poby. I mean, we all did see that, but we'll pretend that we didn't.
That seems respectful, Biddy.
Yeah. He's a little bit behind Vladdy. But again, in this matchup, normally Azir. Yeah, normally Azir falls behind. The Orianna, we've seen many Oriannas just absolutely dominate this matchup. If you're willing to play hyper-aggressive, Vladdy showcasing some respect, cautious of potential early ganks from Relech.
Yeah, it was G2 versus Fnatic where we saw Caps demolish Vladdy on the opposite side of this matchup when Caps was playing the Orianna into Vladdy's Azir. But now, Poby weathering the storm. Able to get some good trades just dashing in here and maybe even get the push. Very nice for this Azir, especially level 5, because it's really after his level 6 that this matchup gets a little bit easier for the Azir because he gets that shuffle. So whenever his support or jungle is close, he can always just look to threaten with that ultimate.
Yeah, I also just like the decision to extend trades when you have lethal tempo, right? Not if you're going to get comet poked, you might as well commit for a little bit more, keep the trades going. Get that additional attack speed steroided. Wow.
Nice. Wow.
Vladdy is not liking the decision to extend these trades, as this lane has gone from, well, expectations being heavily Orianna favored to pretty damn Poby favored.
And let's not forget that it was Fnatic coming into this year that kind of had the choice of what was going to happen to Poby, whether they wanted to keep him or find a new mid laner, and the reality is that they replaced him. Vladdy was supposed to be that upgrade. Coming over from KC, I mean, we saw how as the year progressed, it felt like that his performance did decline. And it felt like that the environment, what was happening in KC just wasn't working.
Yeah.
And so ideally, like both of us said, hopefully a new environment, a new space, new teammates will give him an opportunity to return to that winter form. But we haven't really seen that from Vladdy. Whereas Poby, he's just been as solid as a rock. He's just been very consistent, very reliable. And I mean, you can see it in his placement, 4th, 4th, 4th. Like, he sits there in a very comfortable spot.
Valk back here, have an initial stun coming from the Zenith Blade. Fall by the Shield of Daybreak. Now Razork's ticking, burning health bar, forced to flash out. Reletch throws the glaive forward to no effect. But he was there, and his presence was all that the team needed, it seems, is forcing that early flash is going to make things a lot more difficult for Razork, especially as you get closer to this first Drake.
Yeah, we might have a fight for Scuttle Crab here as both teams are looking to move in. Razork, no flash, crucially.
Good vision, bit of a disconnect from Lost but Upset as they turn back onto Paris. Paris isolated. Avshock about to fall away, but it's first blood on the top side of the fight is, unsurprisingly, the flashless Xin. A pretty easy target for Na'Vi to punish.
A great play by their Reletch. He flashes in, he's able to secure the crab with the smite and starts off the dragon, but isn't able to actually continue doing it.
I just kind of love that my reference for Zehen jungle is Blabber, and then we get a big fight for the second crab to get level 6 as well. And it's something that's super important because you can see both junglers were so close. Razork's XP at the bottom of your screen, get that crab, one of the junglers gets the level 6, right? And so the fact is he was able to flash in, smite, steal it away, get that level 6, and Razork doesn't have flash. Now look at the positioning of Vladdy. He dropped his whole combo onto Poby. He still has the shockwave, doesn't end up dropping it. They kind of decide, okay, well, I guess it's not worth the fight as the bot lane can't get involved either. And so they contest the crab that Na'Vi just walked in, pushed them off, got it, first blood, they got everything they wanted.
Definitely a good deal, but of course, while we were in the replay, it looks like Mainter was forced to flash and ulti, trading with Emperos' flash. So now Fnatic have a bit of a strong side to play around if they want to return to the top lane, as Emperos really just trying to make that individual gap feel felt, because he's the only player in this game on the side of Fnatic with a lead.
Yeah, and he's quietly building up quite a big lead here with the 500 gold, 17 CS, able to get 2 plates, and now the flash as well. Definitely a lane for Razork to potentially look for, especially now since you're going to be losing those 3v3s on bot lane with Reletch being a bit further ahead, and you also have kind of that trauma of already doing one bot gank and it not working out. So I would love to see Razork play towards top, but something in my mind tells me he's probably still going bot.
Well, my expectation is this dragon is going to be Na'Vi's focus once again. We know that Na'Vi is a dragon-focused team. Statistically, they have the highest number of dragons secured so far in the whole of the LEC. And I think that their whole approach to dragons has been really nice to see. When you have this young rookie, you have a very clear and deliberate game plan. And I think that this game plan from Na'Vi has been super effective at just aligning the team around a common objective. And they've done a fantastic job throughout the regular season of being super consistent at getting those dragons as well.
Yeah, and I think that just being able to stack those drakes is crucial, but we do have a fight breaking on the bottom side. Razork level 7, but just big chunks of damage coming in from Zombie and Paris. The Sunlight passive from Leona paired with this Corki burst is kind of disgusting.
And Fnatic are just weaker 3v3. They're not able to take any fights, even though Razork wants to look for it again and again. And now Na'Vi will be able to pick up this first dragon. Razork might try to run to Grubs to try to get a cross map going. It looks doubtful though. It's just Na'Vi all across the map winning right now.
This is one of those things where it's nice to see kind of tangible coach impact, because we know that Gota1 is a part of this Na'Vi roster, but he was also originally part of the 2023 BDS roster that we saw had second highest dragons in the league. Now back then, dragons were a little bit different to what they are now, of course, 3 years ago. But that BDS roster, that roster did end up going to Worlds. They did contest in the finals in spring. And you can see that translating over. This dragon-focused team, you have to imagine, has been impacted by this coach support behind the scenes.
And I think you saw it, like, for me, the clearest you saw it was with Na'Vi versus LR, where LR as well, their strategy was just to stack Drakes every single game. But Na'Vi just got the better hand of him and got all 4 dragons that game. And it's just such a tried and tested strategy. It's super easy to execute. It works with any team comp. And when it works, you just choke the opponent out slowly and give them no real opportunity to return.
And I think part of the reason it seems pretty easy for Na'Vi to implicate new picks is we see Reletch moving in the bottom lane. Does still have access to the ultimate, the Grim Deliverance. Zombie caught out under the tower, but massive damage and loss. The Zombie needs to get out from under the tower. It looks like he might just go down the barrier. Not enough. I don't know, Samdi understood that he was tanking, but he might just be happy with his trade deal because Reledge is going to get right back up, and Upset is sure as hell dead.
Beautiful dive from Na'Vi. They were not done with the bot lane just yet. No Razork to offer support, and while Upset does get a kill back, the overall win goes to Na'Vi. A 1k gold lead secured.
I mean, somebody messed up there a little bit, tanking tower the whole time, but still, I love Reledge's aggression here. He knows that Razork is not here, so he's just zoning Upset away. Now, Samdi, crucially, is just kind of like continuing to tank up the tower. Should have probably flashed out earlier, but with that Zahen revive, Reledge is able to take down Upset and still come out on top.
I mean, you could argue that the whole plan was to bait Upset in, you know? That's the plan. I mean,
are we at that point in the cast? Are we in the mental gymnastics
all
point?
I'm going to say is that Reledge is now 2-0-1, you know what I mean? And that carry jungler having that carry performance that we've come to expect from Na'Vi.
I mean, it's a good point, and something that you talked about earlier I think ties in nicely to this, where it's simplify the game plan. It's a simple game plan, and it makes it that much easier for Reledge to figure out how to fit into it when he plays new champions like Zahen. And this is the nightmare of anyone playing against Na'Vi, because every time we talk to him about this jungler, his fun picks are like, haha, whatever, this guy plays Aatrox, it doesn't matter. Now we're in playoffs, and he keeps playing cool stuff,
yes, he
and
does.
the rest of our junglers are playing boring stuff. It's gonna be a little egg on the face there. It's going to be a little bit embarrassing for the rest of the junglers in the league.
They're looking for a gank in mids.
Poby. Quick slide, but back into enemy territory. Flash away from the shockwave is good. Reledge on the way in. Dash forward. Flash connecting. The stun is massive onto Vladdy. Razork not able to interrupt it. The ulti not in range. Na'Vi.
Oh my god, Paris, I love the flash forward there. Just ulting Vladdy, who has no flash himself, able to take him down. Just the confidence that we're seeing from Na'Vi this game. They're willing to take every single play that they see, and it's working out wonderfully thus far for them.
I mean, they're quickly starting to snowball this game. Reledge going for a bit of a skirmish against Razork. He should be fine to get out of this one, though.
Hospital hooking in. Grim Deliverance takes it back to the wall, but Paris is still committing to the fight. Now Reledge is going to return to the fight. They feel confident enough. Poby's coming in. They're going to have the man advantage. Paris is still alive. Lock into the Iron Solari. All that extra money, making him that much stronger, and it's a double kill for Reledge.
I love how the communication there from Na'Vi was, okay, I'm going to disengage. Reledge hesitates, says, oh, maybe I need to get out of here. And then when Paris arrives, he's like, no, fight, we have to fight. And you can see the point at which they decide to. So here Paris is like, okay, I'm coming to help. They kind of say, no, we should disengage. But no, the comms from the team are, mid can collapse first, Samdi is there, Paris doesn't need to flash, let's re-engage. They go back into the Dragon Pit, they turn it into a 3 versus 4, and they find themselves 2 kills.
And it's so crucial there, how Reledge is able to buy so much time to allow those carries to actually move, so they can get that good playoff as Poby.
Pushes Vladdy back at the
very short
Okay, that was, so I'm pretty sure, observers, you could pan the camera a little bit up. Basically, I think what's happening is here. This wall right here stopped Orianna from flying all the way, and she just kind of bounced awkwardly.
It looks pretty funny, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that probably would have been a kill. No flash on the Orianna, something you were talking about in draft, that you always try to punish when the Ori has no flash, using that as the ulti.
But the thing is, Navi's early game has been so dominant that Poby can just laugh that off. It doesn't matter. It's an ulti cooldown. There's still 3,000 gold in the lead. Now, don't get me wrong. Emperos, the last bastion of hope. That Greek god up on the top side praying he can bring everything together for the rest of the team. But it's looking rough.
Absolutely is. I mean, things are just going the way of Na'Vi. All the action's happening on the bot side of the map. Second dragon of the game about to spawn. And, I mean, Na'Vi's already in a great spot. Base is going to come through from Paris. He wants to refresh those wards because he doesn't have any available to him. With the bot control that they have and the mid control, I think this should still be easy for them to contest.
Yeah, it's so hard for Fnatic to fight around this bot side. And you'd want to try to leverage this Renekton lead into something further, but with the fact that Razork has just been full clearing on repeat the bot, he's not really able to ever try to shut down this Cassandra. And the worry as well is if he goes topside, then his bot lane just gets dove again. So it's a tough situation for Fnatic, and especially when you're playing this Renekton. Unless you're able to get a huge gold lead, it's so hard to have an individual carry potential as the champion just doesn't scale that well.
And you can even see there, ulti utilized by Emperos. Damage was good, but just has to be careful. Fury fully stacked, maybe a tiny window here where he can double dash through, try to force a fight, but this doesn't look like a lane matchup where one player has 1,000 gold in their favor. It still looks quite close. Emperos without information also doesn't feel comfortable to just go all in here. Doesn't really know, now that the Drake has been down for some time, where Relech is playing towards.
I also just like to think of Renekton and his scaling as how many short-range champions is he against. And speaking of one of those long-range champions.
Bobby on the way up. Flash forward from Manger, getting the extra slow coming in from the W, and now he's taking down Emperos.
And look at the lane assignments as well. You've got an Orianna solo in the bot lane trying to chip away at this tower. Poby's going to take over top lane, start getting a plate for himself as he chunks away Razork's HP. He's now down to 50%. Vladdy is slowly working towards this tower. Maybe if they can secure it first tower of the game at the very least for Fnatic.
This feels like such a big morale loss as wait. We have a TP coming in here, Fnatic.
Paris using the Eclipse, trying to stay as tanky as possible. Second TP is going to be a little bit late from the side of Na'Vi. Vladdy trying to make the difference. A nice flash over, but he still gets caught!
Wait, I thought it was the Renekton, but the Renekton's still dead.
That was a bad TP.
That was an ambitious TP for
All
sure.
We're going to take it down a notch, I guess.
Game one of the series, ambitious.
Ambitious.
I guess probably have to make up for the Azir ult that happened in the mid lane, right?
Yes.
You thought you flashed this one. Nope. Scooped you back in.
Bad he did. Guys, Na'Vi, they're replicating the early game success the last time these two teams faced up against each other. Fnatic, however, really going to need to pull a rabbit out of the hat on this one because...
I mean, do we have those early game stats? Because the analyst desk did bring it up. We'll bring it up after this replay. But look back at this action. So Main2 is trying to base in this brush multiple times. I guess Emperos thought that he'd finally actually gone back to base.
Yeah.
But he'd bought enough time for Poby to arrive. The cavalry was also coming in from the river. And even if they don't get that kill, they still get the Herald, and they're looking to try and drop that somewhere. It just wins across the board for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's a really smart rotation by Poby, just opening up towards that top for the Herald as well, and he ends up getting a free kill. Ends up getting 2 free kills, actually, with Vladdy TPing in. I thought when this TP happened, I was like, I think Renekton's still dead, but I guess it has to be Renekton TP, and it's going to be a good fight for Fnatic. And then it's Vladdy, yeah, the Fnatic stats are...
And Na'Vi delivering as expected from the regular season. First in first tower, first in first Drake, first in Drake percentage, first in Herald percentage. Fnatic.
They also got a first blood in this game.
Trailing in every metric, and that pattern has continued into playoffs. Best of 3 has not been that moment of revitalization yet, even this is only a single game. These are tough numbers that are being reflected in our first game.
I think a great clickbait title is the Fnatic had 0 first Drakes in the whole regular season. And they didn't get a single Drake yet this game, so they're keeping that record up. As now, finally, it's the Renekton TPing behind. Let's see if they can do something with it.
TPing in, follow from upset now to kill Paris. Poby trying to hold the line underneath the Sun Disc here. Pushback is good, on to 3. Relech now looking to follow. Got to be ready with the Grim Deliverance. Z instantly tries to turn the fight back. Samdi already taking down upset. 1v1 between Razork and Samdi, but it's Relech versus the world as he wants to keep fighting. The revive not there anymore. They're crucially well timed by Fnatic to find the shutdown. Samdi also not winning out on the 1v1 with the Zin as Razork just keeps going. One more auto on to do it. Samdi praying for a miracle. One more auto. It's Samdi!
Oh my God!
With the big one!
Wait, Samdi's able to pick up a kill there, but it's still a giant breath of relief for Fnatic. They're able to finally find a play of their own and get some gold back on the board as Vladdy now can push in this bot side, get a plate for himself, and they got a crucial shutdown on Relech as a TP comes in, but it's not going to be anything. And finally we see the Renekton flanking TP, and it works out quite a bit better.
Was this team fight enough is the question, but let's look back at it, because for Fnatic, the Renekton getting involved was what they really needed to have happen. A good TP from Emperos allows them to catch Paris out, and they still have the numbers advantage. There's no way for Main2 to join this fight. Poby with a good ulti buys him a decent amount of time, but Razork is quick to follow. Now this flash from Relech, also quite ambitious.
The things he cancels his E, that's crucial. So then he ends up losing the passive stacks as well. And just dies very fast. And very surprising, I'm not gonna lie, it's an ADC main. When I see this 1v1, Sinsao has way more HP than
the
Corki.
W does a lot of damage.
The W does a lot of damage. It's a full stack Conquer Corki. And he gets him in the end.
My bad, sorry.
Holy shit. So unlucky.
I like this the duality of the
duality. I mean, Razork was close in the 1v1. Relech, I think, got a little greedy, got punished. Obviously, the champion does still need his cooldowns to get in range. And if, you know, you misplace him, no matter what kind of lead you have, it's pretty easy for Fnatic to cut you out. That said, control, Odo said it on the analyst desk. That's what he wants to see for Na'Vi. And for the most part, outside of that play, we have seen it as there's a 1v1 topside, but more importantly, the third Drake now picked up. That said, Samdi, Paris on the top side, completely isolated despite the fact that their team is taking Drake. Bit of a risky gamble. As Upset goes over the wall. He wants redemption. He'll 1-for-1. It's fight night for the 80 carries. His main turret is also going to fall. Na'Vi want to keep fighting for some reason as Relech and Poby are desperate to turn this around, keep the numbers in their favor. They're currently down 1. Relech is powerful. Grim Deliverance there. Wants to finish off Razork. Doesn't quite hit with the Dark Glaive. Needs to follow up. Poby with an instantaneous pushback. Could be enough. Shockwave from Vladdy is good, but the damage really isn't there. Soldier sent over the wall. Relech continuing to stack the passive, and it looks like the fight will finally fizzle.
It's a 3-for-3 at the end of it, but I think Fnatic have discovered a pretty good strategy, and that is attacking in the setup. You'll see that Na'Vi is trying to just clear out this vision, but they have 3 members in the jungle, and they've got Emperos who can collapse first, so they immediately create this numbers advantage, a 4 versus 2. It takes time for the rest of Na'Vi to arrive, but look at that goal difference. 800 for Upset, 400 for SamD, so trading even when you're behind is ultimately a good thing for Fnatic just because of that extra gold that you're getting into your pocket.
Yeah, it's great to see Fnatic finally doing some proactive plays. Paris there was a little bit too fast to try to set up that top side, as you said, Veri. They'd just done the Dragon, and Fnatic finally find an opportunity to pounce, but you can really see the gold lead, that even though they start that off with the numbers advantage, it still ends up being just a 3-for-3. So now they're looking for Poby, but I mean, it's an Azir. You're not going to be able to kill him.
Again, the incredible performance in the early game is what's allowing Na'Vi to make 1 or 2 missteps. Good on Fnatic, good on Upset to fight back, to try to keep that gold close. You can see only 400 separating SamD and Upset. But Na'Vi can't afford to make another mistake like that. That said, 3 minutes until Mountain Soul will spawn for them. They have a Cassante. They have a Leona. Fnatic going to need to be ready to fight for that one.
The thing for me is that these fights, the reason why they're good for Fnatic is it gives them a fighting chance at that Soul. You've got 3 more minutes now to try and finish what you can. Dusk and Dawn has to be quite close for Upset. It's still relatively expensive given that he's only got 2 of the 4 components needed, but he's working towards it. 2 items finished for Vladdy as well. That Shockwave is now going to hit that extra bit harder. So just securing these extra items in anticipation of the next fight, yeah, there's still about a half item difference in favor of Na'Vi, but at least you're in a better position ready to contest this next dragon, which is in 2.5 minutes time.
You can see the total gold. Upset still near the top of the leaderboard. It's really Vladdy who is starting to lag behind a bit, but you mentioned it. Item completions are the thing that matters. You get so much out of the passive of those items, so much gold value is back there, but it might not matter if Emperos is caught out. A flash before the fight, pretty devastating for the Renekton, and it might cost him even more. Pathmaker coming in from Mainzer, likely just a quick death from Emperos. He tries to double dash out to safety. Now Razork there to cover, so it is going to be Relech's flash traded for Emperos's, which around an objective fight, I don't know if that's a great deal.
It's a pretty even trade overall. Obviously, Renekton's backline threat is now going to be weaker, but then Relech's backline threat in the same vein is also just going to be a little bit harder to pull off. The person I'm just keeping my eyes on mostly is SamD. This man feels so strong right now on the Corki. Look at those 3 items just ready to go, fully finished ahead of the Dragon. 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Let's see how close Upset is. Can he complete that Dusk and Dawn? I feel like he's probably got enough gold now.
I definitely do think he should be having it. And I also I love the Dusk and Dawn. I think it's a fantastic item on Kai'Sa. He completes it now, as you can see. And it just provides so much more burst damage with that Sheen proc that procs your passive so much faster, while also giving you the W evolve, and you get the E evolve as well from the attack speed. So you're just able to do a lot more damage than you would with Nashor's Tooth, with more burst, and a little bit of HP as well. I mean, what's not to love?
The only other question is, can Poby finish that Leandries ahead of the fight? Oh no, I've forgotten the name. It's that component for Void Staff that I always... No, for Vladdy.
Blightning Jewel.
The Blighted Jewel, yeah. Giving that extra bit of penetration will be valuable ahead of the fight. If Poby doesn't complete his Leandries, then I think Fnatic should feel pretty comfortable about the upcoming fight, because itemization-wise, it's still very similar for both sides, and that means that execution will be key. The big advantage Na'Vi have right now is vision control. If our observers can showcase what Fnatic can see on the map right now, you'll see that overall it's very minimal. They have very little control around the Dragon area. It is full darkness on that bottom side, and that means they're going to have to gain access into Azir, Corki, which is not an easy thing to do.
The approximate knowledge of what's happening on the map is not nearly as good as the just about absolute knowledge that Na'Vi are bringing to the table right now, although TP to the mid lane means there's going to be at least some fighting over Prio here. Bot wave pushing in the favor of Na'Vi for now, but Fnatic look like they want to force the fight. Mainzer caught out, definitely not the ideal tanky target, but if Na'Vi fight into that choke point, the Orianna can have a big effect. They're trying to split Vladdy off from the rest of the team. Relech hasn't been able to get involved though. Paris heal coming out just to get him out. Fnatic happy to have the poke. Did just fist fight their way into the river. First access to the Drake now.
I like this a lot. Just don't care about the vision, rush towards the dragon. They now have control, and here comes the TP.
TP behind. Hook onto Paris. Fnatic want to turn. Poby has been locked up. Emperos now trying to follow. Relux wants to make the difference as Lost gets lower and lower. Main turn to the entire team. Razork zoned away. Razork down. The Dragon still standing as Emperos tries to make the difference, but he's been forced back. Poby to pick up the kill. Relux still standing. The revive coming in. Na'Vi devastating Fnatic in the fight as they set their sights on the Soul.
And Relech does so much damage in the back lines there and buys so much time with the revive. It's Mountain Soul for Na'Vi. They're pushing down mid lane. They're going to go for the Nash as well. And the face of Fnatic might just be sealed here in game 1.
And Vladdy dies without even using the shockwave, which is the most surprising thing to me. Like, I felt like there were opportunities. We'll look back at the replay. It is Fnatic that initiate. They target Paris to eliminate that front line. A nice hook from Losper, an ulti onto Poby to force him out of the fight. Still no shockwave used. Look at the positioning of the Xin Zhao sitting on top of both Relech and Samdi. That ultimate could have been a difference maker, but then the carries are forced to retreat. Relech has the passive to bring him back up. Samdi is there to assist. And Na'Vi, they just dominate the front to back.
And Vladdy hasn't had that redemption that I've really been wanting to see from him.
I mean, look at the damage
he can bounce
difference.
back for game 2, but it's not enough for this Fnatic roster. I think Upset, he's doing a lot, but it's not enough.
Yeah, it's not enough.
This is now dire straits for Fnatic.
But a super clean game overall for Na'Vi.
Again, credit to Na'Vi for not getting too caught up trying to force their way in initially on that play. Because, as you highlighted, Vladdy was in a great spot for the shockwave. If they had tried to force through that choke point, they might have lost. They waited, they took the time for the TP, and now well rewarded for it. Not looking to make the same mistakes the last time we saw these T teams play, even if they did maybe fumble around the top side a little bit earlier. That has really been the only difficult point for them. Outside of the top lane 1v1, this has been Na'Vi dominant from just about start to finish.
It would be an incredible sense of deja vu if Na'Vi were to now throw this game.
I would be shocked if they managed to throw this.
It would be impressive in its own right as main turn. Getting chunked out slowly but surely. Upset with the Seekers. Help a lot in that fight, but you see the poke coming in from the team is
with the Mountain Soul, it's tough. You really need some pen on this Kai'Sa if you are to actually kill this front line, especially with how tanky Mainter is. But Na'Vi can just continue playing it slow, letting the Nash do the work for them. They can get this bot lane inhib, and then look to recall and play mid and top.
Flash is also not too far off, so the Baron doing such a fantastic job for Na'Vi to shore up that period of time where they don't have access to that crucial spell. And again, it's not over till it's over. We've learned that firsthand many times here in the LEC.
That's true.
But this is, they've just about got this one done.
Yeah, no, I mean, and you have to think about the greater series now, right? For both Na'Vi and for Fnatic. Na'Vi in a winning position, they need to close this one out, but Fnatic came into game 1 with what we felt like was a clear game plan, right? They should have had a winning mid, but Poby got the better of Vladdy.
Yeah.
In terms of the early skirmishes, it was Relech that got the better of Razork. And if your whole game plan is we want to play around bot, we want to try and play towards bot, we have setup on bot, and then you lose the first crab, you lose the early skirmishes, your bot lane is getting tower dived, does this then completely eliminate the game plan for Fnatic moving forward? Or do they double down and instead say, no, we just executed poorly game 1, we just need to run it back?
You already know they're doubling down. Come on, it's Fnatic.
Seems like that's probably the call as the ulti's going to come out. Grim Deliverance is a Grim Escape here for Relech. Nice to be unstoppable in that moment as Na'Vi try to keep the pressure up on the top side. 6 seconds left on the Baron wave here, though, so I imagine they start to back away in a moment.
I do admire that Fnatic consistently punish this misposition. We've seen it throughout the game from Na'Vi. When a person is in the wrong place at the wrong time, they will pounce on that target. They did that here. They only get the ulti out from Relech, but trying to make those plays happen when you're this far behind is the type of play that you need to make, because the game is pretty much already guaranteed to go, so you've got to make something happen. It's better than nothing.
I do think that's the #1 thing you can always take away from Fnatic. Is they're great at pulling the trigger, but it looks like in this game it's not going to be enough for them. They really need to have a better laning phase, I think, for both and mid. It was a good early game from Emperos. Built a big lead for himself, but really need Upset and Vladdy to be further ahead if they want to come out ahead in this series.
And I gotta say, some love is definitely needs to go Paris' way as well. Some really clutch fights. Yes, he did overstep. 1 or 2 of his deaths might have been sloppy, but the early
you gotta
play,
do that on Leona. Come on, you gotta play like a champ.
The early play, incredible, especially compared to what we saw from this player last year. Certainly a huge development arc for him, and now in this entire Na'Vi lineup is, look, We're running out of things to say, so thank God they're going to start fighting, because this should just be the final push for Na'Vi. It is best of 3, though. Maybe they don't want to take any risks. Tutorial style.
It's best of 3, so they don't want to win too fast. Well, as a fight happens
Hold
here.
that thought as Razork now going to backline. Nice shockwave to follow, but the solar flare on top stops any potential follow-up for the jungle top of Fnatic. In the meantime, Upset's been entirely split away from the team. He just can't even auto-attack. It's a double kill for Relech. Mainter has isolated somebody else. I didn't even see who, and frankly, it doesn't matter. Na'Vi in game 1, 11K ahead from start to finish. They have been dominant here. Fnatic sent packing, sent back to the drawing board for game 2 as Na'Vi on the road to a quick 2-0.
And Na'Vi, they got all 4 Drakes. They played the same style as Fnatic. We'll play around bot lane too, and we'll do it better than you. And they did. They take game 1. See what's coming up rest in the series.
Really impressive stuff from Na'Vi. I love that they continue their performance from the regular season, and that control around Dragons continues to be dominant.
Well, I see Dagda standing on by with Relech, so it looks like we're ready to go. I'm ready to hear about Zahen.
Yeah, you knew it was going to happen. We have to ask. You've now added another top laner to your champion pool. How many do you have left?
Like, there's still a lot to play. I think I like top lane champs. I like how to play them. Zahen was kind of unique one. You can just go in 1v5, kill them all, don't die. It's really fun.
Yeah, you did a fairly good job of that. And like, so we got to see last week that you allowed Mainter to actually take the Aatrox. Do you have to vet all the top laners? So you play them first, make sure it's a good champion, and then Mainter's allowed to play it? Is that how it works on Na'Vi?
I mean, like sometimes he wants to play. It depends on matchup. We don't pick Aatrox and send jungle, or Zahen and send jungle. He's really good on top, like these champs as well. It's our strange. I think we can flex this really good. He's really solid on these champs, and it feels great to have him. Last week it was kind of unlucky. He was too strong. He was like 2 items, Aatrox, stomping lane, but we couldn't use it. But he was doing it.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a hand look good today, so we'll have to see if he's going to be able to bring it. But thank you so much for Lech. We're going to send you back to let you prep, but we're going to send it over to a quick break, and then we'll be back to break down this game.
Brother, let me try.
Wait.
Brother, let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
the shockwave is good. Relech on the way in. Dash forward, flash connecting. The stun is massive onto Vladdy. Razork not able to interrupt it. The ulti not
Nautilus no flash, Nautilus no flash. Zinza. Can you go Nautilus? Kill them all, nice. I bet.
As Razork just keeps going. One more auto on to do it. Zombie praying for a miracle. One more auto. It's oh my god! It's a big one! Paris, Fnatic want to turn. Poby has been locked up. Emperos now trying to follow. Relech wants to make the difference as Lost gets lower and lower. Main turn to the entire team. Razork zoned away. Razork down. The Dragon still standing as Emperos tries to make the difference, but he's been forced back. Poby to pick up the kill. Relech still standing. The revive!
First best of 3 here in playoffs, and it's Navi opening up the score here against Fnatic. And guys, I'm gonna cut to the chase. Fnatic, you have a lot of things to figure out, so I'm gonna cut you some grace here. Go back to the drawing board. Figure things out backstage. I'm gonna focus on the winners here. Navi, as strong as ever.
They looked absolutely insane. Like, this looked like they'd taken what they did well in the regular season and just cranked it up to 11. Everything in the early game was going well for them. Their early objective control was great. Their team fighting looked spectacular. It was just everything being checked off.
Yeah, but so far, it still feels like a best of 1. I'm going to be interested in seeing what Navi can pull, especially later in the series if it gets to 3 games. Turns out right now it doesn't feel like it will, but something that is new here is Relech and his champion pool. Again, adding a new champion. Zahen in the jungle is something new this patch, I believe.
Yeah, it is new because on this patch, Zahen received a bit of buff to his W and to his E, which allows him to clear. But the main strength of Navi and really specifically is that they keep finding these top laners. They can be flexed, especially with the way they do your side selection. So with Relay specifically and Zahen, if we can roll the clip, is that now he becomes a jungler. He gets to clear. He's a little bit faster because he used to be one of the slowest junglers in the game. So what he does is that, yeah, he just does his full clear. He's essentially their own crabs on the time that he needs to, and he just adds another, diversive piece in the strength of Zahen. So now if you can fast forward or just skip directly to the dive, the interesting part is that we don't get to see this a lot from him. He arrives to this situation as Zahen, and he's just one of those annoying bruisers where he gets to stack revives because everyone loves revives. So the way it works is that he needs 12 stacks because we haven't seen Zahen enough. So even though it is extremely scuffed, the fact that this play goes on forever just shows that even if Fnatic plays it perfectly, even if they mis-execute so much, you will ultimately get to this position where you will revive as the Zahen. So this is a lot of the strength that he has, where he forces you into pretty much unwinnable situations where you do have to give up a lot.
But I love the way Navi used those tools. The fact that they end up going for initially, okay, we'll try and make this dive work, doesn't really happen the first time, and they just stuck around and made it work. Like, they are so good at looking for these moments and these timings where they can punish you because you're doing void grubs, because you're trying to steal them on my top side. Okay, we'll just make this cross map happen, and it makes it so difficult for teams to kind of find success in the early stages then.
And it's funny because you were talking to Relech at the end of the game, and he was the one telling you, oh yeah, Zahen is such a cool champion, and you just go in and you kill everyone. And feel like it's the perfect champion for a player like this.
100%. The fact that you have the control on dives, you got good clear, but even the thing that impresses me the most about Relech is how good he is at tracking the enemy jungler, like figuring out where they're going to be. We saw it actually from the first few minutes where he actually went and countered a play on the bottom side and then set up his team for success. And I think when you've got a champion like Zahen that likes to kind of be second fiddle, like second to the play, so he can turn that gank around, I think it's just perfect for a player like Relech.
And one of the added strengths of a player like Relech is the fact that he plays kind of off meta, even though every single champion that he plays feels like it should be meta, given how strong and how good his performance is. You get to practice this kind of like off style where it really feels like enemy doesn't have experience into playing into it. And now if you can see at the bottom of the screen, he has, he had Zahen, he had Hecarim, he has Naafiri, he has a lot of champions that he's been practicing in solo queue. So now when you're playing against the whole league, practicing, like Wukong, Xin Zhao, blah, 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 when you rock up and you play these new champions, because I'm definitely expecting something like Hecarim coming out soon, enemy doesn't really know what your power spikes are, what your win conditions are, while for him, he gets to practice against all of the meta champions every single time, so it's a lot easier for him to rock up to these fights and know what he needs to do.
But I think that's why, like, when people are talking about, oh, how does Navi fare up, when we go deeper into not just best of threes, but best of fives, right? Like, this is the guy I'm not worried about in the slide. It's like, Relech has shown time and again that he has all these champions he can take, and he can also fall back to the bare bones basics. It's not like he's just bringing out Mbessa because he's can only play in Bessa.
Exactly.
Like, this man has been jungling for a long time, can always fall back to some of those more like standard junglers and still look great.
And that's the thing, we're not worried about Reletch. Navi looks great as a whole. This is when this team becomes interesting for me because we've seen them countless times in best of 1. That is the first time we're going to see them in best of 3 situations. So Reletch is not an issue. We know we can trust him. Do we feel like we've seen enough from the rest of Navi that gets us confidence in the rest of this series?
So I think the one guy, not that I don't think Mainter can't play other stuff, like we've seen him play the Aatrox, but certainly the way the game plan functions from Navi is we will hyper-focus mid and bot, and we're going to pick a tank top because you can't counter gank. You can't, sorry, cross map. You can't go for something while we're doing dragons. I think that plan becomes a lot more difficult as we see the K'Sante go, the Sion go, and these kind of things taken away. So that's where I'm curious if that same inability to make cross map plays suddenly comes back to bite Navi when they don't have a tank on that top side.
Because we have seen, Mainter struggle a little bit when he plays other champions. So now in best of 3s, I'm still not really concerned for him. That's a question for later when they're going to 5 games.
Fnatic choosing second pick here, and Navi going to red side. Let's see if this strategy pays off for Fnatic here as they go into second game. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Deskers. Here we are back at the caster desk, waiting to find out if the early game from Fnatic will be tightened up, cleaned, polished, ready to go, like that trophy on stage. Guys, it was a rough game 1. I would love to build up more hype, and I believe that Fnatic have the potential, but the P word in League of Legends doesn't always translate to impressive results on stage, but it's fearless. 10 champions have been taken away. There is room for innovation. There is room for us to see more from this Fnatic lineup, and they're really going to have to show it to make up for that game 1.
I want to see like a scaling carry for Imperials, because he, for me, has been the best performer for Fnatic now in the last few weeks. So if we get to see Imperials maybe on the Jax or something that he can have more impact on later on, could be a good sign for Fnatic.
Yeah, now a quick heads up. This might confuse you looking at the pick and ban HUD, but if in playoffs, if teams swap sides between games, champ select is going to flip 2. So the graphic will always match where the players are seated on stage. So Navi are on the left-hand side because that's where they're on stage, but they are on red side. If you struggle...
Oh, that is confusing.
With minor things like this has been a tough year for you between right of first selection and this one. But
here's the good news.
Navi are always left, Fnatic are always right. So it makes that simpler.
Yeah, and Navi first pick. So first pick is still on the left, if that helps at all.
But now it's first pick. No.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of does help.
Yeah, Navi is first pick.
All right,
just
well,
to be
there we
clear.
go. Well, the bans in Best of Stay is banned. Unsurprisingly, Varus remains banned. And now, what appears to be a little bit of targeting towards Razork's champion pool, just don't want to give him the ease of execution of a J4.
When we see Poppy banned, the problem for me is it lists a ton of champs.
Yeah.
Vi, Rakan.
Do you have a dash?
Rel.
Kiana. Vi banned, so that's 1.
Kiana would not be high on my list, but against Reletch probably is. Yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of dashing
But they
junglers.
banned Vi, so what does that mean?
They're just targeting Razork.
Okay, they just.
I mean, they did.
That's actually, you're completely right. They've literally just said, you know what, let's just ban all of Razork's champs. Let's just do that.
I'm gonna be honest. We feel silly there. We were trying. You were trying to do some.
I was trying to predict.
You're trying to do the calculus and Jack's like that's addition, bro.
That's addition.
All those are Razork champs.
That's 1 + 1 + 1 is ban Razork. Great, got it, cool. That makes sense.
You're too many layers deep. You're thinking about what they're thinking about and thinking about that.
So is it just a Talia first pick, maybe?
Possible. Comfortable for Poby.
Oh,
wow. And again, these are the flexible options that Navi have been known to bring out. So Aatrox is a flex pick for this team. Mainter and Reletch both comfortable in playing it. An opportunity for Emperos to, in theory, counter pick, but it's so frustrating in these situations to actually try and get a good top lane matchup.
I think you can like pretty safely assume it's jungle because Aatrox blind pick is not usually seen too often, and it's just we're mostly seeing it in Reletch's hand, so I would like Fnatic to.
But if he picks something dumb top lane, he's immediately getting swapped.
Okay, yeah. So I want Fnatic to pick jungle like they did. I like the Pantheon for Razork. He can have a lot of impact on that across the map.
Yunara's open as well. They could just do Pantheon.
Yeah, Pantheon Yunara sounds pretty good. I completely forgot about that champ. And Corki now out as well, so I think Yunara makes a lot of sense.
Or they could do Talia. Yeah,
okay. Fearless is so nice. I forgot, and I was thinking like, oh god, it's another Corki game, isn't it? It's not.
It's not another.
There's no Corki.
No more Corki.
No Corki, no Cassandra.
Okay, so again, we're assuming that this Aatrox for now is going jungle, or at least I am. I don't know about you two. And I think that
I'm assuming it as well.
Yeah, okay. So now the question for me is, does Poby want Ryze. Obviously, we've been seeing a bunch of Ryze come out in the middle lane, but does he think it's valuable into Taliyah? Do you want something that can match in the side lane?
Ooh.
Ahri.
Interesting.
That is a bit of a surprise. I don't think this is our first of the LEC, but Ahri not super common in the current meta.
It might be. It said 0% on the screen, but who knows? Ryze, though, did get nerfed.
Could be right.
Ryze did get nerfed, and Face Rush got nerfed. So, crucially, I think that really has pushed Ryze down the ranks quite a bit. Maybe we'll still be seeing him later on in Fearless, but it kind of shows here that Poby decides to go for the Ahri instead, which sets up that Aatrox as well, because normally always when you have a carry jungle, you really want the mid laner to have some sort of setup for that carry to be able to still gank and have impact throughout the game.
And it seems like they want safety on side lane against the power of this Taliyah Panth picking so many mobile champions. But I will say, a lot of Navi's wins, Poby has been just on these scaling options every single game. The one exception was his Akali game, where they couldn't really finish. They couldn't really pull it across the finish line. So need to see how effective this Ahri is in his hands, because Fnatic, they've got the side lane threat, and now with the Yunara, they certainly have a ton of scaling.
Yeah, exactly that, Dracos. I feel like Fnatic already have a pretty good teamfight comp. Like, they've got really solid control around neutrals. The fact that Fnatic can use the Taliyah to control a lot of space, you then have Yunara, who just has incredible scaling teamfight damage, Pantheon with his snap engages. Both sides are looking for a little bit more frontline and utility. But remember, Nautilus and Leona, two of the best frontline utility supports, are gone. Both Braum and Alistar now raise a lot in terms of value, but if you choose to go for the Braum, you're limiting your engage options on the bot side of the map. The Nico ban, I think, makes a ton of sense, limiting a lot of that AoE CC provided around the teamfight, and then the Karma, they're worried about Ezreal Karma, really dominant bot lane 2v2.
And setting up for the Alistar, naturally, right? We saw so many Yunara Alistar lanes that have worked fantastically. Lostby's played the champion 5 times already.
He's kind of an Alistar Nautilus 2-trick
he has,
thus far.
I mean, there's more he's pulled out, but those are the tricks that have certainly worked the best.
But
and it seems like, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and I also think Navi's thinking about a Scion with both Gwen and Gnar banned away.
I mean, that's kind of been the 2-trick in the top lane for
isn't going top lane?
I mean, it could be as well. Perhaps they're like, it's.
No, I mean, Gnar and Gwen are both good in Aatrox as well.
Yeah, it's true.
So,
you're right.
Could be, but I think probably something a little bit more tanky for Mentor would make a lot of sense.
I do like Bard.
Bard into the relatively immobile Yunara.
I do think Navi have a lot of just single target damage though, which might not be too bad.
This comp is just way harder to play than
it
their last
definitely is, absolutely. It's
Yeah.
it's very pick orientated, a lot of very singular target focus, and there's that sign we were talking about. So this is the champ that provides them space, basically, right? When the dragons, which they inevitably want to fight for, the Scion is the man that's not afraid to face check, not afraid to give you that opportunity to land your poke and basically do things around the neutral.
I think it was a really nice 4-5, because now you have that engage from the Bard, a little bit of non-committal engage with the ulti, and you have Scion to provide that front line. Does set Imperials up for the counter pick here, however, so he's going to go for the Jax, presumably. He was previously known as Jax Plank, so we'll see what he can do on this Jax counter pick.
Might have changed that one for the resume, by the way. Jax Plank's a hell of a name, but it doesn't always spell success in the pro scene. That's at Emperor's Renekton's Oppressive. We'll see what the Jax can do. And like I say, Fnatic did a really good job of using the 1-2 pick, the second picks here, just to secure that Pantheon Taliyah. That heart of their draft has just made this composition feel so straightforward, set clear goals for it early on, whereas Navi, you've got good frontline, you've got a lot of weird utility in the Bard, you don't have a traditional backline carry. Ezreal can be that champ, but it doesn't really compare to the Yunara. This might be a bit tricky for Navi to play out.
On paper, I prefer Fnatic's comp simply because I think it's easier to execute. They have a ton of side lane options. I think their skirmishing is really strong. I think Ahri has to land skill shots in order to be useful, whereas Taliyah, that Q cooldown is so low, it doesn't matter if you're missing rocks every now and then, you'll just throw some more, it'll be completely fine. Ezreal, I think, is the biggest twist in this whole draft, because Ezreal is so fight-defining. The fact that his Mystic shots can deal so much damage around neutrals, the amount of poke that he can provide, I think is super important. And I think that for Fnatic, if they're not finding good engages and you're just allowing SamD to chip you down, then it's going to be a tough time approaching those dragons.
And interestingly, it was SamD that just chose the Ezreal over the Yunara as we head into game 2 here. So he has a lot of confidence on this pick. I mean, it's a Korean Ezreal. We've seen it before pop off. And I think with the range support as well, bot lane is where I have my eyes at, because that's where Navi really wants to make their mark and get a big early game lead.
Fnatic fans keeping the cheers, keeping the spirit going. And finally seeing Fnatic cook a bit more. It's not the first time we've seen Emperos' Jax, but good to see it once again. I got to sit down with Grabs last week, talk to him a little bit about what was going on for Fnatic, and one of the things that he talked about was best of one. And I said, okay, so why are you, more than any other team, optimistic about best of three? And it was about those champion pools. He said champion pools run deep. I'm excited for that. He said some other stuff too. He roasted best of one a little bit. There's a lot, a little flame as in every Grabs interview, but the Jack's the first look at what could be a lot of potential new Fnatic picks. That said, the rest of the map, stock standard, stable, comfortable, but maybe some room for Emperos to shine, which is what we were talking about before.
And Samdi with the lethal tempo, really making good use of this early game Ezreal here. He's going to be looking to really punish bot lane, already lost but down to half HP. It kind of feels like similar to last game where Emperos on the Renekton would be the one hope for Fnatic, and again now on the Jax, he's kind of the one person with a really good matchup here, while the rest of Fnatic I believe should be losing. I'm not quite sure how the mid lane matchup is, but I know bot lane at least is quite rough for this Yunar Alistar early on.
Well, the mid matchup, you should just lose prior, basically. Ahri doesn't have the wave clear.
Yeah.
Once you reach level 7, I think, and you've got 4 points in your queue, then you can actually start matching in the wave clear. But the problem is you have to walk very specifically up to the lane in order to actually hit the whole wave with your Q and then start threatening one-shotting those backline caster minions once you get a couple more items. Which makes it easier for Talia to then knock you in and punish you and all that jazz. Generally, it's quite Talia favored, especially once you get your ult and you have the Unraveled Earth, which makes mobility a lot harder, but that's why I was kind of surprised to see it through. The one thing you do, though, is have great setup. If you can land the charm, and the if is the key word in that sentence, because I can tell you right now, it's more like the probability of me landing a charm is much lower than actually hitting it, so...
Well, I gotta tell you, Vetty, this matchup isn't looking too bad for Ahri thus far.
I mean, but let's not forget, game 1, Oriana's also supposed to be Azir, and Poby was getting the better of him as well. And I will just say, I feel like Poby is outperforming Vladdy in this series, gentlemen.
I have to agree.
I think that is a safe statement, and what we've learned is we need to stop breaking down mid lane matchups when these two teams play. Now, though, we have Razork on the bottom side. Flash in from Lost, but knockback is there. Parrott's quick portal through. The flash to fall. A bit of slow coming in from Upset as he tries to extend the trade, but they do manage to make it out, and they spotted Razork crucially, giving them a bit more time as they trade on the top side.
But look at what LEC does immediately. He pings the top crab. He's making a beeline towards it after securing the bot one, and he's saying, you're going to try and gank my bot lane, I'm going to punish you for it. Double crab start for LEC. His bot lane survives. He's going to be a happy jungler.
And this is exactly what LEC wants once again. He's starting off with this carry potential. So great, getting those 2 crabs. And he's a happy man.
That he is. And now it's really pressure on Razork, Lospa, or Upset to make good on the summoner spell advantage that they built for themselves bottom lane. But Lospa did also burn both his sums, so could be just as vulnerable to a gank from LEC in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Vladdy continues to, at the very least, lose pressure. The gold still just about dead even, but Poby continuously able to force these waves in. And you mentioned level 7 before, Vetty, but getting there without losing all this prio in mid lane is such a boon for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, the thing you can do on Ahri is just kind of sack your mana to perma push. Basically, you spam Q off cooldown, but obviously the downside of that is you're just constantly committing your mana. But it helps that if every time you land Q, it seems to be hitting Vladdy, which just gives you way more pressure and a lot more control over the wave. So credit to Poby, he's playing the mid lane matchup very well, even if the gold doesn't really matter that much in terms of the difference. But jungle supports now making their presence known in the mid lane, the level 4 mark. I don't expect too much to happen here. Let's see.
I think the best case scenario is just Bard is able to chunk down Vladdy. As Poby is so
charm connects to Poby. LEC is on the way in. Not quite able to dash. He forces a flash.
I mean, he was so scared of LEC flashing there with the Q2.
But even if he did, I don't think he was going to be in range.
I'm not sure. It would be close, but it's the type of mental game.
It is that mental game. Because Gragas is the same thing, right? You just press E, and you're just like, am I flashing or am I not flashing? Yeah, I mean, Vladdy lost that mental warfare. LEC scores a double W.
I mean, Vladdy losing the mental warfare is starting to become the theme of this Fnatic roster thus far.
The difficult position. Again, we needed bot lane and mid lane to step up. That was the focus point. The good news for Fnatic is Emperos is once again doing well in lane, but now on a champion who scales so much better into the later stages, maybe that will be the difference maker. Upset picking up a Cole, not too surprising. That bot lane's going to need a little bit more time, but As you said, Vladdy falling behind, difficult. Again, the gold is close, but not winning out where you would expect them to.
I do think it's important to point out that with Razork ganking bot, while they weren't able to actually kill Paras, it gave a lot of relief to this Fnatic bot lane. And now they're actually pretty much equal CS with Samdi, and Upset picking up the call as well. Should be able to kind of stabilize that gold lead unless Samdi's able to continue picking up plates now as they get the first dragon, and Fnatic are continuing the 0 first dragon scoreline.
Yeah, Na'Vi are continuing just their consistency at controlling this objective. Top side is going to be traded as the crab is secured. And you know, we've been talking about this mid-lane matchup a lot, but to be fair, as we've highlighted, the gold's still very even. So it's not the end of the world for Vladdy. In terms of itemization, he's still going to be fine. His tier is continuing to stack up. And Poby, he's also in a very comfortable position. So all in all, it's still a very even mid-lane state.
Very true. And looking ahead towards level 6, as Vladdy already has his, Razork's is right around the corner. They might have lost the objective, but the Grand Starfall, this is where you can really start to be a threat on the side lanes, open up for this pick-style composition in the middle portion of the game, give more space for Upset to scale, give more time for this Yunara really to come online. So Fnatic should now be able to bring a lot of that power that they picked up in Champions Select to bear.
I would love to see Vladdy and Razork moving together, try to utilize some of those globals to make some picks happen. Because trying to get that early game ball rolling is exactly what Fnatic need to really bounce back after that tough game 1.
Paris on the roam once more. Has the level 6. You know, I will say one of the big changes that I think is great for supports that came in this year with the role quest is that you now have more justification to roam less and actually get the XP rather than forced to roam around the entire map and cover for all your lanes. That doesn't mean that all pro supports generally do that, but on average, they are a higher level. So good for you, supports. You deserve it. Shout out to support.
What? Medic isn't here, bro. You don't gotta make that
true.
propaganda
Like 7
anymore.
minutes in, like, bro, the number of times I've seen pro level supports 12 minutes into the game, my support's still level 5. Guys, we have to fight the grubs. And then it's that fight over midwave for the level 6 in order to contest the grubs. That's what we talked about last year.
I'm just telling you right now, gold is a prison. You're holding yourself too strong on the material goods. You should get to level 6, get at least 1 point in all your abilities, and then CC people. That is true support play.
Yeah.
You don't need money. You don't need experience. Give it to somebody else.
Just to be clear, Downdrax is an 80 carry main telling people this, just to be super clear.
I just play ARAM, bro. I'm just trying to ruin other people's experiences. I think trolling is what I'm doing right now.
Okay. Right, I'm looking where the junglers are. I see Relech hovering around the bot side river. He's not really been focused on looking for any ganks. On the Aatrox, he focuses more about farming than he is anything else. He wants to get those items. A bit more of a skill. Oh, look at that pocket of darkness he's sitting in right now. Is there really a play here, though?
I'd be very surprised if there's a play here.
Observers are keeping us waiting, though. Relech has also identified that there is not a play here.
So this is my favorite Ahri fun fact. So you'll notice that she's level 8, right? And she has the Lost Chapter.
Yeah.
Not enough AP to one-shot the caster minions.
By fun fact, do you mean #1 complaint you spam in
That
the
all
Riot message board?
that all Ahri players complain about. You just need a little bit more AP and you could one-shot the caster minions.
Well, Relech has been caught out. The Pantheon has come online. They go golden to give themselves an extra moment, but it just gives time for Lospa to go in. Paris not going to connect on the stun. The exhaust is down into Relech, but he's still managing to connect the Qs for a little bit of extra healing. Poby forced to dash away. A Genji logo appears, and down go Na'Vi. Paris on the way out. Razork debating, but a nice pick from the side of Fnatic.
And Fnatic finally making use of those globals with the Talia ulti. They're able to take down Relech despite all the healing. Upset moved first, crucially there, so he was able to take him out, and Samdi was not able to match.
I think that's the most important thing, and it's something we did see a bunch from Fnatic in the previous game. Quick to react and having the numbers advantage. The fact that they could get 4 people into that fight, preventing Samdi from being involved, was a key difference maker in this engage. So we can see Relech securing the crab, the ulti comes down and buys a little bit of time, but the Ezreal just can't move over.
And I thought, to be honest, when Relech was able to flash out, they were able to get the stun from Paras. Paras bought so much time that Relech would be able to heal up the damage, but with Upset, with that ultimate and the Yunara damage, was able to take him down, and Samdi was just not in range to help out.
And crucially, didn't have the Sundered Sky yet. Finding that window of opportunity before that first item completion, very big for the side of Fnatic. That said, Relech resets, gets back on the map, immediately sets his sights on these grubs. Now, doesn't have pressure in mid, doesn't have pressure in top, but doesn't care. He just sneaks one away and wanders off.
Yeah, as Lospa here gets charmed up.
They know he has no ultimate.
Damage. Maybe
no ulti for Poby though, so they'll just have to be happy with the damage that they've gotten. And they use this to get much more. They've got a couple of fairly shallow wards on the bottom side of Fnatic's jungle. Ulti bots.
Tries Pantheon coming in, but Paris there just in the nick of time.
Really good arcane shift there by Samdi. I was thinking Relech might cancel his base once they got that chunk on Lospa and go back to those grubs, but Razork is just continuing to cancel them here on bot. But Relech is opening up towards that bot side. But Razork here is going to have a field day, being able to continue canceling Samdi's base, and then Upset's going to push in this bot wave. That's going to be a whole wave denied for Samdi.
Relech walking up, assuming he has the luxury of an isolated 1v1. His Emperor's just barely able to land the counter-strike onto Manger. Still doing fine on the top side as he gets closer to that Trinity Force. Relech is here, but he's the only one here. Smite away, working out for Fnatic, and finally building a goal lead for themselves. And I gotta say, the first few minutes of landing phase, we were skeptical. It looked a little bit grim, but that one play seems to have put them back into a comfortable position, and they're just a lot more active on the map.
Very importantly though, Relech has started up that second dragon. It's again just Fnatic that have full Drake control. Na'Vi, I mean, have full Drake control, and they're just keeping that stat line up, and Fnatic can't do anything.
Relech hovered around the bot side jungle when Razork was basically being a pest. He was interrupting the base of SamD, he was trying to deter them away from the wave and the tower as much as possible, and they were trying to get more farm and a little bit of gold into Upset's back pocket. But because of that, he knew exactly how much time Razork had spent, and he knew that Upset needed to base. So he uses this reset on the side of Fnatic to start up the dragon and secure it uncontested. Just great awareness and also great respect, because you saw him contesting that Gromp. That could have ended in his demise, especially with Lospa hovering around that area. But the reason why I want to sing his praise is just Relech had a great game one. He's had a great regular season performance. And for a rookie to have this debut in the LEC, he's clearly a very smart player, and he's consistently performing at a very high level. So credit to him. He's having a fantastic LEC versus one.
It's been wonderful to watch him play. The champion pool that he's been bringing out, just his versatility, and the fact that he also brings that discipline as well, and just always has a clear game plan. Picking up now 3 grubs, both Drakes, while also just pressuring the map well. You can't really ask for much more as a jungler.
And we keep expecting kind of the other shoe to drop, right? We keep expecting him to turn back into a pumpkin at the end of the night. There's no way this guy can keep playing cool stuff, keep having good early games, but it just continues to be the case. As we saw it in Game 1, now we're seeing it in Game 2, and across most of the regular season, this guy is a force to be reckoned with.
He's even giving you the thumbs up. He knows we're talking about him. He's like, thanks for the shout out, guys. He's going to continue with his jungle clear. Power farming like a madman. Razork does have a small gold lead because of that early kill that he was able to get. And with the Herald spawning in a minute and a half, we'll see how much priority both teams put on that objective as Razork looking to steal away some of those camps from Relech.
Taking away the blue, trying to get a more substantial lead. Stealing the camps was a solid start. Getting the extra blue for Vladdy also feels good. But conceding 2 Drakes can be tricky. Relech ready to contest on Gromp. Lospa could have think about going over the wall. Luckily for Na'Vi, though, did the due diligence to set up some of the vision as Poby just going to go for a cheeky little chunk, and the rest of Na'Vi now ready to collapse. TP is there. Tempered Fate forcing out the flash. Razork forced to flash away as well. But now the ulti from Maynter. Maynter's not done. Why are you going to follow? I don't think there's much of a fight here, but they're at least going to get one more flash. Emperos, the real winner here, as he's been left completely alone on top side.
Yeah, this is huge for Fnatic, and Pyros is going to be able to continue hitting top here with the probably Demolish, get those plates down, and he was not taking the recall to match Maynter, so Maynter loses a lot, but Razork might have been able.
It's done. Upset now on the way. Wall coming in. Paris already used the portal critically. Has to flash away himself. The fight just keeps on going. Zombie is winning here. Excellent done. Relech going over the wall. That A-Truck hitting like a truck. Poby on the way in. Dashing in just in time. Trying to find the extra charm. An extra dash. Reset. Flick back from Vladdy is good to buy a bit more time for the carry duo of Fnatic, but it is a bloodbath on the bottom side.
While Fnatic was getting a lot on the top side of the map, Na'Vi wasn't wasting time. They were actually committing a huge amount of resources to the bot side of the map. They were trying to zone Upset away from the tower. They were trying to make it difficult for Razork to contest any of his bot side camps. And that means that they had the numbers advantage and they threatened to fight. The craziest thing was that it was Fnatic that started it. Fnatic actually have the numbers advantage at the start of this fight. And again, I love this control. I love the advantage that they're building. But then look, thanks to the Taliyah ulti, they create the numbers advantage. But Relech says, I don't care. I'm going in anyway.
Yeah, and Paris there, dodging out on that Taliyah W. Is able to continue fighting off. Samdi hitting the Qs as well. and then Poby finally moving in with that Ahri ultimate. I mean, Fnatic getting forced into tower. I think the biggest win has to be top lane though. And Pyro's got 4 plates solo. Now it's a 30 CS lead as well, completed that Trinity Force, and that gives Razork the confidence to start up this Herald.
But we find ourselves in a similar position to game 1, where it's now Emperos against Poby and Samdi, who are getting the gold that they need to be the carries for their team.
To be fair, the odds of a Jax carrying against 2 Fed carries versus a Renekton, I'm gonna much favor the Jax. So if there was a game to do it, could be this one.
This is the game for Mr. Jaxplank to show us what he's all about. And
I do have to be honest though, like Jax into Ezreal Ahri is not very good. Like you really want to have like more traditional carries that are just gonna
maybe
auto-attack
for
you.
a regular Jax, but for the Jaxplank, for the Emperor, no. We're gonna have to find out. We'll see for ourselves firsthand. But again, Razork did get a kill in the previous fight, traded for Poby's kill back onto Razork. So.
By the way, I feel like you're not appreciating the Jaxplank enough. Because it's because he plays Jax and Gangplank.
I understand.
He was a 2-trick.
Yeah,
I understand.
No, I get that.
I want to see the Gangplank.
That would be cool. Probably needs to be buffed though.
Probably needs it. Riot Games, please. 10 more damage on Ahri, whatever, with Lost Chapter that Betty was complaining about, and GP buffs.
It's like 10 more AP, it'll be completely fine. First tower in the top lane goes to Fnatic, so they will gain a gold lead once more. But Dragon, gentlemen, we've been saying it all series long. Dragon spawns, Navi's there, and which player is on it first? None other than Rilech, already starting this objective off.
Poby waiting for the TP to complete, hits the perfect charm. Empiros, though, has the shield. Love that change for top laners. Samdi, good ult to chunk Razork and Lospa. Lospa going to keep the fight going onto Mayntor. Mayntor able to sidestep the knockback. Emperos in the pit. Razork doesn't have flash to get over, so that's Infernal Drake to the side of Na'Vi. Emperos is just going to leave. Spectator objective here as Fnatic commit enough to watch it go down, but not enough to really force a fight.
But I think what Na'Vi did was good. They had Ezreal in that brush, they had Sion on the gateway, and then they basically had 2 members on the Dragon itself. Emperos tries to go into the pit by himself, but Poby's there to assist, and there's no way for Fnatic to actually enter that space. They're so reliant on Lospa getting an engage that if they don't find it, there's nothing they can do.
And Na'Vi held the space well, but that looked so awkward for Fnatic with Empiros wanting to try to fight, wanting to jump in. At the end of the day, it's 3 dragons now for Na'Vi. They're looking down the barrel of a 4th. And if Na'Vi can get that soul,
I mean,
it's Ahri, Ezreal.
For the Ahri, Ezreal, I mean, you're talking about it already, right? This is tough. Emperos 1.5k gold lead. Maybe we can see a situation where he starts to be that massive side lane threat or finds that flank in those team fights. But again, Na'Vi have been so diligent. I can close my eyes and turn around and not cast the rest of this game, and in 4 minutes, they're going to be on that Drake.
Yes, they will.
Because there's nothing in the world that they will give up for a Drake.
What they will is they will say, okay, we'll give you your first Dragon of the game for a Baron.
That's true.
That's a fair
that is one
deal.
possible. I would say that's a terrible trade for Fnatic, but
yeah,
it might be the only option. Is Mayntor just wants to clear the wave here.
Mayntor is like, I wonder if Odoamne is getting like memories of his time. Oh, hang on a minute.
It's not Maokai, so I don't think Odoamne is there yet. But Samdi has been caught out, crucially lost, but going through, barely not enough damage. The Hot Cocoa coming in to keep Samdi standing, but Rilech is going to be forced to flash away as Paris going to move through with the portal and escape. Na'Vi barely holding onto their lives, so that's a big advantage for Fnatic.
I mean, it feels tragic though for Fnatic. You really wanted to be able to pick up a kill. You do get the flash from Samdi and Rilech, but it was so close. If Epset just was a little bit further ahead, had a little bit more damage, it could have been 2 kills and been a whole different fate for Fnatic. Is now
tower disabled. Charm goes a little bit wide. Fancy footwork coming in from Vladdy as the tower comes back online. Na'Vi realizes there's not much of a play here, but one more dash from Poby should be enough. However, the unraveled earth, Poby! We wanted to see more, and he's giving it to us. They will turn it into a 2-for-1, but Vladdy, it's just a hand stiff.
Vladdy is back, baby. He's able to take the outplay and take down 2. Samdi crucially sniping him with the ultimate. As the action might not be over just yet. Lospa looking for Samdi here.
Runs with the punt. Knocks it back. Upset's very low. But Emperos is here. They have a man advantage, and that's often all you need in League. It's only 2 members of Na'Vi, so they will retreat.
Sometimes when you watch Fnatic, you just hear fight, 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 fight. As this fight starts off here with Paris looking to tunnel behind Vladdy. But Vladdy had a great flash here onto the charm. No, actually, he didn't flash the charm. He flashed the Q from Ahri.
That's why the if is really important on the Ahri. The if is the most important part, because then once he throws the Unraveled Earth back down, he can't charm anymore, so he's stuck under tower with the aggro. My bad indeed.
That's
Yep.
My bad.
My
Bite
bad.
the nail.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bit of an
that's
awkward
a classic.
one.
Sorry, guys. Guess he's faker. Just
But
had the movement.
That is a huge injection of gold for Vladdy. Rylai's immediately completed. That means that now the two mid laners similar in itemization, which is such a value add for him. The gold dead even across the board. The big advantage Na'Vi has is the dragon. So by no means are Fnatic out of this game just yet. And remember, we talked about scaling Dracos. We still give them that advantage. In the front to back, Yunara, Talia, the amount of space they can control, the amount of damage they have is something that you cannot afford to underestimate.
But that's part of the power of Navi's game plan as we just have another fight.
Vladdy stunned up. Paris, can he find the stun? Not quite. Kobe finds the charm, and Razor blocks a lot of the initial damage with the Aegis Assault, but no longer has that cooldown. Might need to get to melee range just to get a Sundered Sky proc, and he does. Mainter wants to keep the fight going. Lost with the Unbreakable Wills. Kobe's forced to pop the ult. TP on the way top. It's a full-on fist fight, but Mainter got knocked back under tower, and there's nowhere for him to go. A good pick for Fnatic. A minute until the Drake.
A huge overforce from Na'Vi. They were really committed to finding this pick, and they're just not able to find it. And the Baron is alive. That is very low health targets on the side of Na'Vi. Fnatic, though, don't want to risk it. They realize against an Ezreal, it's a little too ambitious. Let's look back at the play that was just such an overforce.
I mean, they want to try to go on Vladdy since he has no flash, but with Varus not able to get the stun on him, they're not able to really chase them down. And then they tried to get onto Razork, but Mainter and Somdi are here, but it's such an awkward spot because you can't chase them fully into tower. The charm ends up missing as well, and you have such good chase down potential with this Talia Yunara as well.
The thing that was awkward for me is how they just kind of streamlined into Noah's Ark, right? It was one by one. Normally 2 by 2, but they started the play only with 2 people. They needed more members to commit to that fight, and it was very awkward.
Only single people will understand. That's what it comes down to. But no, credit to Razor. Body blocks the charm, knows he has the Aegis Assault. They don't line up in a way to start the barn. But it's Dragon time. And Na'Vi are there, but they're a little late to the party. It's Fnatic with first setup. Kobe waiting over the wall. Reluch trying to poke with the Infernal Change. Mainter getting chunked out. Lost uses his full combo. They flick back Reluch. It's a good start. A charm again, going wide for Kobe, but a massive chunk of healing for Reluch. It looks like the Thunder Sky is able to proc. Upset continuing to throw down so much damage, and he's basically untouched.
Oh, these
health
HP.
bars in the favor of Na'Vi now as they turn it back as Vladdy gets poked. It's the 3-man knockup. It's Infernal Soul, and it's all going to hell for Fnatic.
It's Dragon for Na'Vi. When you fight them at this objective, they're going to make it happen. A beautiful ace. They'll turn their attention to the Baron, and Na'Vi takes full control of this second game.
I mean, Na'Vi and Dragons, it's a match made in heaven as they pick up that Infernal Soul. As we watch the replay back here, Fnatic are actually the ones with the setup. Ampiros is on the flank. It could be a great fight for them, but Lost by starts off by getting chunked. Razor goes on to Mainter, not the ideal target, and they're nearly able to pick up Relich, but he gets 700 healing from that Thunder Sky proc, and with him not going down, Upset doesn't have the damage, and then Kobe finds the charm onto Vladdy. They're able to pick him up, and then, I mean, this Dragon could really go any way there. He goes to 60 HP, and Relich is the one that ends up securing it, and with that, you have to feel that this game
on the
might just be
positive
over.
side, it's not the best soul.
On the positive side,
yeah, look,
it's not the best soul.
That's rude of him, because that's what we were going to say in our Silver Lining for Clouds segment. But again, credit to Poby. Third time is the charm with the charm, because he whiffed 2 back-to-back. Whiffed one at the start of the fight, whiffed the one top lane. That one connecting, making the difference. But now,
what I will also say, right, is something I talked about in draft was Ezreal. And how he can be a difference maker. And you saw how in the longer the fight goes, if you're landing Qs, that damage sticks. And credit to Sam D. That man is an artist in his ability to land those Qs in that fight and just chip away at Fnatic's HP. Because Upset did his absolute best.
No. He was probably 15 autos in that fight, which is more than most AD carries ever managed to get. It just wasn't enough damage. Just wasn't able to shred through the front line. And you highlighted it so well, too, Jack. With ulti, if you do not one-shot Relich, they burn all their CC trying to kill him. That single auto heals him up 800 HP, and all of your CC has just been spent ineffectively.
Yeah. I mean, that's why League is a game of inches. If they were able to pick up Relich there, they can secure that soul. The whole game could look completely different. But just barely missing that 400, 500 damage, he's able to heal that back up. And as you said, Vedi, I mean, Samdi's just been such a consistent pillar for this team. It always feels like he performs no matter what. And on this Ezreal now, with 3 items, he's just going to be able to continue poking with that Infernal Soul. It's going to be so difficult for Fnatic. They need to find an engage. before Samdi pokes them down.
Emperos continuing to split on the side lane, but currently Na'Vi are only playing on 2 lanes.
Sorry, just another fun fact. If our observers can click Samdi just when he's like hitting on these towers, you'll see that his Q basically doesn't have a cooldown. That man, once you get to this point in the game, you're just spamming that Q, and the poke is unrelenting. It's a scary thing to deal with.
Ulti through the portal. Managed to clip him.
Paris has had a great bard game. Like his use of the portals, his ulti that he got on the last
He
fight.
whiffed 2 of the Qs in the earlier stages of the game.
Fine.
But the rest has been pretty flawless. And once again, they're doing the math problem on if they can kill Relech. For now, the answer is no, but maybe they've got the damage this time around. Nope, it's more healing.
Fnatic, look at the chase here. Upset dashing over the wall, gets the slow on through Relech.
Done. Emperos moving in. Can't get in range for the counter-strike, though, crucially. Vladdy going over the wall, looking to lock up Samdi. He's out of mana. The Qs stop when you run out of mana, but he's shut down for Fnatic. Breathing a bit of life back into the team.
Credit to Fnatic, they're not going down without a fight. They look for a pick and they find it. They're able to take out Samdi. They get a nice injection of gold and they'll stall the game a little bit longer. Elder is on the horizon, but this start of the play looked a little bit shaky.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to get onto Razork here, and it crucially dodges the charm, so he's able to get out. And then Relech goes low, but with the Thunder Sky, with the ultimate, we have another play. Vladdy is in trouble.
Vladdy's out of mana. Flash from Poby. Foxfire for movement speed. Wall for movement speed. Oh, the Bard's going to finish the job. Oh, Paris denying them the 1v1. Vladdy going down. Still 2 minutes to Baron. 2 minutes to Soul, so not the end of the world, but feels nice for Paris.
Well, yeah, it's a bit of a weird trade because now both mid laners just don't have flash. Who that ends up benefiting more, I guess we'll have to wait and see in the next fight. But the reality is that Emperos now has a target. He's got someone that he can look to try and shut down or at least remove from the fight, take that Ahri out. Even if she uses a Spirit Rush to retreat, that could be an advantage. Of course, Samdi without his flash is probably the bigger target, as Emperos, Jack's been highlighting it all game. Finding ways for this Jax to have an angle in the fight is the most important thing, because with the amount of dashes that Poby and Samdi have, you either want to burn them or find a way to lock them down or something to make it easier for him to basically find that isolated skirt.
That's really the difficulty of this Jax pick. You're up against an Arcane Shift with the Ahri ultimate as well. There's so much mobility on Na'Vi carries, so even though they don't have the flashes, there's a lot of tools for them to play around. Fnatic looking for a Death Rush here in the Tri-Bush, but a Scion is not exactly what they were looking to fish for.
Good news is Upset third item completed. Healing reduction and some armor penetration. Crucial against both the frontliners.
We're going into this Elder fight with only a 3k gold lead for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
This Elder could really go anyone's way here.
I mean,
Pyros might be a bit in trouble.
Items.
It's Emperos is zoned away. That ulti's going to hurt a little bit, but he's just trying to hold the tower. It looks like they're willing to concede the Elder to just try and end the game, but we got recalls from Fnatic. Fnatic don't like their odds here as Mayntor is still in the area trying to disrupt them as best as he can.
I mean, Na'Vi called their bluff. They said it's 20 seconds to Elder Dragon. You guys are grouping too early. We'll just push down mid and take this inhib. And now we get control of the Elder completely as you guys are forced to base. And now Fnatic is in a perilous situation here. Razork trying to find an angle, but Na'Vi decided not to start it.
What's frustrating for Fnatic is even though they were there first, even though they were forced to recall, all the vision has already been cleared out. They see so little on the map. Poby hoping to find a flank over the wall, does catch Razork with the charm before the Aegis Assault can come out, so a bit of health that'll be missing as we go into the fight.
Good damage. Any damage you can find. The poke damage is really, really valuable. Razork getting this red buff will heal him a bit, but there's Samdi with the Qs.
Going in, Lost, but once again, burning a CC on Mayntor, definitely not ideal, but he just can't get into the squishy members of the team.
Look at this setup. Like, they have no vision. They look for picks. How do they approach?
Extra damage. Wall goes down, zoning them away. Na'Vi content to let their jungler just keep going. I mean, it's going to take a while. They have soul, but they don't care. They'll just try to fight 4v5 if they have to. Paris coming back over the wall. Emperos praying to find the angle. Razork's in, but the ulti is short, and Samdi! Oh, he's just shooting fish in a barrel. Essence Flux followed by the Arcane Shift. Vladdy now caught out. Oh, a long time. The Decimating Smash going in. Emperos wants to turn it, but the Elder is not there. Fnatic managed to steal it in the meantime. Excuse me.
And Na'Vi have kited them. They've outplayed them. Fnatic are falling by the wayside. And Na'Vi will look to end this game with Relech taking down Upset as well. It's a 2-0 for Na'Vi up against Fnatic.
Systematic control. Na'Vi get the Elder. Na'Vi get the fight. Na'Vi get everything.
dominating performance, a 2-0 to kick off their playoffs to continue their journey in the upper bracket, up against the winner of our next match today. Fnatic sent down to the lower bracket, given time to think, to ponder what they could have done better, because Na'Vi just built different.
Stellar performance by Samdi, especially who saw it in that last Elder fight. It just made it so difficult for Fnatic to enter. He kept poking them down, making their lives miserable, and Fnatic couldn't do anything.
Bro, it's just Na'Vi at Dragon and Na'Vi not at Dragon, two different beings, I feel. Like, when they're everywhere else on the map, Fnatic found picks, they found good fights, they found punishes, they found this, that, and everything. But the moment that Na'Vi approaches the Dragon, it feels, you just can't move them. Their setups, their approach, everything, they just execute to perfection.
Completely true. Of course, you can vote for your player of the series, the player that you think impacted the most here, LEC, Kobe, or Samdi. Honestly, all good options.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think game 1 was very much about LEC. Game 2 really felt like Samdi was the superstar. That Ezreal, just the quiet carry of the whole game. I love to see the damage that he did because it felt monstrous.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like you're just dishing out fake numbers on the Ezreal because it's just free poke.
That did not feel fake.
No, because they didn't have that beefy front line. They weren't the ones hitting the Scion. Every Q that connects does matter. And Na'Vi, again, we're waiting. When does the Cinderella story stop? When are they not a dark horse, but just, you know, a front runner for contesting top of the table? One step at a time, of course, but just continuing to show good result after good result.
It's also just exciting for the whole Na'Vi org as you come in as a debut and you have a great start, but you've heard enough from us, so let's hear from Odoane, who's joined with Mainter on stage.
Thank you, Vedi, and I'm here standing with Mainter ahead of their win. Congratulations on the 2-0 against Fnatic. The first question I wanted to ask you, how much different was prep? Because you're finally away from best of ones. How much did it change going into this week ahead of Fnatic?
I mean, to be honest, not much. I played Xante and Sion.
The usual.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to choose something more aggressive in game 1. I was choosing between some like high pressure top and full tank. And in the end, like, I said to myself, okay, we have so good comp. My coach is already smooth. I just go tank and I play passive and I win game. So yeah, a bit different.
Okay, how much was that your coach saying that, or LEC just bullying you and taking all the fun champions away from you?
I mean, not much. LEC a good guy, my coach also, so it's fine.
Okay, so people, one of the main talking points against you have been that people keep doubting your champion pool, you know, walking into these best of 3s, maybe later into best of 5s, because realistically you're only showing us, you know, tank gameplay, and, you know, it gets the win for everything. So what do you have to say to that? Will we see more from you walking forward into these playoffs?
I hope so, but to be honest, I'm not much committing into it. If I have good, like, Gnar angle, I pick it. If enemy, like, try to take my Xante away for fun, I pick my Gnar, little Gnar, and I'm ready to pull out. Like Gnar, Gwen, Rumble.
Okay,
like,
don't give us everything.
Angle, I will pick it. And for now, it's like huge advantage for me because enemy disrespect, and they either try to ban my tanks or take it away, and it's kind of win-win situation for me. So far, like, it's kind of good. So they like disrespecting me, it's good.
I mean, you're just coping the best way as the top lane life, you know, because that's how it goes. But you're playing against the winners of pretty much the next series, you know, MKOI versus Vitality. Are you looking forward to, do you have your eyes on any of these teams as a potential rival? Because you're walking into playoffs, and you're having a good shot to even making it all the way. Because I heard that that was your goal as a team, to make it all the way and maybe win the split.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, about these teams, I respect one guy a lot. It's Mr. Naknako. In my opinion, like, really good. For a long time, I'm saying to my teammates and to other teams that, in my opinion, Naknako better than Kana. And every time, like, I have opportunity to play against him and, like, even practice in scrims, it's like good. So yeah, I want to see, like, today top lane how it goes. My little prediction, it will be hard for MKOI, but yeah, you never know. Sometimes, like, Murven pull out something like any top, and no one ready for it. So
okay,
yeah.
And our QA player of the game was LEC.
Wow.
Or of the series, rather, was LEC.
Wow.
Surprised?
It was kind of unexpected.
How do you feel with him just taking the spotlight away from any of you all this time? Because I feel like it's always LEC, while there's other guys on the team. Do you guys hate him already?
I mean, we hate him, but he's the GOAT, right? So you cannot go against him. It's like Cristiano Ronaldo, right? We have Messi, and this guy is farming MVPs. But yeah, some games a bit suspicious. Some MVPs were weird, but like most of them, like 90% in my opinion, deserve. So it's good.
This guy just taking over all the narratives. But that's enough from us over here. Let's head to a quick break. Then we will be going to the next series, MKOI versus Vitality.
Thank you.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome back to LEC versus Playoffs for our second series of the day. MKOI versus Vitality. Two teams that look completely different. What is going on here?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I'm
Nothing.
gonna let you. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like two very different look, and that's the case on the desk as well, honestly. Because on one side of the rift, you have MKOI, you have talent, you have discipline, you have hard work. That's what has been defining them so far. For the
You
past
say Vitality doesn't have talent.
Well, they do that lately.
That was a little alright.
I think they have fun.
I do, yeah.
You know?
They definitely have fun. And I think MKOI, like, they still have fun, but definitely a much more serious team. Like, they want to come in, they want to make sure they're, like, setting up on the objectives correctly, that, you know, Alvaro's working with Ayoy. It's, like, more by the book and trying to, like, check off all these things, whereas, you know, there's just, like, vibes and kind of, like, letting go of the wheel and see what happens.
Exactly, because when you keep the whole roster from last year, that means that you want to, you know, augmentate everything. You want to bring it, well, maybe it was a made-up word, but, you know, they want to bring everything to the next level because you have all this time to make these foundations, and now you truly believe in this roster to reach elite level. So that's where all of those things come in.
Yeah, I want to give a refresher of what MKOI is about El Capitan, about Eli Ayoya, for what he gives in interview, for the spirit that he brings to this team. So let's send it to Dracos, who did an interview with him a couple weeks ago, and check out the vibes.
It's been, I think, being honest, we have struggled to perform on stage. I am always really straight with my interviews. I think when we are lacking some individual level, I'm honest to say it. I think it's not the case. I honestly think we are not showing up in performance-wise on stage. So, yeah, that's been a bit hard to deal with, but I mean, I trust that we're going to make it.
As we said, being disciplined, reflecting on their mistakes, reflecting on what's going wrong to make the next game better. And on the other side, you have this.
I'm dead. Shot calling.
Okay, GG, it's easiest.
Carzy, whenever you weren't in a team with Humanoid, all you literally did was tweet about Humanoid.
Basically, our relationship is he loves me, but I don't love him. If you legit gave up money just for me to join your team because you love me, you legit love me. You love me!
I got you on the team for the off-season!
You are kinda gay for me, by the way.
We have a theory that maybe you can't both play well in the same game. Is that correct, Carzy?
I haven't seen this guy play well yet, so I'm not sure.
So crazy, like I have so much higher IQ than you, and people treat us as equals.
What did you say? Trigger us?
People treat us as equals.
Bro, you don't even know how to speak English. Your pronunciation is the level of my hamster. I mean, blow. Yeah, you can't even speak it. I don't give a fuck. I'm legit alpha male of this team. I like him, but not as a best friend, you know? As a teammate and as a partner.
As a partner. I think we got there. Thank you so much for this insightful.
So I stand corrected. It is talent. Comic talent,
yeah.
Actually.
I mean, it takes a talent to, you know, have that level of communication, you know? Like, that's something I aspire to,
I think, like, making it work despite that being is kind of like a talent to itself as well.
Hey, that just speaks to the genius of those two, you know, because they are goofy like that, but when this is your way of communication and you don't even need to give any information left and right, these guys are like, you know, genius. It's like...
Yeah.
I don't have any comparison.
It's fine.
Yeah.
But jokes aside, they prove us that what they have outside the Rift, they can also translate onto the Rift. Cohesion, Vitality is a team that feels complete right now. But if I'm going to be completely honest, I think if I'm looking at one guy, if I'm looking at one player who's always going to maintain the state of the game in a healthy way, I'm looking at top lane. I'm looking at Naknako here.
Yeah, he's definitely the dad in the driver's seat who's like, all right, we're getting things done. We have to make this thing work because he's got the two children in the back who are just going mental.
Yet?
Yeah, he has the choice to turn this thing around and not go to playoffs, but you know, he got there. He made it work, and I think he has been that kind of.
They're laughing backstage.
They know it's true because it's always the burden of the top laner, because when all hell breaks loose, especially when you have, you know, like, sorry to say, but like Dumb and Dumber over there, you have to hold the reins together, you know.
What is the hope for this team? Because you were talking to Mainzer, and they were saying that besides Naknako, maybe it's going to be a bit hard going up against MKOI today. Do you guys agree on that?
I think it will be difficult, but I think for Vitality, it's bring in the chaos. Like, all of their games just go chaotic in the early stages. It's people roaming around, finding picks, finding these small individual plays, having those moments of trying to outplay their opponent. I think that's where they have to shine and try and, like, ruin that smooth sailing that MKOI enjoy.
But you know, the genius behind that chaos is the fact that it's controlled and it comes out every single time. So that for me speaks that they have a lot of adaptability, you know, because when you don't really need to make plans, that just means that you're great at freestyling. If you're great at freestyling, that means that you're Dracos, but you live in the moment, you play in the moment, and you always find the best adaptation to every single situation that you see on the map. So for me, that's one different level of, you know, intelligence when it comes to the game.
Okay, where are we looking here for Vitality? If it's chaos all around.
Dumb and Dumber over there, Humanoid and Karzi.
Yeah?
I mean, it makes sense. If I see Humanoid pop off, the game tends to go pretty well, right? And I think for Humanoid, it's going to be about standing up to Jojo in that mid lane to make sure that he can, like, kind of keep things somewhat smooth before the chaos erupts, and hope that then Vitality can thrive on that.
Closing thoughts on MKOI though, because they started really high into regular season, then had a bit of a slumpy week, came back in the last game against Navi. I want to give them some grace because I know what they're capable of. So do we feel like that's the moment they're going to reveal here?
Look, I think they will. Look, one word, it was arrogance. That's what this regular season was for me. They took fights they shouldn't have, they knew they shouldn't have, but they showed what they were capable of on the last day of the split, and I expect that to continue for playoffs.
I kind of want to check on Vitality and on Naknako because I keep on hearing them talk and chat backstage. Yeah, I kind of feel like there's more to this. So catching up with Naknako here for the sideline interview that we have. Naknako, did you see the edits that we did about your teammates?
Yes, I saw the photo.
Does that feel accurate for you?
It doesn't.
No?
I think Marek is the driver and me and Karzi are on the back.
Okay.
Yeah, he is the driver and that's it.
Marek, I feel like you want to say something here.
Oh, this is his interview, I'm not going to steal it.
Are you just mugging?
I'm just intimidating the camera.
All right, well, let's try and see if he can intimidate his opponents on the Rift then, because we're going to get into Vitality's first series in playoffs, going up against MKOI. MKOI, we know what they're capable of in playoff, but this iteration of the team, that's the first time we're going to see this in their scenario. So let's get to it.
I love the energy that we're getting, and I love the confidence, the bravado from Humanoid, and then his younger brother Karzi saying, nah, you gotta, ain't no way, bro.
You gotta cut it out.
It's just that brotherly relationship that we're seeing. But of course, on the other side of MKOI, we know that this roster has been together for a full year. That brotherly love is as strong as ever. They have full confidence and faith, and it's in playoffs where we often see this team kick it into another gear.
And I'm just gonna say, I believe you that they have full confidence and faith. They might just troll us and say they have no faith. It's hard to know with this Vitality lineup, but I do feel that the level of performance we've seen on stage, regardless of what we've heard in the comp, has been pretty solid. Up against an MKOI who have been going through a bit of a rough patch, right? They did manage to take down Navi, they did manage to make their way into playoffs, but it was way closer than it should have been for a team that was second in our league at the end of last year.
Yeah, it was way closer than I expected and probably anyone else. I really agree with what Dagda said. It felt like a lot of arrogance, a lot of cockiness from MKOI, but I want to bring it back to Vitality because they, alongside Los Ratones, were my two favorite teams to watch this split. There's just so much action, so much creativity in their games. I love that Humanoid seems to have come into his own again. I felt like his last stint in Fnatic felt kind of lifeless, but now he's bringing out the Zoe, he's bringing out his own style, his own flair, and he's just performing so well alongside Karzi. I mean, you can't not talk about Naknako. There's just so many pieces on this team that I feel like have been performing so well, have been so exciting to watch. I can't wait for this BO3.
I can't wait for it either. I'm really thrilled to see how this works out, right? MKOI are a team who, when they're playing well, absolutely can, I think, match up in terms of what Vitality are bringing. Vitality are on a bit of a tear. Linsys, the last time these two teams played, was in good form, which I think is going to be crucial in this matchup. His Pantheon in the early game did so much work, and MKOI have panned it away. I think pretty unsurprising. The champion, powerful overall, and a lot of top lane focused bans. Naknako dominated Mirwin last time they played, and it looks like he said, yeah, no vanilla ice cream matchups up there. You're going to have to play a real champ. No Cassante, no Rumble.
But to be fair, this should be Mirwin's comfort zone. He was always the one that was willing to play the more spicy picks, the more crazy picks. And it's just going to be a Mundo first pick for Naknako again?
I love this because I think Mundo is broken. I think objectively he is insanely strong, and I think teams should be prioritizing him more because of his flexibility. You can put him in the jungle, you can put him top lane, but to me, the thing that he does well is create space, which I know historically can be a bit of a meme.
Can be a meme.
But he's really effective at just, I pop ult, I walk to dragon, do your best, buddy. Like, it doesn't matter. He's just so good at providing that way of access for your team to make stuff happen.
And we saw it the last game Vitality played. Nagnako was nearly unkillable on this Dr. Mundo. And just how much space it creates, how much pressure it creates, and the fact that it's a flex pick makes it a really good first pick. So now there's no real counter pick for Mirwin, so they're probably just forced to lock in jungle here for MKOI. But then you also need to think a little bit about Elyoya doesn't want to pick a bad champion to the Mundo, but it's going to be the Zahen for Elyoya. Maybe there's some scrims have been happening.
Yeah. We're seeing it now. Of course, Zahen, that one big major piece of CC on the W does mean that he has a similar problem that Xin does in the sense that just the 1v1s can be tricky. The difference is, in a sustained fight, Zahen passive does so much work. So we're going to have to see how that matchup plays out.
I also think that we're returning to a flex meta, which we know historically in pro play.
Say it.
Is,
say 2019. Say 2019.
No, I wasn't going to say that.
Say MSI 2019.
No.
I thought he was going to say Flexius.
No.
Oh, okay. Flexius is good too. I like that.
He might count that. We'll never know. But the point is that flex champions offer a huge amount in pro play. The ability of choice to react to what your opponent is doing means that you can be a lot more on the fly with your draft. And so both Mundo and Zahen have a little bit more luxury in terms of where they actually want to be playing this game. So we'll see how things pan out, as it looks like Jojo is going to go for one of his most played of his career in the Taliyah, which makes a ton of sense. He is hyper aggressive on this champion, and it's something that he uses a lot to get that lane dominance on.
I really agree with you with the Zahen pick. I think now you can always look to match that up against the Mundo wherever it goes, and should be a good matchup. And by locking in that Taliyah instead of the Galio that they hovered in earlier, it's not really locking in a carry jungler, because if you go that Galio, you kind of feel like you have to have a carry in the jungle. But with the Taliyah, you can still opt for a more supportive jungler and let Taliyah and Yunara be the real carries of the team.
Now MKOI going to ban away the Nico. Flushing the Nico was pretty solid. It did really allow him and Carzzy to start dominating in that 2v2 bot lane early on with support from the jungle. Of course, Humanoid on the Azir, I really got used to seeing the Mundo Orianna combo. Azir, though, does make a lot of sense. Jack, you missed the cough button. Everyone in the world just heard you sneeze.
I'm sorry.
Everybody laugh at Jack. No, I'm kidding. It's a little real-life bullying.
At least he didn't mute my mic to sneeze, which is a classic as well.
That is a classic. Mute you mid-point so that everyone can hear you sneeze. That's a banger. Shout out Pyrotechnics. That's a classic. Now, Nami is another band that really just want melee supports. A lot of our teams...
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, unless Alvaro is thinking about a Lulu, which is also, maybe he's thinking about, I grab the Lulu, you don't have any other range supports that can go into my Lulu, you're then limited into melee supports. But I love the Leona that we saw earlier in the day. Perhaps we'll see another Leona come through for Flashy, but it ultimately depends on what direction Koi choose to go right now.
Yeah, I think if you want to put this Zahen jungle, a melee support would make a lot more sense. But if you're looking to have more of a utility jungler and potentially put this Zahen top, then looking in range support could make sense, but it looks like it's just going to be the Alistar, and they just batten out the Nico and the Nami to not have such a hard laning face up against this Corki.
So now Koi get to take advantage of their flex pick, and this is the biggest strength. So you can see their game plan was very much take away these two supports that are very annoying for the Alistar to play into. Now Vitality will be forced to show their hand, and Koi can react accordingly. The question for me is, what direction is Vitality thinking? Is it something like the Braum, a little bit more defensively, but can be used effectively into the Alistar to mitigate what is right now a limited engage option from Koi? They could also consider the Bard. We saw that in the previous game. We know that in long-range comps, Bard can be super effective. And so Vitality have options depending on their prep.
And Vitality go for another flex here in the Jace. I mean, usually we've been seeing the Jace jungle, but with this Mundo and Jace, they could look to match it up either way, especially if now Mirwin wanted to go for a crazy counterpick into the Mundo. Something like the Gwen, then they just put the Jace into it, and Nagnako has a nice matchup.
Very true, and it's something that we often don't get to see, because the situation where you can simultaneously get two jungle top or whatever flex pick options is just very rare, but it's a situation that MKOI have to consider here. In this final selection, we do have the Bard again, paired with the Corki, pretty good against relatively immobile champions. What is the final option now for MKOI? Opting to descend the Zahen to the top side, putting Xin into the jungle.
I think they might put that Jace top after seeing the Xin Zhao. Like, you love Mundo into Xin as a matchup, and I think having the range advantage on Jace, admittedly, my expertise on Jace versus Zehen is very limited, so I might be very wrong. Just
where's Odo?
I think just thematically it makes a lot of sense, because Zehen is like, he strikes me a little bit like Darius.
He is.
He wants
exactly
a really
like
long
Darius.
fight, stack up the passive.
You said thematically, I thought you were going to start talking about the war.
Well, actually, Zehen is himself, so they kind of want to grab
explain that one.
No, but as you were saying, I very much agree. Like when Odo and I, we were doing some kind of fun 1v1s ahead of the split, and Zehen was one of the champions I was asking him a lot about, because my experience of the champ was that he really struggles to close the gap.
Yeah.
Even though he does have a dash, actually sticking onto targets, it's really difficult. And he was telling me, yeah, a lot of Zehen's actually go stride breaker to try and deal with that.
Yeah.
And he did explain to me, you can think of him like Darius. If he has something like a ghost, he'll stick to you and he'll do a bunch of damage, and in the longer fights, you're completely right. But that's why I think on paper, Jace should have that advantage, just because you can keep him at arm's length, you have the movement speed, you also have the knockback with your hammer form. Like, I think Vitality's pretty happy with the lane matchups that they've gotten. Ultimately, it comes down to how much impact Elyoya can have in the early game, because Xin has way more agency than Mundo in those first few levels.
And honestly, when we came into this matchup, I thought we might be talking more about mid lane. I thought we might be talking about bot lane, but jungle and top lane, where a ton of this early focus is going to go as we get into this one. And the gauntlet has been thrown, I think, for Mirwin and for Nako. The Jace a confident pick, but right now it's Jojo Pune caught out. He's not able to stop Linsis, who's just gone exactly where he wanted to, into the enemy jungle, to pick up an early kill. And, well, there was some Koi chance, but they've been cut short.
What just happened? I was looking at the PC
Yeah,
for 1 second.
So we didn't see it either, bro. We didn't see it either. We'll see the
Okay.
replay here. I mean, I think Jojo just dies.
Money.
Yeah, he just...
Oh my goodness.
That has to be a scouting thing. They have seen that Jojo has just walked into that bush, so they knew the timing. Linsis gets the Q.
Crazy. I can't... That's really shocking.
Yeah. I mean, I think we really need to give some props to Vitality coaching staff. First of all, that scouting and how they navigated the draft. When you have flex picks like this, that's when it's difficult to get a really good draft. But pulling out the Jace, sending it now top lane with the Ignite, with the Electrocute, I mean, they came here ready to play.
I love that point. I think it's super valuable. Having cast pros for the last 10 years, you'll ask them that question about the scouting, and they'll go, no, which is what
I mean, sometimes
we're going to run the replay, and the comms are just going to be Carzzy going,
on some teams, I remember we had an analyst that would always look at what people did level up.
And I will assume that that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes a lot of people have like very normal level ones that don't do anything, but it doesn't surprise me that Jojo maybe is one to be a little bit too cocky level 1, and that's something you can look to abuse.
But I mean, shout out to the Vitality coaching staff until otherwise notified. But so far, Vitality off to a good start, and the kill goes over to Carzzy as well. So good stuff happening for Vitality here in the early game.
Now, the important thing is that Carzzy hasn't got to spend any of that money from the kill, so it hasn't helped the individual 2v2 lane matchup. But as we look topside, the range advantage you mentioned before, Vedius, in the context as a Hen versus Jace, in the context of Jace versus anyone, honestly, looks like it's, working out pretty well for the Jace.
And I really want to talk about this top lane matchup, because the last time we saw them play against each other, it was not a good look for Mirwin. Nako absolutely dumpstered him in the 1v1, even getting 2 solo kills.
And I think Nako's looking to repeat the recipe today. He has Electrocute, he has the Ignite, he's already pushing Mirwin in, so all he really needs is one more good trade, and then with that Electrocute proc and with the Ignite, he's going to be able to take him down. I mean, you see this damage. Mirwin has to be real careful here. He's able to sustain up slowly with that Dorn's shield.
Credit to Mirwin, he's still at 15 CS, but that felt brutal. I felt like that he was being denied every bit of farm. His HP has been brutalized. He's going to go back for an early base, TP into top lane, and...
picked up a cloth armor already.
I mean, you kind of need it. You kind of need it.
Well, despite going down early, Jojo's still taking control of the mid lane matchup early on. A nice flick onto Humanoid gives him a huge health advantage. Ward in the brush is going to spot Elyoya on the approach.
Nice awareness.
But no angle for a W flash in mid lane to maybe try and stop the back.
Yeah, I like it because in terms of the pathing, Linsis recognizes he can't contest the bot crab. He knows he doesn't have bot pro, he doesn't have mid pro, so he paths back up towards top side. And Humanoid is saying, well, I might get dove mid, so I'll ward over the wall. And again, we're seeing Jojo on this matchup. The Talia he plays so aggressively. Getting that early jungle support is super common for him to get. So good awareness from Humanoid, but also nice advantage being built for Jojo in the mid.
Nako trying to extend this trade. Has to be careful as Mirwin, even without a great opportunity to back, only picking up the cloth armor, does look to be doing a little bit of work here.
And Linces here was able to pick up a early ward in enemy jungle, so that's why Naknako knows that Elyoya is here, because his jungler is telling him the fact that Elyoya is not on the Gromp means that he has to be topside, so really helping out his topside here a lot from Linces.
The flick connecting on the Humanoid. Now at level 5, he at least can trade back a little bit more effectively, but needs to be careful, especially as we get closer to level 6. Elyoya could be lurking, waiting in the darkness. Supports opening up mid for a brief moment as Alvaro poking his head in, seeing if there's an angle for a gank, or at least to support a push out here from Jojo.
So we did talk about Kazi having actual access to that gold. Now he's gone and spent it. Phage and Tyr coming back to base. Nice, what's the word I'm looking for? Trajectory, isn't it? But I'm going to use it. Nice trajectory towards the Trinity Force.
Well, it's like a luxury, right? Because normally you feel like you put yourself behind when you buy the tier, but essentially you got a free tier off that level 1.
And a completed item.
And
or
a
component, I should say.
Yeah.
But yeah, for sure. It's a nice situation to be in. Across the board, though, like, CS isn't too bad. Gold the same vein. It felt like Naknako was really bullying Mirwin, but he's staying within 70 gold of his opponent. And in mids, Humanoid feels like he's being bullied a lot, but in terms of the gold, it's very similar as well. So overall, a very even early game, with the only difference being that first blood that Vitality was able to secure.
Third strike prepped there from Elyoya on the Krugs, just in case Alvaro was going to find the angle, but Fleshy, as well as Linces backing away, giving that respect. And a pretty quiet early game after that initial kill. Neither side has gone for the Drakes quite yet. As Humanoid now trying to make a play. Quick flashback from Jojo. And now if Humanoid's able to make it out, this is a pretty positive exchange for the side of Vitality as the flash forward, the initial briefcase not connecting. But again, Linces can't really be stopped, but also doesn't want to over push here as on the bottom side. A quick portal will take Fleshy out.
Yeah, the briefcase were not landing as Jojo loses his flash to Humanoid's shuffle, but Linces ends up trading it as well. And both junglers here just kind of having a stare-down competition. But I think this early game, even though it's Vitality with the early gold lead, I really favor it for MKOI, since they have the more scaling composition, the losing bot lane with the Alistar, and this Sahen into the Jace as well. Mirwin has done a great job weathering the storm. So I'm very happy with them thus far.
And this is one of the reasons why we're kind of surprised to see top Jace, right? Is we know top lane Jace is an excellent pick, but to really push the leads, to really get the most out of this champion is something that European top laners, as long as we have been a region, have struggled to do. So pressure on Naknako, obviously looking like one of the best tops in our league, but his choice, getting punished by Mirwin as he goes all in here with the ulti, but won't be able to get much else.
A really nice trade from Mirwin, and now that HP is low enough that he could even threaten a dive. Jungle intervention is something that he has to be concerned about. That's why Linces is here right now. But plate secured for Mirwin. He's going to be happy with that. Nicely done. And now that goal difference it's really not going to mean anything. So credit to him. Naknako, we could see how much he was bullying in the other game. Not really resulted in a huge amount.
And that's kind of the downside Naknako runs into here without the teleport. You see that he's still just sitting on the longsword and the boots of speed. Finally, he's going to be able to base now, but it's much overdue. And if he had that TP, he could have based much faster and gotten that early gold lead utilized. But now it's plated steel caps on Mirwin, Ruby Crystal as well. Really hard for Naknako to try to punish any sort of lead.
You're completely right. Great itemization into that early armor penetration. So Mirwin should feel a lot more comfortable, of course. Actually closing the gap against the Jace, still not going to be the easiest thing in the world. But hey, having tier 2 boots is going to help at the very least a little bit.
And I'm just going to say, remember you had your one niche complaint point about Ahri getting 10 extra AP.
Tell me.
I want them to show how much damage plated steel caps have blocked.
That would be nice.
Because my assumption is it's way bigger than most people expect, and if they put the number on there, everyone will buy the item, even when it's not correct.
That's fair.
I've heard so many Draven mates with that conspiracy theory.
Good pullback comes in from Mirwin, starting to trade a little bit better.
Ooh, not a great trade for Mirwin. That was, oh, look at that.
Good spacing.
The spacing, yeah. Back then, I also thought that word used to be a meme used by many pros, but I feel like
spacing?
Yeah, I mean...
No, it's serious.
No, obviously nowadays it is, but when it was first used, I felt like it was a bit disingenuous.
No.
It was many years ago, admittedly. In any case...
Not so good spacing, unconcerned.
Well,
Has
he's
a lot
concerned.
of healing coming in. No, he's ulted. He's managed to portal out as well. So Yoyo's getting chunked, forced to ult just to stop the next rocket from coming in and finishing the job. But now Alvaro's the one who's going to be in trouble.
Ooh.
Flash forward, manages to get the Q onto 3. Fleshy goes in and manages to get a kill back in return. Linces looks like he's set to fall. Supa's going to be able to grab the kill, but Humanoid has arrived. Pushback connecting onto Supa. Vitality looking to turn it into a 2-for-1.
MKOI end up falling short. That engage from Alvaro looked so promising, but Vitality turned it around. Ideally, you don't want the double buffs going over to Fleshy, but you know what? You will take it to win out on that skirmish. No objective gained off the back of it, just a bit of a scrap in the bot lane.
And it was Elyoya that started out the fight, was now all.
Ooh, is he Ignite enough? I don't think it
so.
is.
No.
Oh.
One last take, not enough.
Just as a
It's like
side-
half a solo kill. 0.5.
Do you remember how we were... Oh, I'll hold that thought, because we can break down the spots.
Okay, I mean, it starts off with Linces poking out Alvaro here, and then Alvaro ends up using the combo onto him. But this Mundo, he goes where he pleases. He doesn't take too much damage, and he's out with the portal. But Elyoya gets so chunked, really doesn't want to burn that ultimate. But by the time he uses it, he's already so low that I think it's Fleshy that just flashes forward and kills him. And even though they're able to take down Linces, Supa here just isn't thinking that he's in range of the Azir ult, I think, so he ends up not flashing. And then he ends up going down as well. It's a 2-for-1 for Vitality.
Yeah, I think with Flash, he probably could have lived in that position. But ultimately, he doesn't react to it in time, does pop the barrier, ends up falling short, and Vitality now lead the kills. The advantage isn't overwhelming. Note that Jojo has a pretty healthy lead in the mid lane matchup for the time being, thanks to that kill he did pick up. Supa going to be forced back as the Dragon will be started off by Vitality. Resets coming through from Koi means that it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to contest this objective.
Yeah, Supa also forced to ult, so despite having access to the flash, would rather just use the ultimate there, but it does mean that there's not a lot of fighting power right now for him, as he doesn't even have a completed item quite yet. And again, I think respect to Alvaro for trying to go for a play there, recognizes that Elyoya probably just dies on the retreat, but Elyoya also dying does really shift it in the favor of Vitality quite heavily. Checking back in on the top side, Knock starting again to build a bit of a CS lead for himself. No item completed here, but again, 100 gold difference really does not feel bad. For a Zehen who's going to be able to dive into that backline with the power of an unstoppable ulti, I think you're fine being down just a bit of gold to a Jace.
Yeah, I think especially once you get that stride breaker on the Zhen, makes this matchup a lot easier. You can already see with that plated steel caps, he has an easier time dodging skill shots like we see there and just tanking up the damage in general. And Mirwin, even though he's down 10 CS, it's really not the end of the world for him. I think later on in team fights, it's going to come down to whether or not Knock, Humanoid, and Carsey can poke out before MKOI can really engage.
Definitely something we're going to need to keep an eye on. Jojo Pion staying relatively even in that mid lane matchup, has not been able to complete that first item. First completed items on the map are in the hands of both junglers, actually. The Sundered Sky as well as the Heartsteel. Sundered Sky, generally a stronger first item spike, I would say. The healing can just be ridiculous, but of course, Heartsteel over time. One, the dopamine of the stacks, as any Arian player will know, is absolutely peak, but also the scaling health feels excellent, as we've got a bit of a catch in the mid lane. Fletching completely caught out. Instantaneous ulti to finish the job, coming in from Elyoya. Nice recognition of a pick opportunity there from MKOI.
Really nice pick. You can see that Alvaro is very keen to make stuff happen in this game. When we first started casting this iteration of this roster, one of the things we talked a lot about was that combination of Alvaro plus Elyoya. And you can see it on full display right now. This duo is often in conjunction with one another. They like to make plays happen on the map. And with Jojo joining the roster, usually it happens around mid. So while there hasn't been a huge amount of proactivity, that right there was a brief glimpse of what they've been so good at in the past.
And what I really like about that play is that it opens up Jojo to roam just like this, to shut down now Knock.
Hoping for an extra plate, the Grim Deliverance now speeding off as he form swaps. And Mirwin's running to catch the next wave.
Is he really out? He's just going to walk through tower like this?
Blast Cone connects the W, goes over the wall, flash, Blast Cone. Oh, no, Hex Flash. He's dead. He's surely, okay, they got him. It took a while, but they chased him down, they killed him. Good pick from MKOI, a bit delayed there, but Mirwin doesn't shift his focus, just goes right into the next wave, starts hitting it, wants to crash it into the tower, and now Vitality trying to make the response play on the bottom side, zoning Supa off a wave of farm.
Vitality are getting quite a bit in the cross map. Humanoid got 2 plates on mid, Carsey getting plates on bot, and Humanoid in on mid lane, already getting Jojo's flash here. Oh, dodges out on that W.
Ooh. And that's the second time he's made that exact play where he sidesteps the follow-up shove, holds onto his own flash, and gets Jojo's flash just for the cost of the Emperor's Divide as Carsey walking into Supa. Barrier there. But that's a completed Trinity Force, and that's not a spike you want to trade against.
That was a nice combo coming through from Carsey. Yeah, one of the downsides of Mundo is it's hard to follow up on these ganks, especially against the Taliyah. So I don't really blame Vitality for not being able to get much more out of it, but it does mean that with the Dragons in about a minute 48, I expect Humanoid's ult to be up around that time, and so the flash won't be. Which means that it's kind of a long-term investment ahead of the next objective that Vitality will definitely put a target on Jojo's back and say, maybe we can take this Taliyah out of the fight quickly.
And it's an advantage that's being built almost entirely in isolation, which is just such a nice thing to have. You can't anticipate those advantages in 1v1s all the time, but just does give that extra edge to Vitality. The gold's slightly in their favor, but again, more about these first item completions, these first item spikes.
And while Azir shuffling the Taliyah again once he has that up is nice, I think it's really all about that Tempered Fate from Fleshy. I think that's the target that you want to look for in the next team fight. Just look to Bard ulti at Jojo, as you might even look for it right now.
Fleshy on the way down, going forward, trying to get the initial slow from the passive. Doesn't even need to use the ultimate up here, but Humanoid
stunned himself.
Stunned himself. Miscalculated there, but Fleshy's going to land the stun. Lince is going to grab the kill, and again, we're just seeing Jojo just get run down.
And normally I would say that you should hand your kill over to your mid laner, but I think Lince has said, no, you don't deserve it after stunning yourself there, buddy. So the Mundo's going to take that one, and an easy pickup secured on the side lanes. And credit to Humanoid, like, yes, he's been like bullied in this matchup, but the growth that we've seen from Humanoid this split, I think has been super, super impressive. Because the first 2 weeks, this man was dying.
Yeah.
He was dying so much. Look at the ISO deaths in his week 1, 2. But look in this week 3 and 4. The improvement he's made is top lane. Looks like nothing too crazy. But yeah, love the improvement from him. But right now it's all about top lane as Koi is looking for another play.
Right as you try to make a point, Vetty. The Caster Curse Classic, Alvaro going to get things kicked off. An initial exhaust going down on the Linces. It looked like Knockup's there. He's using his ulti to heal. Tempered Fate is there to stop the fallout, David. Jojo Pune now coming over the wall. Karzi going in. He gets flicked back, but not into the minefield. Pushback comes in from Humanoid, who still has the ulti. Flash forward. 3-man pulverize is there from Alvaro Supa in the midst of the entire fight, and he's starting to take over. Humanoid untouched for now, manages to turn it back. Uses the flash he saved from before. Now needs to shift back over the wall. Mirwin pulls him back with a Dark Glaive. His Linces keeps the chase going down onto Elyoya. Humanoid taken down. Finally, MKoi keeping the extended fight in their favor. Mirwin finally showing up alongside Elyoya to bring home the fight.
It's an absolute mess, but MKoi are the kings of the chaos as they pick up 4 kills here with only Jojo and Supa dropping, and it's all off the back on Mirwin. He's in the back line. He's doing so much damage.
I mean, the thing that impressed me was this Taliyah TP into the wall. Look at how much chaos it creates. A lot of the focus goes onto Lince at the start, but now Vitality's trapped in this choke point. Everyone gets involved in the skirmish. Jojo dies first. A 3-man knockup from Alvaro to set up for the rest of his team to follow through. Sets up for a beautiful fight from Koi, but the action's not over yet.
Karzi? Oh, Elio's got nowhere to go. They just pop him. Second Drake set in the sights of Vitality. Just as we sing MKoi's praises, the fumble comes through and Vitality grabs yet another objective.
And gentlemen, this is delivering already for me. I wasn't sure who was coming in as the favorite into this best of 3, but I expected chaos and I expected action. And both of these teams, 7-7 in kills, 16.5 minutes in. We got a bloodbath.
And I'm still not sure who I think is the favorite. So this game is going back and forth.
They're just 1v1ing.
Supa just
Fleshy on the way in, though.
death.
That's a fast Bard. Supa doesn't have anywhere to go. He's forced to ult. Oh, his fate tempered.
Has he got him? Rocket?
From down! With a steel chair! Oh, they're WWE. It's absolute smackdown in the mid lane. Poor Supa thought he had the 1v1.
Yeah,
you can't even fault him.
I mean, it's so hard. The timing was nearly perfect on the Tempered Fate. He should have flashed the Bartle. He should have flashed the Bartle. Yeah, I agree with that.
But he didn't know there was going to be a Jace in the North Pole, lining him up under the targeting laser with drones to strike him down.
Here's the good news. Hey, Mirwin got a top tower. He's got a 1.3k gold lead over Knock-Knocko.
And Knock-Knocko wanted to lay down the gauntlet. He beat him last time. The question was, would he do it again? Humanoid wanted to try the same trick again. This time it did not work, and Jojo Pune punishing him as the ulti goes wide, but the health trade still favoring Humanoid. Guys, it's not stopping. You said you heard the song in your head for Fnatic and you just got to keep fighting. I hear it now. Joey Valance and Bray, let's start a fight. Cue it up, listen to it. I cannot. The main lyric is let's start a fight, and that's the story of this game.
Well, right now, it looks like things are going to calm down a little bit. Herald looks to be uncontested. There's a hand pushed back deep on the top side of the map. Taliyah does have HP. For some reason in my head, Jojo lost a bunch of his HP.
I think he recalled, ready?
Yeah, that's what I think. But he's still missing like a quarter of it.
Yeah, but sometimes you do that where you leave base but not full HP.
Okay.
Well, Yoya here losing some HP.
Let's see how many more times we can say HP as humanoids.
Losing HP. Push back. HP getting lower. Alvaro taking even more of his HP, hitting him with the CC, and Elyoya is going to finish the job. A nice knockback on the Crescent Guard as Knock-Knocko tries to find the flanking angle, but MKoi retreat well. Mirwin in the midst of the entire team, and Supa finds the extended range on the slow there, but MKoi don't really have any more tools to continue pushing in.
There's not even an objective, and we're just 5-man fighting here. Humanoid ends up going down. Elyoya is going to pick up that blue buff as well off the top of it. And they're going to get the bot crab, so quite a bit of gold here for MKOI.
I'm really hoping we can get a replay if it's possible, just because both Jojo and Super used their flash, but I don't
Super
know.
used his flash because he flashed away from Nako.
Okay.
Jojo, I don't know.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Because both of them used it, and I was like, weren't they the ones making the play? I felt like that there was no need for them, but I don't remember. Oh, we're going to find out. Let's look exactly at what they ended up committing the flash to. So it starts with Elyoya getting binded.
It's a long binding.
He loses that trade to
Bar
Fleshy.
Q is a fraudulent
Yes.
ability. What the heck?
And then Elyoya's forced back. Alvaro saying, no, we can go for the fight. Jojo is there right behind him. Gets a nice flick back onto Humanoids. And then Linces on the front line. Gets rooted up by the Bard ulti.
Yeah, I don't know where.
Okay. That's completely reasonable. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So basically, both of them flash to try and kill Nako.
Yeah. Good deal for Nako. Unplanned, but a good deal for Nako.
Okay.
Nako's tier, fully stacked. Karzi fully completed Muramana, upgraded. So Vitality still in a comfortable position in terms of how much damage they can deal. But MKOI with a small gold lead. I think Mirwin will be a problem if they can't contain him in the fights, but the Drake's still favoring Vitality.
So 20 minutes in, Dragons, as you just highlighted, in favor of Vitality. But I'm thinking about scaling. Naturally, Azir, Corki, good range, good poke, good late game. They also have a good front line, and they've got Nako on the Jace, which means a lot of range, a lot of poke. Do you think they outscale Zahentalia Yunara?
I'm actually not sure. I mean, I feel like the Mundo has a pretty good game.
Could be the difference maker, yeah.
Yeah, because it's not a whole lot of DPS from Yunara doesn't have percentage HP.
But I think the one playmaker who we've already seen make a ton of plays this game is Alvaro.
Yeah.
A good flash knock-up from an Alistar combined with the Talia could just one-shot a
That's
carry.
true. I mean, they always have the outplay potential. I think Mirwin as well, if he gets onto the back line, he just wreaks havoc.
But on paper, we both kind of favor Vitality's comp if they were just allowed to play front to back.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Definitely feels like the case. I will also just advocate for Jace very briefly, although I'm permanently skeptical of this champion. Once he hits like 3 items, we've seen a lot of Jace games where he just finds a flank, one-shots enemy 80 carry, and the fight is just done. So room for either team, whoever can get the better vision control to maybe find that flank, whether it's Mirwin, whether it's Nako, or perhaps Linces.
I mean, I look forward to seeing what the community thinks if he's passed the Korean Jace test.
Dash forward. Again, another bar's done connecting. Supa forced to ult, forced the barrier. You see how much damage is coming through here.
MKOI have to drop this. Supa used the ultimate and got chunked. And Alvaro looking to base as well. They do have the TP on Alvaro, but I really think it's a mistake to try to fight this dragon without Yunara ultimate. But it looks like they want to try to go for it.
TP in. Mirwin spotted out on the flank. Humanoid going for the pushback, trying to kill it before the passing can come up, and it looks like they're going to get the job done. CC immune, the extra healing now coming in. Buys an extra second there. That's the tempered fate. Mirwin now dashing out.
It's a disaster tempered fate that saves Mirwin. And Humanoid ends up falling, and now the Drake looks to be favored for MKOI as Vitality still want to look to fight the 4v5.
Vitality already sent a Herald into the mid lane. A lot of pressure onto the tier 2 tower. If MKOI loses this fight, they're going to lose a lot more in the follow-up.
Mirwin's going to TP behind them.
Jojo Bune waiting. Alvaro trying to find an angle onto Linces. Ulti coming through. Fleshy now trying to retreat, and it looks like Linces might just get taken out. The ulti finally pops in the extended fight, though they've already lost Alvaro. Supa continuing to auto, but doesn't quite have the ultimate yet. 8 seconds and ticking down before he'll be able to unleash his power. 9 seconds on Humanoid before he get back up. A flash out from Linces to keep him safe. MKOI secure the objective. Vitality know their time is up in this fight, and they need to get away. Mirwin ready, presumably with the pullback, but doesn't want to waste it as Nako off on the side. A good another stun onto Elyoya. The extended fight starting to favor Vitality. Nako ready to turn things around. He's pushed Mirwin back. That's the ignite coming through. Vitality playing with their food, taking their sweet time.
Oh my god, Vitality are just playing with them. They're kiting them so damn well. Nako on the side with Karsi as well, just playing the absolute limits of that play. They're going to pick up 4. They're going to get the Baron Nashor of the fruits of their labor.
I mean, the fight started awfully for Vitality. They had such a big health advantage, and then they fumble it, because Humanoid ends up in a situation where he's 1v1 against Mirwin. Mirwin goes over the wall, looking for a flank, gets spotted out, and Humanoid fully commits to the play. The Bard ult then saves his life at the cost of Humanoid.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fleshy really wanted to ult the Humanoid to buy time for his team, but Humanoid flashes the wall, so then he just ends up saving the Zayan instead. But then now MKOI don't really know if they want to play for the Drake or if they want to play for the fight. Alvaro flashes in, tries to go in, but they don't have the damage to take down Linces, and then Alvaro ends up falling, and then finally they go back to the Drake. But then MKOI have this kind of false sense of security where they still feel like they're stronger, but they don't actually have the tools anymore with Alvaro being dead. So Vitality can just kite them out like this. Carsey gets a big chunk onto Mirwin. Naknako is playing on the side, gets some good damage. And then they get a stun onto Elyoya as well, and they're playing it so nice and patient to torture MKOI and take them all down.
And honestly, they got the Drake. They managed to get it despite the split decision making at the start.
And now you stand up like Chronicle. What are you guys doing?
There's nothing I can say that's funnier than that. We'll just leave it at that. Yeah, they just got, I think, outspaced. Doesn't feel like a meme in that game. They just playing at the edge of their range. Mirwin, despite that gold lead, he was 1.2k ahead at the start of that.
Yeah, and the funniest thing is, I remember earlier in the regular season, I think it was week 3, Vitality played one of the cleanest games ever against KC, where they just played poke.
Sure.
And I was shocked by their discipline and control. And I'm starting to think that Vitality looks the cleanest when they're playing poke, long range, not engage comps.
Yeah, still very shocked by their discipline and control, though, I have to say. Also, random chatter who said Mundo becomes purple Thanos. Thanos is purple, my guy. What are you talking about? Just say Thanos. Why? He's not extra purple.
Well, you got Baron Nashor now, so you could argue.
Unless he's paired with a Lulu.
Okay, yeah, you're right. All right, okay, fair.
All right, well,
I didn't think Medic was here, but let's get pedantic. Why not?
With the Baron, another tower is going to be secured. Vitality in the driver's seat. Koi, I mean, yeah, we talked about how it's difficult for them to find ways back into this game, and it ultimately comes down to that outplay potential that we've been talking about. Finding picks, finding a cool play. Alvaro is the guy that you're looking at. Maybe Elyoya can get a nice ulti to split up the fight. They have some playmaking potential. The question is, will Vitality give them that opportunity?
And I want to pick up what you said, Vetty, with the discipline that this Vitality roster has shown. While they've been quite inconsistent, they sometimes look like the best team in the world and sometimes not so much.
They don't,
I think,
yes.
For me, it's all been about Humanoid and his addition to this roster. I feel like you can really see the macro, the leadership that Humanoid was touted as having in Fnatic, and how he plays the side lane, how he's able to just like always generate pressure. Like you see it right now, he's the one pushing in bot, while the rest of Vitality are buying space and time for him to have some pressure in this bot side jungle so that they can transition down to hit this tier 2. While a worse mid laner would just not push sides because he's like, oh, I need to be with my team, and not really know when you need to group, when you need to push that extra side wave to actually generate pressure and just give relief to your team in that way.
That said, Mirwin also left unattended. The focus across mid and bot lane does mean that he'll at least be able to get a plate. Naknako feeling reinvigorated after that.
Naknako wants to fight.
Giant bag of money dropped into his pocket in the previous fight. Continuing to trade with Mirwin. Mirwin's still really powerful at one point, and he's landed everything. Fleshy makes some gold. Naknako is gonna go back in. Fleshy's also coming. Poor MKOI. They keep thinking they have 1v1s, and there keep being 3 members of Vitality. Mirwin good healing, but it's just not nearly enough. Naknako knock up mid-flight. Lens is gonna grab the kill.
It just keeps getting kited. This Sahen can't get the damage off, and he can't get in range of the crucial carries.
I like the cross map though from Koi, trying to get something back at the very least. Gold will be secured, closing that gold gap as much as they can. Of course, still astronomically in favor of Vitality. But the Dragon, now 8 seconds away. It is Koi that was able to get some deep vision on the bot side of the map. The resets will come through from Vitality. Nice passive tower placement from Humanoid in the mid lane to help assure that mid lane control.
I mean, with Mirwin being dead, this should just be a free Dragon for Vitality. And we look towards the next objective, Baron Nashor in 1 minute 30. That's really what MKOI need to find a better fight around. And you can see it in this game, the poke from Vitality is just so damn good that MKOI really needs a clutch engage from Alvaro. They need a huge wall from Jojo or a flank from Mirwin.
And there's a death cap for Jojo. If he lands his combo on one of those key carries, you can see how easy a fight could become. But again, getting through Linces's health bar has just become such a tall task. In an extended fight where they're just allowed to hit each other, yeah, Elyoya, Mirwin, they can do some work, but they're just not doing enough damage to stop him from body blocking all of that Talia damage.
These are the type of plays we were talking about, though. Does Humanoid sniff this one out? He's a little bit suspicious.
Is he a new man? This is the test.
This is the week 1 and 2, Humanoid would always die here. But the week 3 and 4,
week 3
has a support Humanoid to cover him.
Well, also he respected before, so.
That's true.
Fair play. All right, Humanoid. I mean, objective proof of his development. Can the same be said for Mirwin? The TP
Double
collapse
TPs
coming
into
through.
the bottom lane. Mirwin thought he had an angle, and Knock also here. Mirwin getting chunked out, just nothing that he can do. Now Jojo's caught in the midst of the team. Supa is on the way into Carzzy, but Jojo might be dead by the time he gets there. Supa's gonna try and grab one, but I don't think he can take all three. Just gets popped. It's a shutdown for Supa, but they lose 2 in the exchange.
Carzzy pops off. So much so that he creates a pause. My goodness, the damage from this man in a... What was that? I mean, I guess it was a 1v1 into another 1v1 into then a 1v1 that he then couldn't win.
I mean, I don't know. You're
I'm
saying
kind
a
of
lot of
changing my
numbers.
mind about Corki now. That was kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he did so much damage there. I wonder what the pause was about.
You know,
maybe it was the damage. Maybe they were like, "What is this damage? Pause."
If I recall correctly, we had Carzzy and Humanoids on the caster desk with me and Medic.
Yep.
And I swear, I may be misremembering, but I swear he
It was-
said Corki is a fake pick. I'm convinced that he said that.
I thought you were gonna bring up the fact that when it was Humanoid and Carzzy on the caster desk, you guys also were watching MKOI, and it was a long pause where you guys were debating if
we found the
Jojo
formula.
would die.
Oh, yeah.
With this
That
year?
debate did happen.
Yeah.
And now, I believe, Carzzy owes Humanoid a steak dinner.
True.
That
It was like
the
50
outcome of
stakes,
that.
no, wasn't it?
Somehow it ended up being 50 stakes. I don't know how they mathed that one out, but yes.
Well, we'll have to check in on that at some point. But keeping you guys up to date on the pause, it says on the bottom of your screen. If I get any more information, I'll keep you up to date. But initial
Thank you, bro.
investigation is in progress. It's important to let people know.
But also, we have a fun fact, which, did you guys allude to this
No,
earlier?
I haven't. This is the funniest thing in the world because this fun fact is slightly fake. But the fastest first blood of LEC history is at 34 seconds. It happened this game. The previous fastest first blood was 147. Now, the game does start much faster this split. So in order to I think it's 30 seconds, right? So this is basically
But 147, that's got to be LEC versus, no? Not the whole of LEC?
Previous fastest for versus was 147.
Yeah,
not
for
the
versus.
fastest.
Okay, yeah. Because I was thinking for all of LEC, surely someone's died really fast.
But remember that the base wouldn't let you leave until 15 seconds.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's true, so you probably can't beat that.
You can't, in 2026 you can. The past could not have.
There you go. LEC all-time is 38 seconds.
And that is truly insane.
Yeah.
That had to be fast.
That was really fast, yeah.
They were speed one-shotting
just-
Jojo.
Yeah, because that was like the fastest you could kill Jojo.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. We count. Is it first death or first blood? Because it could be the stupid Scion strat from when you used to just die to the camp to clear the camp.
But the camp wasn't even spawning at 38 seconds.
You're right. Never mind. I'm running out of theories here.
Well, now I'm thinking of a new game where what you do is you put a champ in mid and you have to come up with a composition to kill
him
a
as fast.
mid laner as
It's like
quickly
a new
as quickly as
speedrunning
possible. Yeah, a new
category. Yeah.
speedrunning category.
I like that.
Yeah. But you have to abide by the rules of the lane. So you'd have to pick a top laner, a jungler, a mid. Like, it has to be a comp, you know?
Yeah, but like
you
people
can't-
like Bardonet exist. So what are you cooking up
Yeah,
here?
I
How are you
mean,
going to restrict
I
that,
don't
bro?
know. Yeah, I couldn't. I mean, could play around those rules. They would just have to provide proof,
Fair enough.
wouldn't they?
Fair enough. So
yeah.
In the meantime, still vibing, hanging out.
Yeah, I have no additional information for you guys at home. Yeah.
Nope. Yeah, it's an interesting game position. Without knowing what the pause is about, we'll just have to see. Obviously, pretty catastrophic moment before the pause. So it's looking with 20 seconds left on the Baron and the game.
Maybe we
in
could get a
pause form.
replay if we have one ready to actually run back through that, because I mean
Yeah.
it was quite crazy.
Yeah,
what
I don't
Carzzy
know.
was
I
able
think a
to
visual
do.
might help with your description of one. It was like a 1v1 into a
1v1
1v1 into a 1v1.
Yeah.
That last one was not 1v1. The last one was just 3v1.
Just to highlight, Humanoid did stun himself again.
Oh,
So
no.
This is the replay we're getting.
This is the fastest first blood of all time.
in LEC history.
LEC keeps winning,
Of all
baby.
time. In LEC history, yes.
Well, it's also probably the fastest in the world, no?
I'm
Probably.
not confident enough
I
to
trust
make
our
that.
GOAT Hayden that he would check,
Yeah.
or accept that probably he doesn't have all the access to LPL stats that he needs, and it's probably in the LPL.
Also true. Anyway, the replay I was hoping we could get was not that, but the last thing that just happened, if we could possibly get it, because Carzzy absolutely popped off in that fight. And to give context to some people, right now, Vitality hold a 6.3k gold leads. The Baron is spawning in about 20 seconds. And of course, given that there are 40-second death timers on 3 members of Koi, that is a guaranteed Baron that Vitality is about to secure.
This is a game-defining play.
Yeah.
And if you're just joining us for whatever reason and that wasn't enough information, this is the upper bracket game 1 between MKOI and Vitality.
This is League of Legends.
And so here we go. Yeah.
This game is called League of Legends.
So there was a report of a potential bug. I'm not here to speculate. All I'm here to tell you is Carzzy demolished. So he got that first kill. Jojo then arrives. Humanoid does stun himself once more. The flick back does connect onto Kazi, but Kazi's now out of resources. Fortunately for him, though, the rest of Vitality does in fact arrive, and then the pause does come through. Now, we have no information as to what the potential bug is. It is currently under review, but when we have more information, we'll of course tell you. Kazi is shushing. I don't know who he's shushing, whether it's the enemy or its own teammates, but I have a feeling it's his teammates.
This is great. I'm glad you're here as a pro.
Yeah.
What are the rules again for pauses? Like after 5 minutes, generally they let you start talking to each other?
Bro, I have no idea. I don't know.
You
Like,
didn't- bro,
in LEC, I think...
you didn't pause more? You didn't have any
No,
more
but
game-breaking
the thing
bugs?
is, like, every league is a little bit different. Like,
Sure,
in NLC, sometimes they say we can't talk, sometimes they say we can. Like,
Depends on who your ref is, I guess.
like, it's so
playing
random.
playing it fast and loose. Well, I know there's a certain amount of time, generally in pauses, where they don't let people speak. They don't want pauses to be used to give a technical advantage of any kind. That's an empty box of tissues. That's right, Carzy.
Even when he's not playing his Comedy
Where's-
Central. He's like,
What are you going to do, folks?
Yeah, I do think normally you're allowed to, like, talk but not talk, you know what I mean? Like, you can talk about the weather.
no, I don't know what that mees.
Like, you're not allowed to talk
You're not
about
allowed
anything of the game.
Hey.
And you're not allowed
Yeah,
to, like...
now let's watch him blow his nose. No, bring back the camera. This is what the people need. Well, yeah, I mean, it's tough in this position when we have... This is not the first time we've had a pause like this where a game is feeling kind of donezo and there's a pause.
Well, it seems like it's something related to JoJo. I'm going to speculate that.
Okay.
Pretty safe, I think.
You're allowed to
Since the
They're talking
referee
to
is
JoJo.
behind JoJo.
There's communication happening. I see something in our thing that says toss analyst desk, and I hear Odo in my ear, but I'm not done yet, guys. I think we want to keep. I think we want to keep talking.
No, we're
I've
gonna
been
go to
told
the
we have to
analyst
stop.
desk.
All right, we're gonna go over to the analyst desk. You guys have fun. Talk about stuff. That's a toss, guys. You guys can go whenever.
Okay. Sorry.
Good one,
I
good
wasn't
one.
sure about this.
Well,
Yeah, let us have fun as well. We want to have too.
I'm really hoping JoJo hasn't messed up his Talia wall again because we had to pause last week
I
for
know.
the exact same thing.
During the
Hope
Navi
it's
game.
fine. Yeah. but
You
I'm
thought
sure-
he would know, but yeah.
Just
it
don't
was
put
not
it
even a
beside
bug.
the other wall, you know?
Mm.
But no, I'm actually like, it feels like we're at such a pivotal point. It's kind of heartbreaking that we have to pause, but it's understandable when you're in playoffs, that has to be the case. But honestly, this game has been chaos. It kind of feels like we need a breather.
I mean, I'm just
You've
gonna
been in
say,
situations like
I'm
this,
just gonna say, when I was playing and the game was completely cooked like it is right now, because let's be real, this game's about to end, you know? But when you're sitting there on the chair, and the only last hope you have is that, what is the camera? I seen that bug. It's a bug. Pause the game and pray for chrono break, because realistically, that's the only thing you have, you know? And sometimes it works. Most of the time, it doesn't, you know? So it's still a heartbreak.
Are you
but
calling cap on the pause?
maybe. I
No
mean,
way.
you know, as a
kidding.
player, you know, you're all about that competitive integrity. Like, let's be real. We love that stuff.
Yeah.
But if you can win the game, you will find ways to win the
Well,
game. Like, let's just be real.
Well, it wouldn't be competitively integral if it was a game-breaking
So
bug.
technically, if you have to pause because you noticed the bug, that is the proper competitive integrity
exactly,
play,
yeah.
you know?
We're just following the rules.
Isn't it even worse though to pause the game, get completely like out of it when I don't know. For
Oh,
me,
I mean,
like,
you're out of that game
no.
anyway because you're 6 kick
Okay,
goal
fair
down, you know?
enough.
I was
So-
going to say,
Fair
yeah,
enough.
sometimes you just need to walk away from the PC for a bit, you know, refresh the mental, get
Bit
a
of
cup of
fresh
tea.
air.
I don't know if we can get them something on stage.
I mean,
maybe.
cars they could get tissues. Surely they couldn't get water or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. But talking about this, how did it get there? How did it get to this point for MKOI?
I mean, mid-game was like, you know, a bloodbath. And, you know, it was lovely to see because our games are so slow, you know, and it's all about drakes and stuff. But, man, these guys were, like, fist-fighting hard.
Yeah, everything was a fight. Like, you get Alvaro's roaming mid to match Fleshy, who's roaming mid to then match the other supporters going top, who's then going into another play. Like, this fight was sick.
That
like,
was
Alvaro
good.
had a crazy flashing three-man knock-up at the end of it to then headbutt Carzy in. But it feels like basically we've had, like, two separate ways that the kills have been going. Like, Carzy has been completely set up on this Corki now to just be a massive carry with all the influx that he's gotten. And unfortunately, on the opposite side, you know, things haven't gone so hot for this Yunara in the early stages.
Yeah, how did that happen though? Because I kept on talking to AD carries, especially during regular season, and they were like, nah, Corki's mega cap. It's not that good.
I mean, it's kind of like a team effort, right? Because the reason we've seen so many kills, and, you know, and it just so happened that this game it was on the side of Vitality, you know, collecting all of the kills, is because both of these teams handshook on, you know, having 3v3s with junglers involved. You know, it was the return of MKOI of old, you know, Elio Alvaro holding hands, looking to empower the ADC. They won some, they lost some, but it's kind of like, it just so happens that when you have two teams that are looking to match and they're playing, you know, at the knife's edge, you get these kind of snowballs, you know, where they happen out of nowhere.
But I do think there's also been like really cool individual performers in across a lot of these. Like we saw that play from Alvaro there, but I think Fleshy's Bard ultimates have been really strong over the course of a lot of these plays. And I think it's really sick to kind of have those moments because, look, all of us watch LCK. We don't really get justice for support sometimes.
I don't
but
anymore. KT's
why would you
out.
not be doing that? But, yeah, I think it's really cool to see like how impactful so many of these supports can be as they move around the map. And especially because there has been such a coming off of last year, I think especially for Vitality, there were so many talking points around what that roster was going to look like, how they were going to fill out the shoes. People were like putting a lot of question marks around Fleshy, around guys like Humanoid as they came across. So I think as well to see, even after kind of the whoopsie daisies we have at the start of the split, to now see this all coming together in what is the most radiant mess that I've ever seen is honestly incredible. Like, I think it is a really cool story to see how these guys have now brought this all together. It feels like this weird car is being powered by friendship alone, and I'm just all here for the ride.
I want to follow up on this because the Vitality case is really interesting. A bit of an update for our viewers, though. A chrono break has been offered to MKOI, and they have accepted it.
Oh my God.
Wait for it.
I've been smiling for 3 minutes because I was looking at the prompter and I'm like, oh my God, the play worked. The pause into chrono break worked.
But yeah, we're gonna follow up on the chrono break procedures.
25 minutes? Is that what we need?
Oh, right before they started losing, you know? That's where the bug was this whole time.
Yeah, so they got it. Maybe breathing a bit after this one for MKOI. But talking about Vitality, because I still really want to follow up on this, I did not expect that the most stable version of Vitality we had in years would be rallied around Humanoid and Carzzy that I see right now. Honestly, like it blows my mind because this team finally has a soul. They have an identity around not really having an identity, which is kind of a weird thing, but they make sense.
Yeah.
And it works.
But I think that is the beautiful thing for this, right? Like, this was the magic that we got actually from Mad Lions when they entered the league with Humanoid and Carzzy, and actually being able to bring that back that magic onto Vitality.
It was magical.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
When I was getting reversed by these two, it was very magical. So I do agree.
Did you feel that friendship? Did you feel that power on
Man,
it?
when I was playing, I was feeling the magic radiate from them. There's like the craziness and the happiness. Oh my God, it was a joy
I can imagine
to watch.
you felt very left out on the other side. You were like, you know what? These guys are having a great time.
Me too. I was having a lot of fun. Yeah.
That reverse sweep, man, living rent-free in your head. But it's it's actually quite poetic and ironic that you have MKOI and Elioya, former Mad Lions, former MDK, now rallying against what were rookies, the project that he formed and that he built, and Carzzy and Humanoid reunited on the other side, and seeing the trajectory for these players and how much they've changed. Because Elioya, as we said, like, you have MKOI and Vitality, completely different teams, completely different identities and approaches, and yeah, they have their singular approaches to the game.
It just speaks to how pivotal, you know, all these three were when it came to like MKOI or like MDK back in the day, finding these wins, because now they're finally separated, you know, and there's been so many clashes, and especially now because we keep yapping about Vitalities. You see the mark that these two leave on the team because it's all about them. And before, you know, Humanoid and, you know, Carzzy, because at this point they talked even in their like, you know, social media video about how they're the same person and they're united and, you know, all of that great relationship. They leave such a great mark on Vitality. So it just speaks to the greatness of both, both.
Also,
three, all of them.
I actually ended up hanging out with the Vitality Valorant coach. And he was saying that the second that this team lands in the office, it is the most loud office that he's ever existed in. So it's nice that it's not just like, you know, when in game, it seems like it's camaraderie around the board every time these guys hang out. And I think that does bring something special. Like, I think the ability to mess up a play, but know that you've got two people screaming in your ear about how, like, some dumb crap that doesn't really matter, I think alleviates a lot of that pressure. And I do think for guys like Fleshy and Linces that were on Vitalities in the past that didn't hit the highs that they were supposed to, I do think it relieves a lot of that strain that has to be on the players to try and perform. And I think that's why we're seeing this work, is that you do need very particular players that can thrive in this environment, but I do think you have found players that can thrive in this environment. And I think that is such a cool story that now immediately draws you in as a fan, because you just want to support a team that are just being goofy guys wherever they go.
The question I'm going to have, and it's more for you, Odo, is when you have a vibes-driven team, rather, how do you translate this, I want to say, honeymoon phase that you get from winning at the beginning of the split into making that last even in the hardest times? Because again, we have seen these players like Linsas, players like Fleshy struggling. Carzzy and Humanoid are no strangers to struggling as well. So I'm just wondering how much can these vibes carry them?
It kind of all depends on how you set up the culture of the team, right? Because all it takes is one guy who's not buying in on it, and usually it was like me, you know, because I was kind of the guy who was the most serious guy. So for example, I would be able to rock with the vibes for a while, and then I would explode and I would tilt, you know. And I mean, you know, fair, you know, because when you have these two monkeying around, it makes sense. But like, again, it's all about the culture, you know, because if everyone is buying in on this process and everyone is like, okay, this is the vibes of the team, it carries you so long, because that's kind of also the thing that keeps you in the game when things are going bad, because there's weeks, there's like months sometimes when you're just like losing most of the games experience, you're losing most of your solo queue, and when you feel down. But at the same time, when you have these vibes, it carries you. Because for example, for someone like me, if I would go, you know, like let's say into like a period of weeks where I just keep losing games, that's when the self-doubt comes in. But
Schalke, you mean? Oh, sorry, solo queues. Sorry, I didn't want to throw shade. I didn't want to throw shade.
I mean, honestly, you could have picked a lot of the teams, you know, except Rogue, and it would have been about that, and it would have fit. So I don't blame you. You know, it just happens. But yeah, when you have these sorts of vibes, these are the things that pull you from the depths of despair.
Yeah.
But also on the flip side, like it nearly feels like Movistar Koi have gone through that period of being all vibes, being the power of friendship, being all that, and now they have to go through the hard parts, right? Like. Movistar Koi actually released a YouTube video with behind the scenes that was talking about, you know, how they have to try and find those individual performers again, how they have to try and find that link between each other again. And I think for a team that we talked about that engine being Elyoy and Alvaro, how they sync up so well together. It feels like that is where they're trying to rediscover what that is. And I think that's why this makes it for such an interesting matchup, because it feels almost like MKOI trying to rediscover, at least this year, that magic that Vitality have now come to on their own.
But see, that's the problem, because when you're a team who's trying to break through, you know, Vitality in this case, it's a lot easier to make it there. But, you know, the hard part is to actually stay there. So, as you say, MKOI was this team that had the vibes, was this team that had all the friendship. But the thing is, when you're starting to, you know, suffer from success because you made it up there and you need to stay there, that's when you start having a little bit more expectations of yourself, a little bit more expectations from your teammates, from your staff, from your org as a whole, you know, even from the fan base and everything. And that's when everyone demands more from each other. And that's when it becomes a lot more about pushing the limits, pushing the boundaries, and not so much about, hey, let's discover how, you know, our team functions well, the vibes and stuff, because you have that curiosity. But once you get to that point, it just becomes completely different.
I mean, they decided to stay together. So for me, I feel like they have the
option, all about
they
work
have the
now.
resources. And I still remember some videos that we had last year from MKOI backstage, how Melzet was honest with the players, how harsh feedback was something that worked with this team. That's what I'm going to be expecting, especially in moments of doubts that we see right now. The game is going to resume shortly, by the way. We're going to come back to 28 minutes, 36 in-game in the chrono break. But yeah, for me, that is going to be the challenge for MKOI this year. On the same basis that they have, on the same foundation that they found success on last year, how they're going to be able to reinvent themselves and go even higher, because they trusted themselves to stay together and do so.
Yeah, and I do think if there is a coaching staff, it is Melzet and co. They are absolutely incredible what they do. They've been one of my favorite coaching staffs to watch for so long. And now I just can't wait to see what they can achieve this year in MKOI. But it starts right now as we start to get back into game, what they can do. And casters, you can take it away.
Like 5 seconds of gameplay, and this time they killed everyone.
I feel like we need a replay.
We're going to need a replay. We were a little bit slow on the hot drop there. We thought we were taking it slow, dropping 6 houses. We went school.
It's very funny how the same situation played out, but it's a completely different result. I mean, you see here, it's the same thing. Like, this is before the chrono break. And this is when we come back into game again, when Mirwin has flashed or ulted away. Oh, was that the difference that he just ulted out?
No, the difference is Jojo arrives immediately. So that before, on the Talia wall, he was further away from the start. This time round, though, he was there immediately for the play. So
and Carzzy tried to play it the same way. Did not work out. He ends up falling. Now MKOI have full control of this Nash, but they're not going to be able to start it up just yet. As Drake is spawning in 3 minutes, and MKOI just want to keep control of this
I really thought that they would just force it, but I guess against Azir, they're still too afraid to force that objective. Death Cap is very close for Humanoid, but again, let's take stock of the situation, because that kill swung a lot of gold. There was a 5k gold lead to Vitality, now it's dropped to 4k. Well, that's still a pretty significant gold lead. having that gold, helping Koi complete some of those items is very meaningful.
That it is, and with 2 minutes 40 seconds left, very likely that Supa will be able to complete that Infinity Edge before the next fight. Carzzy also likely will as well, and Humanoid has now finished the death cap. So not the most, or the biggest discrepancies, but we mentioned before, in terms of front to back, if Vitality aren't able to kind of outspace their opponents, stay at arm's reach, Supa, we do expect to be a massive carry threat.
Yeah, I mean, right now, MKOI has a crucial opportunity where Supa has Infinity Edge, Carzzy doesn't have it. I would love for them to try to fight around this top side before this Drake spawns, because when enemy team has 3 Drakes, fighting around Dragon always feels bad, because all they need is 1 good smite. So I think starting up the Nash and looking to fight around it would be a good play for MKOI.
Well, it's Koi that has full control around this Baron for now. They're going to start the objective off. Jace has the TP available in the bot lane. TP will come through from Mirwin. No information as of yet, and here we go. 50% HP.
Lince's flash can just go over the wall. Unstoppable courtesy of the passive. A portal set up there. 3K, they're trying to pull away from it. They want to hold it at 3K, try to bait them in. Jojo looking for the flick onto Knock-Knocko. It's going to connect it. Knock-Knocko, big chunk coming out, but Elyoyo is going to start to get burned down. Tempered Fate buying a bit more time as Lince steps into position to body block. Alvaro over the wall, and it's Supa. All Season starts to open up. Humanoid off on the side looking to 1v1 Mirwin. Don't know how this one's going to work out. CC immune now is Mirwin. Extra healing coming in. Humanoid fighting up a bit more than he could do. Does get the 1-for-1 in the end, but now it's Fleshy who's going to fall, and MKOI who turned right back to the objective. No flash on Lince's. Still has access to the smite, however.
How different this game is turning out. Off the back of the Chrono Break, Koi have the numbers advantage around this Baron. No flash available on Lince means that to get in range of the smite still is not going to happen. Koi, just like that, they've won the fight. They're securing the Baron, and the game has equalized.
And Koi completely turning this game around. Picking up the Nash here as we watch this replay. It starts off with a mistake by Knock-Knocko as he wants to path around, and Jojo is looking for him. He's waiting for him, and he's able to find him with the Rylai's, get him down alongside Elyoya, jumping over the wall. Fleshy wants to buy some time for Knock-Knocko, but Alvaro, really nice flash over the wall to get a 2-man pulverize as well. And then Humanoid off to the side, goes for the 1v1 against Mirwin, but it's not a 1v1. Supa's there to back him up, so that he ends up falling as well. Fleshy goes down.
Wow, their mental is so weak. What the?
Damn.
Well, I mean,
I would be tilted. I'm not gonna lie. I would be tilted. Like if I was Carzzy, I would be so tilted.
Well, regardless, he's right. You got to survive through it. MKOI starting to even things up, looking to grab a second Drake for themselves. Vitality still can get some control of the mid lane, but it's Mirwin waiting in the darkness, hoping, fishing for a flank as Alvaro gets the fight kicked off into Lince's, takes away the passive, dares him to come try to retrieve the canister as Elyoya locked up by the ultimate. Mirwin off to the side, but the Dragon already getting taken down. Good flick back means an instantaneous kill onto Humanoid. Mirwin off on the side, 1v1ing versus Knock-Knocko. CC immune now as Knock-Knocko tries to get the hell out. Goes back over the wall, flashes away. A nice kill, gets tricky with it, but now Supa is here to turn it back and to get a kill of his own. Meanwhile, Alvaro in the midst of 3 as Elyoya tries to keep fighting, but the stun still connects. Carzzy now running. Flash, flick back coming through as well. Elyoya again finding another. Jojo the one to finish it.
It's turning into chaos as scraps happen across the rift, but Koi end up victorious. 3 kills for 2. They get themselves another Dragon, and with the Baron buff at their back, they're looking to break open this mid tower. Supa had to go back to base to catch that top wave that was building up. But it's Koi that has swung this game in their favor.
And that synergy, that synchronization that we've come to expect from Vitality was not there in that team fight. Look at where Humanoid is after this Drake. It starts off looking pretty good, and then Vitality want to chase onto Mirwin, but Humanoid is getting flicked while that is happening because he's playing too far up while Vitality's looking for this play, and by that point, everything is starting to fall apart. Even though Knock-Knocko tries to flash away, he ends up falling as well, and Carzzy, while he's able to take down Alvaro, he gets CC'd for so long that Jojo's able to reach him and take him down as well, and all the pieces are just fitting perfectly for MKOI right now.
I mean, it's almost like that when the fight is more broken up and it's these smaller skirmishes, Vitality just can't compete as Supa. May have found Fleshy. That's a lot of damage.
Fleshy forced to flash the Mega Blast Cone to make it away, but things definitely not getting easier. MKOI, 14 seconds left on the Baron buff. Only a small gold lead. Not able to get more. Chemtech in 3 minutes. It'd be Soul for Vitality, Soul Point for MKOI, but Vitality need to be careful. Play a bit defensive here. They don't have a lot of control over their lanes. Mirwin forcing in the bottom wave. McCoy slowly retreating from Vitality's jungle, but it looks like Vitality might want another fight. Tempered Fate connects onto Elyoya. They're trying to burn through Alvaro. Jojapune laying down another Weaver's Wall. The flick is going to connect onto Linsis, who gets pulled back by Mirwin. They're just in time. Fleshy, no flash remaining after the previous play. Knock-Knocko waiting off the side. Fleshy dropping. Knock-Knocko hoping to fish for a Shock Blast, but the fight already very much favoring McCoy. It's 2 members down on the side of Vitality.
It was a stomp for Vitality, a 6k gold lead, a game that was fully in their control, that fight after fight is going the way of Koi. They find that bot play, they find the Baron, they find another skirmish here on the top side of Vitality's jungle, and it looks promising for Vitality. They have the numbers advantage, but too much time is spent trying to kill Alvaro, and it ends in disaster.
And Linsis is not tanky enough anymore. He was that damage sponge that MCoy couldn't get through, but now with Supa having so many more items, he's able to melt through them like butter. And Mirwin with the revive, they're not able to trade a return kill either. It's just, as you said, Vetty, it was a 6,000 gold lead, but not just that. 6,000 gold lead plus 3 Drakes. It's a situation that you love to be in, and that feels impossible to throw. But after that chrono break, Vitality's mental are shattered.
Yeah, Jojapune arriving on time on the Weaver's Wall. The functional intention there. Much sooner able to turn the play black. Fleshy makes it over the wall. Carzzy, the rest of the team just holding on. Again, 1 minute and 30 until both those major objectives spawn. But Vitality, it's just going to be tough for them to get the time they need to set up around the objective, to lay down a bit of that poke before the fight breaks out, something that they very much had the luxury to do in almost all the fights we saw them succeed in.
Level 18 now secured for Carzzy. The experience pretty much evened out as we're getting closer to that 40-minute mark. Who would have thought how impactful that chrono break could have been? Remember that in the first iteration, it was 3 kills for Vitality for 1 with the Baron on the cards. This time around, though, the advantage going the way of Koi, and now they themselves have a gold. The gold, though, doesn't really matter this late into the game. If you kind of look at people's items, they're very similar. There are a few small discrepancies. The biggest one probably being GA on Supa means that he's going to be that much harder to kill.
Supa's up a full item.
It's a full extra GA.
Yeah, oh, actually, yeah, because only just now is the RFC
Carzzy has a control word. We appreciate the team contribution, but there's a whole extra item there.
Yeah, I mean, that is fair.
But we've seen the burst damage from the Corki, right, with the rapid fire cannon. If you find a good angle, again, killing Supa once might be possible. Getting both is a bit tricky. Luxury item for Elyoya as well with the GA of his own.
Well, now it's all going to come down to these 2 objectives, Dragon and Baron. Soul available for Vitality, but really they're just tools to force a fight, and the winner of the fight will likely win the game. Koi is the one that has position over Dragon. Initially, they get the push in mid. How can they gain access?
But remember that Vitality don't need to fight for this break.
That's
it's
true.
Soul for Vitality. It's not Soul for MCoy. So Vitality playing up, taking their time, trying to get that poke we mentioned before.
Yeah, Vitality should just try to hold Nash Vision here.
Oh, Alvaro uses Ghost after being slowed to avoid the Bard ultimate. He's able to get away to safety.
Supa is going to take the Drake in isolation, so now only a single objective on the map. Vitality don't feel comfortable enough to walk back into the pit. Catch out onto Linsis. Flick back is there. Going to force an ulti. No, not quite yet from him. Hard Zapper enough for him to heal up, and Vitality taking their time. Have landed a lot of poke onto Alvaro. Brief window opportunity if they see him backing. Mirwin backing as well, but does have access to the teleport. An award behind them.
A 6-item AD carry is like one of the scariest things in League. They are designed to win games, and all eyes are on Supa. If Vitality can't deal with him, then he is just going to run rampant in these fights. The poke is so important, but I feel like the later into the game you get with a poke comp, the harder it becomes to play.
He has access to the wave, he has the lifesteal. You can see that an initial Shock Blast does a decent chunk, but not enough on its own as Jojapune lays a wall down behind Linsis. Linsis does still have the flash, but wants to hold on to it as long as humanly possible. Knows he'll need it to get over the wall in the pit if he wants to contest. Humanoid poking with the Sand Soldiers onto Mirwin. Nice to have that damage, the healing reduction there as well. But he does pick up the Empowered Honey Fruit, so we'll just heal that right back up.
Oh my goodness. Both teams just kind of looking at each other
But
right
they
now.
forced the ult.
So it's a trade, Bard ult for Supa's ult. Alvaro getting a little low.
They wait for the ulti to expire. They're in a good position.
they
They
go.
also
That's
get
the ulti gone.
Alvaro's ult. And again, this is the patience we praised them for earlier. Vitality taking their time. But now MCoy know that they need to get things started. 8K, objective getting lower and lower. Jojo Pune on the way in. El Yo-Yo on the way in. The objective secured. The portal out to safety. I'm going to try and collapse instantly. This is a hand in the midst of the entire team. Lince is trying to get pulled away, but Lince is doing a heck of a lot of damage back in return. Humanoid getting chunked out. Supa taking over the fight. They got the Baron, but they've already lost one. MKOI want more, but it's Vitality who walk away with the objective.
And Vitality, through patience, are able to pick up the Nash there. They poke Supa down, they poke Alvaro down, and they do that Nash so damn fast with the Azir and the Corki. And they finally find a comeback play to get back in this game. Now the question is, how can they use this Nash? They need to break inhibitors. They'll break open this game to secure them soul as we watch this back.
With the amount of damage they have, they don't even have Kazi hitting it. The Azir is enough to just melt through the Baron. They try their hardest to escape, but it's Mewin that follows through, connects the ulti, gets a huge amount of health back, has the ulti to bring himself back to life as well. Humanoid kind of commits his life to do as much damage as he can, but I think it's a worthwhile trade overall for Vitality, getting away with the Baron, 4 members available, and now it's still 2 minutes until that Dragon. Wow, what a tense affair. What a game this has become, 41 minutes in, and still, like, it all comes down to execution.
TP to the top side. One lane, all that's been set up by Vitality, and it's where they're going to group. They're going to leave Carzzy in the mid lane to try to force that wave in mid, while Knock-Knocko, Humanoid, Lince, and now Fleshy as well take control of the top side jungle of MKOI. Tier 2 already down. Humanoid setting up a tower to protect their flank. They still have to be incredibly careful. While the Baron does put them in a favorable position, we know what Supa can do. He's left unanswered in a fight. Confident enough to even just walk up, go for the cheeky auto onto Humanoid, taking a decent chunk of HP as a potential pick in the mid lane. Fleshy, can he find the angle? Catches him on the wall. Jojo Pune, a good flash away. Hits the flick back onto Fleshy, and that might make all the difference. Fleshy caught out and taken down, stymieing the Baron advantage and giving yet another kill over to Supa.
That is all the difference. A really nice play from Jojo and Alvaro. Fleshy thinks he's the one that's caught Jojo out, but they're able to outplay. And this is exactly what Jack and I were talking about earlier. The outplay potential that KOI's comp has is there. The players have the caliber to do it. And just like that, the push is stopped.
That's the Baron Nashor gone for Vitality. They weren't able to break down the inhibitors. And you saw just how difficult it was in that top side, with Supa being so strong. He has so much wave clear, and Jojo as well. Now the question and the final fight of this game, most likely is all going to come down to this soul fight in 50 seconds. And both teams are aware of it, as you can see. MKOI are choosing to push through bot and hold position, while Vitality want to play through mid.
Vitality, not a lot of defensive vision set up around their bottom side as Supa and Alvaro bully them out, knowing the Baron fires in just a few seconds. That was the last wave where they had any real pushing advantage. Fading away now. MKOI know they're stronger in isolation as long as they don't really get poked out, chunked out, as long as they don't give those angle for Fleshy to find a creative use of the ult. Mirwin spotted on the sweeper means the Vitality will at least get a bit of vision down, but they have to be so careful about face checking.
I mean, there is death in that rush. You have to know, okay, there's the blue trinket, the spot said death out.
It's just hitting one, and again, it's soul for either side. Lince gets the combo, flick back connecting onto him as well. Just barely has time to push the ult, and that might be it. El Yo-Yo. Force back as well. Weaver's Wall to split the team. MKOI immediately pull away and are going to look to start the Drake. The Weaver's Wall buying them a couple extra seconds to deny the initial setup. Poke from Vitality, not landing yet. Lince this time around isn't going to have access to the ultimate. Pull back on the Humanoid is good. Grim deliverance from Mirwin, taking a lot of health in the back line, but he doesn't want to commit any further, and it might cost him his life because he doesn't get the passive. Flick back again, connecting on the Knock-Knocko. Jojo Pune popping off in these fights, but again, they cannot finish the kill. Carzzy still living, trying to make the difference, and Jojo Pune as well. The GA for Supa is massive. It's a triple for him. Vitality leaving before he can pick up the Penta, but they'll grab the soul.
And it's scraps and chaos, but MKOI are the victors of the team fight as they will pick up the Chemtech soul. 4 Chemtech dragons here, and it's just so back and forth. I don't know, this game is absolute cinema.
The fact that the GA was procced, in my opinion, was the difference maker. Supa does so much damage, but keep your eyes on Humanoid. Yes, Lince takes a lot of damage. He absorbs a lot of the pressure. Good initial opener to the fight for Koi. The wall is thrown down to add more pressure onto Vitality. No ulti available for Linces. But then watch Humanoid. He's worried. He's trying to do what damage he can. When the engage comes through, he splits off from his team, and that allows the Super to go for the 1v1 on the top of the fight. Mirwin falls because he doesn't get the passive, but Humanoid is traded. And even though they have the numbers advantage, watch out how Super trades his life to get the kills. Flashes in, Kazi does what he can, Elyoya commits onto Kazi, and Super saying, no, I've got way too much HP, you're not getting out of this. Triple kills secured by Superstar.
Superstar. As he's come back in this game after a tough early game. He started this game 0-3, and now 12-4. 6,000 gold ahead of Carzzy. It's kind of just like, for fun. He's sold a few items. He sold his GA now for the shield bow instead. So he has the luxury to do that with how strong he is. He also sold the Fiend Hunter bolts for PD, actually. Interesting.
Yeah, past level 16. I guess the cooldown's low enough that he doesn't feel like he needs it.
Yes.
Powered autos as Mirwin finds an initial catch. Good bit of poke. CC immune now as he dives in, but forced to flash away a bit over eager.
So tense. I mean, the Baron is alive in 5 seconds. Let's look at what was used. Kazi still has all the summoners. Humanoid had to flash away, so did Mirwin. There's a flash not available for Super given the last fight. GA, I mean, that's just been sold by Super. He's gone for more damage. Makes a lot of sense. Baron is alive, but it's Vitality that gain position. They're able to push out the mid wave and they move into the top river. TP from behind.
TP from behind. Could be big, not spotted quite yet. Taking their time, combo in. Mirwin on the flank. Fleshy looking for an angle to retreat. Elyoya going in onto Linces. Knock-Knocko flashing over the wall. Auto attacking the blue. Definitely not what he wanted to be doing. As Linces is now running, but Knock-Knocko is still living for an extra second. Flash out from Linces. Humanoid, no flash of his own. Has to be careful playing on the front line. Mirwin chunked, but they get the passive. A 2-minute cooldown. Something small to maybe give them a bit more help.
But you see the power of the Vitality team comp. They have such good kiting that they're able to survive the TP flank. But look at the summoners. Flash from Knock-Knocko burned. Linces, Humanoid. I mean, all
it's all
5
gone, and they're
flashes
all gone.
are gone. And MKOI are starting up the Nashers. They see the blood in the water and they want to pounce.
Blick doesn't connect. Just saw the passive, but Humanoid hits like a truck. Temper Fate goes a little bit wide.
But the poke is back. The thing is that fight was too extended. Koi stuck around. They need to wait for their cooldowns to find an initiation, because in the extended fight, it's Vitality's poke that wins out. Super will heal back up.
TP there for JoJo. Super will be full health. Well highlighted. Unbreakable will there. Flash is not. Locket also available for MKOI. A small difference, but it could be the one that matters. Fleshy pulled out of position. Elyoya going all in on the Humanoid. Gets the Emperor's Divide. Chunked. That's the GA gone. That could be the jungler dead if they have the immediate follow-up. Pushed back by the wall. They can't get over. They can't get into the ulti. Good wall. Good heads-up play from JoJo. Combined with the Crescent Guard keeps him standing.
But there has to be a Baron, no? Like, surely you just start this. The jungler has no HP, even with the Chem Soul. It's not going to be enough. That's going to be an objective secured. They have the bar to get out of there as well. That's going to be a Baron for Vitality. This game, no one will give an inch.
I don't know what we're watching, but it's very good. I like it.
We're watching some good League of Legends.
I mean, the thing is, in this type of game state, the one thing, as chaotic as it is, the mechanics on display from both sides are crazy. You're seeing some crazy outplays from both teams. Alvaro has had some amazing initiations, Super's positioning. Kazi, I want to know how much damage this man has done, because it has been so much.
He's even got the Hex optics now, which is like, yeah. He's gonna have the, he's trying to outrange, which I respect.
And I'm just so impressed by the discipline and the patience that we're seeing from Vitality this game. We've seen them on the back foot now for the last, 10 minutes? And they're still able to find pockets and windows. They've gotten 2 Nashers now in a row while being down in gold, because they're just able to outplay in team fights and buy space and time so that they can finally get the objective.
And JoJo said, wow, mental so weak, but the mental strengthened up. They made the misplay, and it feels really like they rallied. Yes, they've lost the soul, but they've secured the Baron. Is it going to do much for them? I don't think so, because they know that the Elder is what matters.
Exactly.
And that setup, again, this game has been about small differences. The GA, whether or not the Talia ult could come through. The littlest things like flashes or Zhonya's cooldowns, or if the CC was layered perfectly. And the setup is going to be one of those things. As Alvaro is chunked out, and Vitality continue their siege in the mid lane.
Well, the Chem Soul does help provide those resistances when you're very low on HP.
Carzzy?
Whoa! Flash in. W3, Carzzy!
He's dead! The Elder's 45 seconds. That's a 70-second death timer on Kazi.
It's a disaster for Vitality. MKOI are going to be looking to push down mid lane now. And Vitality need to find a miracle.
A disaster, I feel, is an understatement. Like, Kazi, he stepped up way too far. This late to the game, your game plan should be clear. Elder Dragon is what you're playing for, and then you've delivered it on a silver platter.
We might need a quick replay, but it feels like Elyoya hit him with the oldest trick in the book, which is stack the knock up on something and then just go in and knock him up.
Oh, Nako looking to try to find a miracle here, but Mirwin snips him out.
Good poke on a JoJo, and he's pretty fast with the Yomus.
Where's
He's going to need to go on a
Does he have to TP?
merry journey. MKOI aren't going to take the bait, though. They know that they just need to focus down Elder.
I mean, the one saving grace for Vitality is MKOI are just getting the Elder. There's no Baron Nashor. Yeah, there's no Baron Nashor to pair it up with, and Vitality has great wave clear. If they're able to just maintain range, not give them an engage, they can still hold on and weather the storm. So the question for MKOI is, can you find that engage? Can Alvaro flash in? Can Mirwin get some sort of flank? Because that's what you need and want to do with this Elder Drake.
Oh my goodness. I mean, in my mind, Elder is a way to end it. Let's look back. So what's he stacked? It's the ward.
2.
And then Kazi steps up.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Elyoya, what a beautiful play. Catches him completely off guard. He thinks the only thing he has to respect is the Talia flick back. But Elyoya, it's that little differences. You were saying it, Dragos. The tiniest things can be all the difference. I feel like Koi just need to group and siege. They need to group and go and fight.
Yeah.
Easier said than done, right? The thing is, like, enemy has
just
a lot
run
of
it down. Just go.
Okay, we'll see. They can try to just run it down. We'll see.
There's been some run in this game.
Coach ready. Let's go.
Let's find out as Linces continues to drive in his car.
Some handle pipes on Linces as well. There's 2 of them. We're late into the game now. Items really don't matter. The gold really doesn't matter. Everyone's pretty much full build across the board. Even the supports.
I mean, Linces has to be really careful. Like, Elder's obviously...
There's a Morello on Fleshy. I just noticed that. Here we go.
Full items. Late game, full build. But the wave clear is there. You highlight it. There's no Baron, so I think we go again. Like, I don't want to caster curse it. I think we go again.
I think Supa needs to... Like, the thing is, if Supa had the GA, he could try to frontline again like he was doing before. But without the GA, it's a bit too risky to try to play too far forward. And now they're basing with 50 seconds. They're not going to end the game with this Elder.
And it won't surprise you that this is the longest game of LEC versus. The one before this was like 42-46. But reminder that we are competing against the Omega game of 80 minutes, which was like Rawcat versus...
It's Origin, I think.
Origin? Yeah.
It may have been. It's
Origin Fnatic. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
It's hard to keep track over the years.
Yeah, there's been so many. But that's because you're remembering the series, which when you cast it felt like the longest series of your life. In any case, can this go to 80 minutes? I hope for our voices it doesn't, because we still have more games after
content?
this. But for content, yes.
Because I don't know if you guys know this, but once you get past 60 minutes, the production team just doesn't care what you talk about anymore. We get weird. They just accept it as table stakes for a game going 60 minutes.
This late into the game, the only thing to talk about is Baron and Elder. So every time that objective is taken, they're either fighting or we're waiting.
MKOI push wave. Someone eventually has to respond or maybe concede some gold, but the gold doesn't really matter. So unless you're threatening to end, they don't really care. So it's just who can get set up and who can get vision.
The
Right
only thing
now,
we care
MKOI
about
have vision.
with the gold is records. How are we breaking any?
Yes,
we don't know yet, but we'll find out.
Well, and Elyoya still doesn't have flash for a moment, as he did use it to kill Karzi. So in this tiny window of opportunity, perhaps Vitality could find a pick, but it's
That is
unlikely.
so many chimes or meeps following Bard. Oh my god,
Oh my god,
look
we
at
forgot
that.
we forgot about the Bard carry angle.
Look at the army!
100? 100? He's living the Bard dream. This is why he has the Bandle pipe. Bro's just going to be hurling meeps at them.
Okay, here we go. You know when casters say they're excited?
Oh, bro, misses the initial combo. Immediately Alton walks away. That's pretty good for Vitality. That's
Flash for flash.
Yeah, flash for flash, but it's Kazi's flash.
But that's a crucial piece of engage for MKOI now down.
Absolutely is. And the poke is not stopping. JoJo already bearing the brunt of it.
Mirwin in the bottom brush. Nako a bit too far forward. Forced to flash early on in the fight. Now trying to turn things back. 10-bird bait stops the carries for a couple seconds. That could be big from Fleshy. The fight continuing to go. Humanoid going with all the Sand Soldiers. Really hasn't gotten any damage down yet, but Nako starting with the poke, connecting onto Supa. Vitality forcing their way into mid lane. The flip back just barely not going to connect on the Linces, and now his passive is up, and Baron is on the table.
Okay, so a couple ultis were used, but I think that Koi is still in a position to fight. Look at Alvaro, keep a track of the flank. TP comes back in for Naknako.
Valk they know he has no flash. Flash forward from Jojo. Good side step from Carzzy, but it doesn't look like he's saved life, but he does 1-for-1. And in the meantime, the Baron is just getting completely shredded. Alvaro's trying to make the difference. 3K, Suba in the pit. The Linces is there. Linces has the smite. Mirwan's taking down Naknako in the meantime. Koi winning the fight overall. There goes the Baron. Blast code in. Humanoid trying to get something back, but they've managed to take him down. They lose the objective, but they might have just won the game.
Flashy blast code Humanoid into the arms of Koi. I think the game's going to end off that. That's their wave play, dead for 70 seconds. They got the Baron, but was it worth it? Koi have 4 members. Super is still alive.
One man, 30 meeps in a dream. And a Mundo.
And Linces of Fleshy needs to pull out a miracle here. They need to try to clear this wave. They do have the Baron Nashor, but Linces with the ultimate.
Tempering the fate. Needs to stall them for 36 more seconds. Elyoya continuing to run in on the Linces. Linces doing a bit of damage back.
They are slowing them down, but...
This game is over, but a part of me doesn't believe it. Fleshy trying to clear the wave as best he can. Gives his life to clear a little bit more. Koi will end it here. It might have taken 55 minutes. It might have taken a chrono break and some heroic flicks. But Koi get there in the end. That is game 1! Just game 1 in this best of 3.
Oh my god, what a banger between these two titans up in the LEC versus here as it goes back and forth, but in the end, Koi thrive in the chaos and they're able to pick up game 1.
That was insane. I mean, let's not waste any time. Let's go straight to Law.
Or whenever you're ready, you just yap.
Yeah, go ahead, Law.
That's the craziest game I've seen, and I've been in this league for the past 10 years. Alvaro, what the hell was that?
I mean, I don't know. I think both teams are so scared as well to fuck up after, so we were like not really proactive. I mean, Jojo said, I think it's a bug. The other day we actually had kind of a bug as well with Taliyah, so I was like, oh, maybe it's not. But, you know, we took the Corona break. I think we kind of saved the game, so yeah. I mean, it's a banger series, I think.
What do communications look like in a moment like this, when you're trying to save the game after being 6K gold down? 6K, man.
I mean, we were saying we will take the Corona break, you know, every time. Let's just try it. And after, I think we were also taking good decisions, but the Mundo wasn't dying, you know. Like, we would just combo him, and he was unkillable. But I think we have also the resilience, you know, so...
Yeah. Resilience wins in the end. A win is a win. I'm going to let you join your team, Alvaro. Thank you so much for this. This is what peak solo queue looks like, and it comes from Europe. Guys, we said it at the beginning of the day. Naknako was the one saying it. Anything can happen, but little did he know that he was going to have the taste of his own medicine here.
It's Odo Omne who's the
I said it. When everything goes bad, you put your hands in a chrono break, and it did work. It paid off massively because it really felt like it just threw vitality off their game, because up until that point, it felt like they had everything under control, but past that, it just cut all the momentum.
Did anyone have anything under control this game? Like, it felt like for the entirety of this game, I was like, what is happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, they kind of got into a point where they did have that gold lead. They were up about 6K, but, like, the early game was scrappy, the mid game was scrappy, post, pre, everything chrono was scrappy. I didn't know what to make of this at all.
Let's take a look at some fights here, maybe the later ones, because for me, whatever happened before the chrono break, it doesn't matter. It was a completely different game after that. Going from 6K gold lead for Vitality at their doorstep into having a hard time turning the fights in the end. They're struggling here from what we've seen.
I mean, it's just so messy because when you're playing against, you know, this brawler comp, because you have a pro comp on the other side and the other one is, you know, whatever team comp that is, all that is important is just being there at objectives first, and the way the team comps interact with each other doesn't really matter that much because it's all on the streets, you know. It doesn't really matter what your win condition is about how you click in these moments of pressure, but the big advantage is, and the reason why they won a lot of these fights is because they were at the position first.
Yeah, but the reason that they were able to even fight at any point in this was because Supa had the most insane gold swing I have seen at any point in time. Because in the early stage, I was looking at, oh, you know, you've got like a nice little gold lead there for Carzzy. He's in a great spot. Look at that gold swing. That is absurd. The man is down over 2,000 gold, and by some miracle, he ends up nearly 7K ahead. Like, what is that?
Impact of the soul here for Koi, and maybe the composition, but actually, when you have a Mondo and a Bard on one side, how possible is it to take them down like this?
I mean, they found a way, right? Like, they had the infinite stacking and it still wasn't enough.
Well, it becomes this kind of like grind fest where, you know, you have this immovable wall in front of you, but there's like always ways where Okay, yeah, Mundo, yeah. Okay, yeah, sure, buddy, okay. But it just becomes this game about how do you get them out of position? How do you make them mismanage their position? Because we saw a lot of stuff that was really good later on in the game from MKOI. We saw Alvaro, flashing and trade flashes with Karzi that, these sorts of openings where you find critical members makes it that the team comp doesn't really matter about what's in front of you. It's about these openings and what kind of resources you can mismanage so you can open up opportunities for yourself, because it wasn't really easy for them to find these openings.
No, and we heard the cast was talking about it on their desk as well. It was like, hey, a GA is down, or we've burnt this flash in mid lane, now we can actually try and play through it, and it became so important. Like, Jojo giving up his life for Karzi was what defined that fight, because it meant that then you have Supus causing consistent damage, you can actually take over.
And I feel like it also comes down to nerves, especially in clutch moments like this. I want to take a look at that last team fight. That team fight that won MKOI the game and that sealed Vitality's fate in losing this one, because grouping at the Baron, splitting the fight into that blast cone that kills Humanoid. You can feel the nerves in clutch moments like this.
It becomes so hard for them because this is where you don't really, it's all about the nerves. You don't really have any recollection of what's actually going on. You're relying on primal instinct on where you need to be and where you need to position. This blast cone was very unfortunate, and Humanoid gets kind of thrown under the bus. But exactly, these situations become very, very tense because you do know with 75 seconds dead timer, any single mistake you do pretty much just spells the game.
But that's why I think a team like MKOI is able to clutch in these situations. They've been in moments where it is game-defining, year-defining, championship-defining, and it has been MKOI who's been able to step up to plate. And that's not a knock against Vitality. It's just that when you're going up against a team like MKOI, you have to bring everything. You have to make sure that you don't have these small little mistakes because they will punish you. And that's exactly what MKOI were able to do there.
So question is, for me, moving forward after almost an hour of back and forth of chaos coming from both teams, what have we learned so far? We've seen the discipline from MKOI. We've seen their capacity to rally even in the most difficult moments. After a pause, 6K goal down, Vitality thriving in chaos on the other side. They have won maybe 2 more games to play in this series. How do you come back from this calm and collected, ready to play 2 more?
I feel like, the main takeaway is that, after a game like this is complete chaos, MKOI is like, thank God we won that game, because you're just...
Job not done, though.
Exactly, but you're just so emotionally drained, regardless if you win or lose. You come out of that, because I've been in those situations, you come out of that and like, oh man, thank God it's over, And even if I would lose, I would come out of it and be like, man, at least it's over,
I don't have to do it again.
Because now it's all about how do you reset, because the teams that might come out of this pause, or like this break between the games, might be completely different. We might have just like the slowest game ever. We don't have any mid-game actions because this game unchains you, but also emotionally drains you because there's just so much unpredictable stuff that happens.
But I do think if I am Vitality, I want to keep the pace up. Like, they were doing a great job of matching these 3v3 plays, making sure they were able to find success in the early stages. Like, unfortunately, it got away from them, but they were in a 6K gold lead. They had the opportunity to close out this game. So if I'm Vitality, keep that pace up, get fleshy on something that can match the roams and match the 3v3s, and then try and play through that style once again.
I mean, I don't know if you guys saw at home as well, but Vitality at the end of the game, they were smiling. They might have lost the game, but they didn't feel defeated here. MKOI had to work for it. We're in for a treat here in this best of 3 series between these 2 teams. MKOI takes the first one. Let's see what happens next.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm the crushing.
Whoops.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Jace will go here, over the wall.
I can help you, Javi. You take. Good job.
Party's on the way in, though. That's a fast bar. Super doesn't have anywhere to go. He's forced to ult. Oh, he's being tempered.
Has he got it? Rocket!
No. Oh!
Down! With me, okay, with me.
I stun one guy. Zen got hit. Look Zen.
I slow.
They're looking on me.
Zen is dead. Nice.
Let's go next.
Look at that.
Nice.
The team fight goes.
Clean actually.
Why? You killed the Mundo monster?
I killed Pikla monster.
There's no way we won when they picked the Pikla jungle monster.
The chrono break.
Welcome back to LEC Versus after what was a truly unhinged game of League of Legends. We're getting ready for the second game, which I have no idea what to expect, if I'm completely honest. Hopefully more fist fights, I think, would be good.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if there weren't more fist fights. I mean, they were just itching to go at every stage of the game.
I mean, I could do with a little bit more of a rest. I'm happy to have a chill over the game, I'm not going to lie.
But if you want to rest, don't you want fights? Because then I yap.
I mean, true, but then I have to be intense with you, you know? And so instead, let's just have a slow,
like
maybe
camping.
a Corky Azir mid lane. Wait a minute. Fearless is back, baby. The best
more
of three.
Corky.
No,
It's also been a while
no,
since we saw
the,
Corky Azir.
Yeah, I know. It was a joke. Come on. Anyway, let's get into our second game of this best of three. It's not all down and out just yet for Vitality. If they win here, they'll bring us to a game 3. The winner of this will move into our upper bracket, or they'll continue to fight in our upper bracket. The loser will move down to the loser's bracket. So a lot on the line for both of these teams. No elimination just yet, though.
Nope. And I believe winner plays a Na'Vi. So potential exciting matchup, honestly, regardless of who goes through. But right now, MKOI favored. Of course, because Vitality lost, they had right of first selection. They chose second pick. MKOI chose blue side. So everything you see and would normally expect from a draft works the way that you would expect it to work.
I think MKOI now, or I mean Vitality rather, can answer JoJo if their mental is broken or not. That's the question, right? Because they're coming into this game after pretty tilting game one, I'd say. Like, you were up 6k gold and then it goes to 50 minutes and you barely lose. So a lot going into this draft. I really loved Vitality's drafts. I hope they can try to construct something similar despite the Fearless. But you can see MKOI have a clear game plan. They don't want Vitality to have poke. They banned Ezreal, Zoe, and the Varus.
I mean, good recognition of what the team is doing well and also what you're struggling against. Gwen Hover here. It's going to be the Pantheon lock-in instead. Pantheon, again, Elyoyo, we've seen him on the Jace, we've seen him on some more carry-style picks, but Pantheon, we know he could be someone that can really take over an early game.
Well, let's see how Vitality responds, because their poke option, as you highlighted, not going to be available to them. I mean, Rumble is open.
That is
Looks
a
like
classic.
they're thinking about it.
I mean, Naknako has had some really good Rumble performances. I've been really happy with seeing
Rumble Flex.
It could.
Oh, it was
be a
Sheo
Rumble
that
Flex.
played the jungle, right? There's always that possibility.
You can always go Rumble in the jungle.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, I've seen Rumble mid lane. Don't think it's good, but I've seen it.
No Rumble in the mid lane skin, though.
Let's not disrespect Doinby like that. He beat us pretty handedly. That was like 6 years ago. Oh my god, it was 7 years ago. No, never mind.
It's been a while.
It's been a minute. Now, Jarvan locked in alongside it. The little hot pot combo here. So, Vitality, I like it simple. But let's see what they pair it with. Is it going to be a more utility style AD carry, maybe a Jhin, something like that? Or are we going to have perhaps a hyper carry option?
You're right. Jin's a good shout, actually, for the side of Vitality. Kai'Sa could also be a possibility if they want a little bit more kind of dive, depending on the composition that they're heading towards. Mid is the one that's super interesting for me because, I mean, if you think about our mid laners, Taliyah, Azir, Ryze, Ori, they're gone, right? So things like Aurora definitely rise in value if you want a little bit more burst. Ornn going to be the tank response, an EU classic, I would say.
Yeah, but it's interesting because, like, the Sion is open, the K'Sante is open, right? It's not like this is game 5 of Fearless and those are out. Those are just, that's the pick that Mirwin wants to go for, and it does provide them with a lot more engage. So it also then allows, presumably, Alvaro to pick up this Nico, and they have a really nice first 3 picks, even though it's kind of like random seeing support, top, and jungle locked in the same rotation.
Gentlemen, the rest of the draft has not concluded. However, I can quite confidently say that 5v5 team fights will be a key part of this game.
Did you deduce that from all of the ultimates that are big, I think, AoE abilities?
Yes,
they're called?
yes, I did.
Ah, I see.
That's
So
high-level
there-
analysis
you would like a lot of people in that area of effect.
That I would.
Yes, okay.
And I assume that there will be certain specific locations with which combat will be engaged.
I imagine places where there's less room to maneuver would be pretty optimal for people
Absolutely,
with circles.
good sir.
Yes.
Absolutely.
This is what analysis sounded like in 2010.
Well, it's still the same when you pick Ornn Nico versus Rumble Jarvan. Funny
Yeah,
enough,
that's true.
things
The
don't
point's
change
still
that
valid.
much.
It's still a valid point. We like to think we're above it, but we're not. And they're going to
Kai'Sa
ban the
ban-
Kai'Sa.
Yeah, okay. So they don't want to have to deal with the dive threat on the side of Koi.
I mean, Kai'Sa Nico, it's really nice because you both have the strong laning phase of the Nico, but you can always follow her with the ultimate later on. And I do think the Jhin pick really, really speaks to me with this Vitality draft. Only thing is you're up against an Ornn, which isn't ideal for the Jhin, but you're probably going to have like a more DPS mid laner, and you have the Rumble already, so you should have a lot of damage there.
And
so,
it's banned.
Yeah. I mean, also the Kai'Sa ban also, like, when I see Kai'Sa ban, I'm thinking Jhin, because Kai'Sa's pretty good at the Jhin. We'll see what they continue banning out, though. There's not that many, like, we're really going deep on the ADC pool here with Ezreal, Varus, Corki, Yunara, Jhin, Kai'Sa out, and maybe even 2 more ADC bans.
So Xayah raised in priority?
Xayah is a potential. I think it's not great for either team because it's
Really?
bad into Nico in lane. It's pretty tough. And you typically don't want to play it into Jarvan Rumble because Jarvan just ultis and then EQs out, and then you're just stuck there even if you buy half a second with the ulti.
But are there any Zeri you have as dash?
Zeri is an option. Tristana is an option.
Caitlyn?
Caitlyn is definitely an option. I think Caitlyn Nico can work here for sure. As Aphelios is the ban from Vitality, and Sivir is the ban from MKOI.
I also like the Sivir ban, especially against Kazi.
Movement speed against Ornalt is pretty good.
I mean, our goal for Peos is like just go as far as possible. I think we have big potential.
Their goal for playoffs is to go as far as possible.
I don't know if anyone else heard that.
I
It
had
was just
a terrifying moment where I thought we were hearing comms, but I don't think that's what we were hearing.
Nope.
Would be funny if that was their comment like right now.
Ari now locked in. Okay, so we have a nice setup in mid lane. Like Jarvan can be really active early on. Ooh. 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 Hey. All right, boys. No verbal analysis for the rest of the big band.
These are my two most played mid laners of all time, so I'd really love this matchup.
Great point.
No, don't be this. I've never played this champ. I know she can buy boots now. What else am I supposed to do?
It makes no sense.
Okay, so Cassio is going to be in. Generally very good against champions that want to go to you.
Yeah.
So relatively short-range champions like Rumble and Jarvan and Nauts, Cassio can do very well against.
I mean, as much as you were hyped about the Akali, I think the Cassio makes a little more sense.
Absolutely.
So then you get some DPS and you can play really just the classic front to back. And there's that Caitlyn that we were talking about as well. Beautifully called out by Dracos.
Thank you.
And now you have a lot of range, you have a lot of damage, and you really want to try to play for both this game, get Super Alvaro ahead, get those plates going. Let's see what...
Is there ever an Ashe? It's probably terrible here, right?
Ashe is an option, but it's really annoying into like Ornn at the end. Like, you really want some mobility.
I'm mainly just thinking for lane, like what's a champ that can actually play against Caitlyn?
Oh.
Is this a champ that can play against Caitlyn?
This champ can play against Caitlyn, although into Nico,
okay,
Caitlyn,
that's the miserable
it's
part.
rough. Yeah.
Okay.
But the thing with Jinx is that she's kind of like Sivir in that even when she's losing, she has so good wave clear that she can just clear waves. But she is very immobile. Does have the traps, of course, but it's going to be something that we need to look out for later on in the game if Mirwin and Elyoya can ever try to get onto Carsey, because it's a tough game to play Jinx in. And especially, as much as I talked about earlier, they need to play for both. It's like double now. They really, really want to shut down this Jinx, make sure that she's not scaling up. And I think if they can put Carsey behind, the rest of Vitality don't really have enough firepower.
I mean, I like that when you're running something like an Ahri who is very pick-orientated, that you have extra damage resources coming from the Rumble.
Yep.
I think it does kind of really complete your damage portfolio. But I will say Vitality don't really have a true tank the same way that Koi do. Ornn is fantastic for face checking, but many of the other champions, like Nautilus really being the only exception, if any of these face check, they just kind of die.
That's true.
So it can be pretty scary to go up when contesting those neutral objectives, but one of the key things is not the same kind of poke. A lot of pick potential from Vitality, which is something they leveraged very well in their game one. But we'll see how things pan out, because Koi, they're looking for team fights, and they're looking for those front-to-back 5v5s.
That they are. And they're enjoying that Nico, who will just throw clones into the brush. Ruin all of the chance of face checking the Nautilus. Let's get into game two. MKOI taking down game one, a long fought-out battle. More than 50 minutes. Vitality looking to bounce back. A test of the mental, no doubt, after what was a frustrating game one loss. But as you said, all eyes on the Jinx. The bottom side of the map, crucial for Vitality. If Carsey gets going, he has the potential to take over the map. But the laning phase doesn't favor him on paper.
Nah, I'm really curious to see how Supa and Alvaro can navigate this and how big of a lead they can pick up. For me, Supa this winter split has been, frankly, a little bit disappointing. I feel like he hasn't had the sort of impact that I've been used to him seeing. And if you look at last game, yes, he finished off really strong, but he started that game 0-3 and was really struggling to find success in the early stages. And I feel like that's been a reoccurring theme for MKOI, that they haven't had that level of consistency that I'm used to their bot lane having. And when you're playing Caitlyn Nico, one mistake, one good hook is all it takes for this lane to shift completely. And if this Jinx starts going, she doesn't stop.
Very true. And the setup for ganks between the Nautilus and the Jarvan makes it that much easier. Then suddenly on the side you do have Elyoya. Hook landing initially though, good. As Supa forced a barrier early. Trying to take a positive hell trade. Now Carsey doesn't have the barrier. He has the cleanse to try to stop some of that potential CC. Not a bad start.
Yeah, the cleanse makes it a little bit more difficult, as when you get that hook, ideally you want to try to go for a little bit more of an all-in, using both the barrier and the heal, but since you have the cleanse, Supa's able to just use that and get a slight HP advantage, and they're slowly getting the push here.
I mean, also just Pantheon, the I mean, knockups, the cleanse doesn't really help, but Caitlyn traps, Nico E, there's a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good choice that he went cleanse for sure. It just makes the laning matchup a little bit more annoying.
Absolutely, completely agree. Across the board, though, Koi has push in mids, Koi has push in top, Koi has push in bots. So with 3 winning lanes, back in the day, you would see junglers really utilizing this to set up invades, but the current meta, it feels like that junglers don't really favor this very much. It does feel like counter jungling doesn't give you the same advantages that it used to. But you're kind of seeing some of the early game weaknesses of Ahri is that she doesn't have a lot of wave control in the sense that she can't really push in the same way that someone like Cassio can. And all Jojo has to do, which he's doing very well, is every time Humanoid walks up to try and queue the casters, he then walks up to you and queues you. Because there's that very small window when you're about to press Q that you root yourself.
Yeah,
so
what
Cassio can then immediately punish.
To pick up on what you said with jungle invades, I feel like the realistic invades that we see in the season is like second Raptors, always. Right. That's where junglers look to make their mark, and also crab fights as the hook does land.
Wide immediately goes on the Carzzy, getting the flash and the cleanse, but if they can turn this back into a kill, it's going to be big. Initial reset should go down for Carzzy. That's first blood. He's getting excited, but he got excited right into a trap. So play's going to stop there.
And despite neither of the hooks landing, it's still Vitality that are able to pick up the kill there, with Carzzy crucially being able to get those double buffs. Feels great for him. Might be able to pick up an early BF sword and build towards that Yuntal, or he could go the Kraken as well. Kind of an option here where if you don't get BF sword, typically you want to go for the Kraken, while if you can get it, then Yuntal feels a little bit better. So we'll see what he ends up opting for in this game.
I will also say that that play from Koi, I understand why you'd make it. Your bot lane should be favored in this early skirmish. You've got Panth versus Jarvan, who also should be favored. And in theory, with the power that you have in mid, I didn't quite see where Jojo was, because he didn't actually get involved in the fight. I don't know if he just reset and was TPing back into lane, but I understand why you would feel confident as Elyoya to say, we can fight this, we feel strong enough. But as Jack was basically highlighting, that the execution went the way of Vitality, and now that Jinx, who they really didn't want to get ahead, has a kill.
It's the worst possible start for MKoi here, but at least they still have a bit of a gold lead, or a bit of a CS lead on Supa, so the gold lead isn't too big. As Linces is looking for some sneaky.
We're going to wrap around mid lane. Sneaky indeed, as he's on the Wolves, not too far away, but a window of opportunity here where Albro and Supa do still have access to their flash, as Jojo and Humanoid are going to trade theirs.
It's a
nice reaction time from Jojo.
Absolutely, but it is a little bit risky now for both mid laners against these junglers specifically, because their lockdown in the early game is a very scary thing to deal with, and that miasma in combination with this Pantheon is going to be very difficult for the Ahri to escape from, even with that level 6.
The thing about this play from Linces is nice to get the flash, but his jungle clear is a little bit scuffed now, because you can see his Krugs are still up, so now he just has to completely ignore that and go for the Wolves into the Gromp, which is going to mean that Elyoya has a full camp over him for the foreseeable future.
Yep, and you can see that represented in the level difference as well. When Linces was testing out the Raptors, seeing if maybe he could steal one away, he was only level 4, in contrast to Elyoya's level 5. Elyoya quickly working towards level 6, and that respawn of the crab is going to be very, very important.
And level 6 will be there in time to punish Carzzy's missing flash, although I believe for Carzzy the cleanse will be up and available. So still a potential angle of attack for the MKoi bottom lane if they want to keep focusing on this Jinx. On the top side of the map, Knock, I think as expected against the Ornn, is building himself up a pretty decent lead. 400 in his favor, early Swifties, just to make sure that he can stay on top of target or move out of range.
And Jarvan, notice what Jack was saying earlier, he's now doing his Krugs. Now he goes back to base. The contest should be around this crab respawn, but Elyoya's already here with the push that he has in bot lane. A quick base from Jojo means that he should arrive in time to contest this, but for Koi, all eyes are on that crab respawn.
I want to draw back to what Jack said earlier about 80 carry itemization, right? Supa was able to back on the BF sword, Carzzy on bits and pieces, so as this lane continues to play out, we'll have to see what the health bars look like around this objective, because that BF sword is a much bigger spike.
They can't contest this. They're too late on the play. That jungle pathing that Jack highlighted earlier, you're seeing it paying dividends right now. Full control over the brush.
Just because they can't, Betty, doesn't mean that they won't. As the fight is now kicking off, Linces ulting and miss the entire team, taking over to level 6 just in time. Humanoid going to find the initial charm, but Jojo's still ready for a fight. Ulti going to connect into Carzzy. They get the cleanse out. Linces goes down. Vitality lose their jungler and walk away.
I mean, Linces flashes there and gets the crab to get level 6 and gets a 3-man Cataclysm but they just don't have the damage. It's Supa with BF Sword. It's Jojo that's much stronger than Humanoid. So they're not able to actually make a real play out of it, and Lince just ends up falling, but now Jojo.
Good charm. Jojo Pion still locked up for a moment. Elioya moving into body block. He's got one more charge, just enough to get away as Humanoid's ulti. Not going to find that kill, even if it forces the wave in.
I think Humanoid did not have enough mana to cast his Q, because he was right in front of him, connected the Charm, but Charm has a high mana cost, bro, so he didn't have enough mana, I think, to cast the Q. But we look back at this fight, and as you rightly said, Jack, the level 6 was secured.
Yeah, he flash smites.
Yes, and then he goes in.
I mean, it looks great, right? It's a 3-man Cataclysm.
But he could Q back.
Yeah, he should have queued back.
he could have ulted Q back. He would have been on a trap, admittedly.
Yeah.
But I think it would have been better than just staying in the pit.
I mean, he landed up on a trap, staying in the pit. Well, I gotta say, good. We all had good reads on that scenario. You said they shouldn't do it. I said they will anyway, and they did anyway, and it didn't work out for them. Yeah. So great, great moment all around for everyone except Vitality.
Pretty much.
Because at least they got the crab.
And can we look at top lane a little bit? Observers, thank you very much.
Like I'm
preemptively thanking.
They don't listen to you.
The thing is, I was looking at top, and I thought to myself, well, they're not listening, so they're not.
No, they listen to Betty. They have everyone else muted.
Yeah, observers, if we could just actually have a look at top side to see this matchup between Ornn and Rumble right now.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my God, bro, are you kidding me?
Oh,
bro, you just got Aura checked.
Couple more years.
Couple more years.
All good. Anyway, what do you want to say about top lane?
My point was that this Ornn skin is the same as the Galio skin, no?
And this is why the observers don't listen.
This is what they knew. They knew what was coming.
They knew what was coming, man.
They like
I'm
this skin.
sorry, observers.
It's so crazy, this skin line. Look at him.
I'm sorry, but Train Conductor Ornn will forever be the best. Also partially because it came out of the brain of Cat Flowers randomly, mostly.
That's true. It's a pretty legendary skin.
Okay, Dragon is up.
That was your point?
That was his point.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack.
All right.
Sorry, observers. Thank you, Jack. Sorry, observers.
I'm watching the Dragon right now. Koi is here once again. A lot of bot focus, as we kind of expected based on the draft. Jinx is not in a position to really fight. I would not feel confident as an AD carry saying, yeah, I'm ready to go. Let's rumble. And so, okay, it looks like they're just going to walk away. No Dragon's actually going to be started. I'm a little bit surprised that Koi don't want to force the issue, to be honest.
It's been a very slow game thus far compared to the first one.
Keep in mind, Fleshy has level 6. Albert only just got his, so they might not have wanted to risk the fight without ultimate available.
Yeah, maybe you're right. But they should start this off now. I think it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, they pushed in bot, and Lince is well up on the top side. Maybe can try to trade some grubs for it. We'll see if they have any info. I mean, they know that they're on Drake, so I'd assume that Lince will try to at least get 1 or 2 grubs here.
Yeah, he should. The only scary thing, of course, is maybe the Cassio goes and interrupts, but it looks like Jojo's not particularly interested in leaving his lane for now. He's happy to farm. You can see, for the record, he's built up about a 20 CS lead in the mid lane matchup. He's done a really good job of bullying out this Ahri. It's very hard for her to trade back against the Cassio, especially if you ever miss a skill shot. Cassio just said, okay, I know I'll win now. So, really well played by him. And this Cassio is just going to continue to scale up as the game goes on. With the tier already at 210 stacks, he's in a very good spot.
That he is. And on the way to what I assume is going to be a Rod of Ages, which is also just such a fantastic landing item in terms of sustain on top of the Twin Fang sustain from Cassio. So lane, I don't think, is where Humanoid is going to be able to find a greater advantage, but perhaps side lane picks, both teams kind of looking for those. You have the Pantheon on one side, you have the J4 Ahri on the other.
I mean, the trouble that Vitality will run into is that stylistically, MKOI's draft kind of counters them in the top side because all of Vitality's drafts are very burst-oriented. Ahri wants to burst you down, Jarvan and Rumble wants to do the same, but there's no squishy member in the MKOI top side. You see already that this Cassio has a no magic mantle.
She can get tenacity. I didn't even think about how messed up that is.
Yep. Jojo tries to go for the flash ulti, but he doesn't get it. But you can still see that they're so tanky. There's no real member for them to go on. So it's really all about trying to transition into bot lane and Carsey getting the kills and getting fed so that he can be the one to take down this tanky top side.
Well, the good news is unforced air. Ooh, rogue melee minion.
Alvaro.
Fleshy wondering, is it a bug or is it a Nico?
He knows
He's realized it's a Nico. You see that, but sometimes
I think he was full of confidence that that was a Nico. He was like, that minion should not be here. Now, if it was a
League
crab,
minions. That's fair. That's fair.
Like, wait a minute.
That's always been my #1 argument against Nico. When people are like, obviously you should know that's Nico. It's like, have you seen what Wolves sometimes do?
Linces.
Hold that thought, Jack. We'll get back to it. Flash away from Supa's nice 90 caliber net as well. Really good escape. Alvaro using the ult to display the follow-up, but now he's been locked up on the trap. Now Yo-Yo's in the midst of the entire team. They've taken out Alvaro. Carzzy's getting excited. Uh-oh, this is not looking good for the side of MKOI, but the damage from Supa is real, and it might just be enough. Wins is going in. He's clean.
Oh my God.
Yo-Yo grabbing another 90 caliber net, looking for one more auto, but it's the spear to finish the job. A double kill for MKOI.
Nah, Supa's way too clean. He's doing so much damage. I didn't even look at the inventory. He has already got the Stormracer and the
That
quick
thought
low.
flash going in, stun ball from Yo-Yo, the barrier there just in time. Humanoid ulti's still very far away. Carzzy's sticking around.
Flash committed from Humanoid, but look at mid. Jojo's just going to push that wave. Enemy mid has just burned Flash. I'm going to get another plate as well. Koi very happy with the outcome of this trade. It was a one skirmish for Vitality in the bot lane. Your Jinx gets a kill, you keep everyone alive, you should be happy with this outcome. But then they go for more. They think that they can continue the fight. Linces doesn't connect an EQ, and you'll see in this play, good reactions from Supa. He played that about as perfectly as he could have. Once this connects onto Alvaro, it's a kill. Now you want to disengage, but there's blood in their eyes and they're looking for more.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense because you have, like, you got excited on the Jinx, you think you're stronger, but Supa's just doing so much damage. He wonderfully spaces the Jarvan EQ combo, and then they're able to take down Fleshy as well. And it ends up being a good play for MKOI, with Supa continuing to build this gold lead, nearly 1,000 now ahead of Carzzy, despite the fact that Carzzy got 2 kills.
It's one of the big things that Pantheon has over Jarvan in its early fights is that E, that Aegis ult is just so broken at mitigating the little bit of burst that you do have in the early game. And Supa, with the completed item, able to just do the necessary damage to finish the fight, as now we see more setup on the bottom side. Carzzy moving down, but he's already been chunked out a little bit. Ace in the hole comes out just to poke away at Humanoid's life bar.
And so far, I think Koi is in a fantastic position. We know they have range, we know they want a team fight, they've already got the first dragon. Now the rest of this game is basically, hey Vitality, come to dragon, we're looking to fight you.
Something interesting here is that Vitality put their mid laner bot and bot mid before they actually completed the role quests. So that does slow them down a little bit. For mid lane it doesn't matter too much, but for bot lane it matters a little bit because you really want to complete the quest as soon as possible, because then you get more gold from every single minion that you kill.
Now I think going to reset once again. Wasn't sure how they initially got into that position, but maybe just...
Oh, it's because once Humanoid made that roam to bot lane,
he
basically
stuck around
stayed
and
bot
the wave,
and held the wave because Jinx needed to reset. So
I don't hate keeping the laning, the lane matchup kept up, as long as you can stay away from ever getting hit by
he immediately completed the quest.
Yeah.
It's on.
Now they can swap forever.
That they can. The question is, when will Humanoid complete his... You know, the problem is I keep seeing Poby, because Poby played Aria. Yeah, it's Humanoids. His quest is now complete, and he has become the target. You have to ult.
Continuing to run, holding onto the ult, Foxfire. That's enough.
Bad.
He doesn't have to listen to you,
He does not have to listen to me.
You said you played this game?
Yes.
keep asking for 10 AP, bro. El Yo-Yo. Caught in the Thunderdome, but he really likes the Thunderdome, and I don't know if Linces is feeling too good about that particular Cataclysm. Supa going to 90 caliber net on the wall, now trying to chase down the J4 as Humanoid's in trouble. The gaze going wide, but it's Fleshy who will drop. MKOI grabbing one.
It's another random engage from Linces there that doesn't end up really resulting into anything from Vitality. They're forced to back off, and MKOI can just chase them down. Supa having so much damage in these team fights. Oh.
Alvaro's just going to keep walking. El Yo-Yo's on the way in. Oh. You're not quite going to connect.
This is the Mad Max Pantheon skin, okay?
It's appropriate.
He wants to be in that arena.
Silver spray paint in the face.
That's
Witness
what I'm
me.
saying. Aljoya is all about these fights. He's got 100% KP so far. He's ready to go toe-to-toe against Linces, and he's making it work as Jojo is looking for Humanoids.
But Fleshy is on the way. Now trying to backstep. Does he still have a minion wave? Well, yeah, it's there just in time, as is the tower dropping. So, well played. They do force the flash out. Now trying to zone away. Rocket goes towards the Drake. Carzzy almost got the steal, but MKOI get it in the end.
Jojo's pressure there is immense. He's able to force the TP while also getting the bot tower. He dodges out on all of Humanoid's spells, and he's continuing building his own individual lead as they also get the second dragon. And this is a completely different MKOI from that first game, as they've built up a small gold lead, but crucially gotten 2 Drakes. As Linces
just walked. Didn't flash, didn't... Ooh. Doesn't have flash, so couldn't have flashed, but...
His movement is good this game, though.
I mean, it's been clean. Remember that it started a little bit grim. Carzzy getting that early kill, we were concerned, but Supa able to back, get that BF sword, do so much more damage in that fight where Vitality stuck around a little bit too long, and it's really MKoi punishing Vitality. It feels like it's been most of the story of this game.
MKoi's looking to punish Vitality again. They've got easy access into this Herald. They want to go for the fight. They have the Ornn ult ready.
Ulti to the backside. Carzzy locked up. He already burnt his cleanse. Long range Ornn ulti is going to find the initial knock as well as Fleshy's already been taken down. Humanoid now running, but the Rift Herald has fallen in favor of Vitality, and now they're just looking to escape.
So Worth? I mean, 1 kill for Herald. Doesn't feel the worst for Vitality, but...
I mean, considering their towers are falling like dominoes, yeah, I think you'll take it. Like, Supa's doing some serious work on this mid tower as well. He's going to get himself another 80 gold thanks to that plate. And you're going to need it against, I feel like, the sheer amount of wave clear that Koi have. What Vitality is waiting for right now is the win condition of Carzzy. Ooh, dear.
Ah, guys, Taliyah wall.
Taliyah.
I will not speculate on the cause of the pause.
You don't think it was because of Taliyah?
It's just not in the game, guys. Initial investigation in progress. A pause has been reported to League officials. Officials are now gathering information. Yeah, I'm just reading the bottom, but sometimes people want more information. Right now, we don't have it for you, but we'll keep you updated as we know more. Hard to say what it could have been. Do you want to know?
All right, Dracos, let's just play your game.
Can I
just
give
play
you
the game.
No. I have a really fun comp op story.
Yeah?
Okay.
I don't know if I'm allowed to tell someone to do it anyway because it makes our team look really good. Do you want to know what the #1 reported issue is from our players?
Lighting?
There's a switch on the wireless keyboard and they forget to turn it on. Every game, I've heard at least multiple times a day, refs are calling, hey, my keyboard doesn't work. They did not turn their keyboard on.
Damn.
Yeah. So anytime you're like, damn,
Jack
I wish
is
I could
advocate for all pro players. Do you have any defense?
No, that matches my experience with my teammates. I had a few of those.
I don't know if it's a serious
To be
pause
honest,
or for
turning
fun
it
pause.
turning it off and on again as well is always just such a simple solution at times.
Almost.
Because sometimes you just forgot to turn it on in the first
Okay,
place.
this is completely off topic, but can I tell you about a story that really infuriated me this week?
Sure.
So the Windows update, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Do you know what it did to my PC?
Did it ruin it?
Reset everything, like everything. Uninstalled everything. I basically just formatted. The only
That
thing
sounds like a you thing.
No, I think what happened, right?
Is you click the option that said format my
So
heart.
I never. No. I didn't format. No, it didn't uninstall like actual things on my files stayed.
Yeah.
But just like software, it just uninstalled. So like it uninstalled League, it uninstalled Firefox, it just uninstalled all of that stuff.
I thought you said it didn't change your files.
Yeah, but like the actual like if a game
Windows really hit you with the go touch grass nerd. Go outside.
And what did I do when I went outside, Daniel Dracos?
We went and bought Riftbound
We
cards.
bought Riftbound
That's right.
cards.
Back
That's
in
what
the
we did.
game. Smallest transition. Thank you. That's been Betty and Dracos and Jack. Just a quick stand-up routine. Now we're back in the game. No idea what happened. If it matters, we'll tell you. I don't think it does for right now.
They all left.
They've all left. They haven't. They're still here. 2.3K gold lead. 18 minutes in the game. They're just going to keep disconnecting. Oh my gosh. They're not done yet. Knock goes up and on. Oh my god. One more. Can we see one more?
Okay,
Oh, there
so
it is.
Jack.
Yeah.
You've played Jinx before.
I have played Jinx before.
From this position, do you think you could 1v9?
From this position?
Well,
I mean, enemy ADC is pretty damn strong.
Let's not make it about Jack.
I think you really need 3 items.
Okay.
That's the breaking point where things start to get... I mean, ideally 4, but now we're like pushing it, right? That's like a lot of items. But
like,
you really want IE and you want armor pen.
Sure. But if I'm the AD carry in this position, is that what I'm communicating to my team? Just be like, chill, we play towards my item spikes.
I mean,
That's how we
I
win
think
this game.
definitely second item at least. Like right now, Caitlyn is way stronger. So you really need either Hurricane or PD, whatever he decides to go for first, and then you can start at least having a chance. Because there's always a chance in this game. You have a lot of opportunities. You have Humanoid, Flash Charm, you have Fleshy with the hook, and you have Linces as well with the ultimate. So you have a lot of engaged opportunities. So I'm never one to say, like, we shouldn't fight at all.
Right.
But right now, they're definitely in the back seat.
Well, they've got 2 minutes until the next dragon. They do not feel super confident about fighting, mainly because of this Pantheon and I mean, look at this Cassio. Next phase, maybe upgrade that tier item.
Flushy here to cover. Initial Twin Fang lands, forces an ulti trade between Jojo, Fune, and Humanoid, but now Elioya may have strayed a little bit too far because Linces on the way up. Aegis Assault down, and Elioya is going to immediately flash out, recognizing that Linces could keep that play going.
Meanwhile, in the bot lane, it's a flanking
Nako
Caitlyn.
again thinking he has a 1v1, but the Orin Horn has been called, and the Caitlyn is here to do the damage. The knockup over the wall, the flash for the auto, the 90 caliber net, and one more to seal the deal. Supa gets the kill.
And you're seeing the damage from that Infinity Edge Storm Racer. Supa is just melting Nako like butter. They even force his flash as well, and he's not able to do anything. Nako thought it was a 1v1. It was.
I'm shocked that he didn't see the Caitlyn.
Yeah,
the
that's a good question.
Supa must have taken, because there is that control ward there. I wasn't sure when it was placed, but he just stuck in behind him and was like, all right, I'll take this kill, easy peasy. 3.7k the gold lead now for Koi, and it feels like that, like, it's the good old saying, when you draft winning lanes, usually it's a winning game. They were winning mids, they were winning bots, their Ornn was comfortable trading in the top lane, and they're utilizing that early game advantage to snowball this game.
Like I said, kind of a niche point, but the top lane role quest giving you more XP, big deal for Ornn. Like, it doesn't feel like we're in late game, which is normally when Caitlyn would have an Ornn upgrade. She already has an Ornn upgrade.
I also got a note from our observers that said that the ward hadn't been placed yet, which is what allowed Supa. Thank you observers for that.
I think it's also just like, in general, you don't expect the enemy ADC to suddenly be behind you as the top laner when you're close to your tier 2 like that. So I don't really blame Nako for being surprised.
Man has never played against Huanfeng Jin.
True.
It's an old one.
That is an old one. You probably won't get it.
It's not that old.
Okay, question though.
Yeah.
Real talk.
You don't have time. It's 8 seconds to kill a dragon.
You're right. No actual real talk, not whatever I was about to say. Vitality forcing their way into the pit, man advantage.
That bot lane sucks for Vitality right now.
I mean, they're just going to pay. It's going to cost them like 400 gold to start this objective.
And they'll have to tank it.
McCoy TPing in a little bit late. Alvaro using the clone to face check. Fleshy connecting onto Alvaro's big to kick the initial fight off. Nice equalizer across the entire team. Zelioya has been caught out. Alvaro tries to follow, but only catches one. The reset finally coming there for Cars, and he might be able to turn it back. Jojo Pune running miasma on the ground. The flash forward. They're going to connect with it. Don't find the initial stun. Jojo Pune about to fall. Linz is trying to finish one more kill. Carzy desperate to get excited, but it looks like it's all going to heck. Carzy not able to get the kill. Supa doing damage, and it's MCoy to finish it.
Oh my god, it's absolute chaos here, but MCoy keep coming out on top. Carzy was so damn close to getting like a pentakill and killing them all, but just the HP bars did not go low enough. It starts off with a hook from Fleshy onto Alvaro, but crucially Humanoid does not get the charm on Alvaro, so they're not able to chain CC it. Alvaro gets his ultimate, but then Carzy gets excited. He's doing so much damage, and look at this sidestep on Jojo's flash ultimate from Carzy. It's beautiful, but the rocket hits Zelioya and doesn't do enough damage to kill Jojo, so Carzy doesn't get excited, and then he flashes in. It's too little too late, and MCoy cleaned the fight.
I think it's a situation where if he flashed a little earlier, maybe it could be a different situation. Alvaro now caught out, Charm will connect, he's going to drop, so Vitality gets something back. But what a close fight. At the end of the day, though, it was Supa that walks away with a quadra kill. His positioning meant that he did not fall. 7-0-4 on the Caitlyn, 100% kill participation, 3 items completed. He's working towards the 4th, but Vitality is saying, screw that, we're going Baron.
I think they know they have to flip it. They're desperate, but they don't want to give any more angles of attack for MCoy. They don't want to risk another fight, so they're going to bet it all on a Hail Mary. 7k, getting lower. Now Humanoid going in to try to finish it, but the Charm only going to connect onto Ornn, only going to connect onto Mirwin, and now they don't like the play, but it looks like MCoy are going to want to keep this one going. 6k on the Baron has not reset yet. MCoy debating. They can keep the objective going if they want, but they've got low mana bars. Health bars starting to dwindle. They're down for the 50-50. They're down to flip that coin, or will they just let it reset? Linz is in. Linz wants to keep it going. It's a little bit psychotic. It's equalizer across the top. That was absolutely not the play, but he did not have vision. He thought they were going to keep going. They backed away, and their patience pays off.
Linz tries to steal the Nash because he has no vision, as you said, Dracos, but it's too early. They haven't brought down the Nash. It's patience from MCoy that secures them the Nash, and now Nako's in trouble as well.
Ornn ulti there. Knock up onto Nako. Wants to flash over, but does not have the time, is taken down. The gold lead just continues to grow for MCoy.
MCoy play that Baron with perfect patience. They lose their support, one of their key initiators, the person that provides that huge AoE utility, and they still manage to dance around that fight. Humanoid flashed in to try and get a clutch charm, and it only connected onto Mirwin. That frontline doing exactly what it needs to do. The carry's in the right position. And another tower falls. MCoy in a phenomenal position to close out this series.
That they are. a moment of calm before the next big objective. But again, MKOI, I think they're just too far ahead. And really, credit to Mirwin. I love this tanky itemization. I'm not sure exactly where we first saw it, but Ornn building that locket against the Rumble Ahri. They already have so little damage, and that locket makes such a big difference to just mitigate the equalizer.
For sure. Really nice itemization by him. It's now 3 dragons, 9,000 gold. I mean, MKOI, they're in the driver's seat right now, but Vitality are a team, they're creative. They're able to find windows where others aren't. As Humanoid, don't tell Yoya.
He's just going to leap in. Happy to keep the health going. Alvaro is waiting off to the side. Humanoid almost dies just for attempting the pick.
Yeah, I thought Linces fumbled his combo, but I think he actually only threw out the Q. I guess he recognized this wasn't a fight that they could afford to take. Koi going to use that opportunity to secure this bot tower. Nako will at the very least get something back, but it's not going to be a huge amount. That tower is going to start getting chipped away at. Koi are not slowing this game down.
And we were waiting for 3 items for Carzzy, maybe even 4, but it's already 4 items for Supa. Just doesn't seem like there's going to be time for Vitality to scale up to get the items on their carries that they need as MKOI continued this endless siege.
MKOI already got the bot inhib, incredibly fast siege here by them. And still 40 seconds left of this Nash. They can look to play one more mid-wave here to try to break down one more inhibitor. And this is the power of that Caitlyn. 8-0 on Supa this game. An absolute menace in the siege, in the team fights, as he dashes forward and does half of Carzzy's HP.
Yeah, credit to Supa really rallying after that game 1. Obviously finished the game strong, as you mentioned earlier, Jack, but the start was rough. Found redemption in the laning phase this time around, punishing Vitality for overstepping as Linces gonna get chunked here. Oh my god. He'll live, just barely.
But now with Linces chunked, they have a mid-wave. They're gonna choose to back off instead with no Baron Nashor. They can just play for the soul in 30 seconds. And as long as they have position, they can set up the traps. With Cassio Caitlyn, it's so hard to face check for Vitality.
Yeah. Look, I learned last game to never say GG until it's actually GG, but
you're still gonna say it.
Surely this is it.
I mean, you're going to need a pretty effective Sally ult to turn this game around, I feel.
There you go.
But right now...
I mean, Vitality are dropping the soul, so that's not a good
yeah, but I mean,
sign.
ultimately, it comes back down to the draft. I think this game has largely been won just through Koi's draft in the sense of, like, they dominated the lanes. Like, bot lane went the way that it should have, mid lane went the way that it should have, top lane was pretty much even for the whole game. And now Koi are just steamrolling off this advantage. It's ultimately been a clean game from start to finish. Outside of a couple small blunders here and there, they've done a really good job.
And this is kind of the jungle gap that we were promised, right? Elyoya, a guy that we've had sky-high expectations of for so long, a player who was performing really well in the regular season. Because remember that they started bot lane by dying. And it was actually in the skirmishes, in those early fights, where they came back. And from that moment on, you're right. They have just taken complete control. Vitality have gotten overeager in multiple circumstances, and while they've gotten a few kills into Carzzy, it's almost always cost them double on the other side.
Yeah, I completely agree with you both. I think this draft is just so difficult to execute because it really relies on Carzzy doing nearly all the damage. Like, Jojo's always going to be doing more than Humanoid, and so is Elyoya than Linces. And that's just due to the nature of their champions. Ahri is never going to be bursting down Cassio. So she needs to find more creative angles, and Carzzy needs to be the one doing the damage, but as long as you shut him down in draft and in game, which they both have, then it's hard for him to really carry team fights, and that's eclipsed now in a 6,000 gold lead from Supa.
And I mean, not only does he have a 6,000 gold lead, he has the Shurelya's from Alvaro empowering him, he has a Locket of the Iron Solari, and now he has a Knight's Vow from Mirwin. He's tanky too now. That's what's so mad. He's not just the squishy 80 carry, the backline threat that maybe Humanoid can find a charm on. It feels impossible to kill Supa as well.
I mean, it's just so funny looking at the itemization. You're just like, okay, 2 items there, 3 items there. 5? 5 items. There are 5 items there. Okay, cool. That is 1 fed Caitlyn. And it's it's that scary point where Caitlyn lands an auto attack with a headshot, and you're like, oh, I understand why they call that headshot. Yep, that was quite painful.
Rapid fire cannon, a nice, fun, interactive item. Mages have to land skill shots. 80 carries with 5 items can just walk up and do 900 damage.
Right. Well, right now it seems that Koi aren't
in
a rush to close this game out with the Soul. They've got Baron spawning in 10 seconds.
What is the Ahri build right now? Is it Actualizer Void Staff?
Sorry, forgive me if I'm wrong. Doesn't Actualizer scale off mana?
It does, and he has a mana item. Like he's got a Lost Chapter in there, but I guess I would have to check if Actualizer amps the true damage. Then I would probably understand it.
I don't know enough about the item to question whether or not this is a super efficient buy or not.
It looks silly to me, but I'm going to accept that I don't know
What it does do is
things.
it'll help you do more burst.
That's true.
That is just objectively true. Whether or not it's more
Supa's
valuable
just
than something else.
standing over the wall.
Yeah, a classic Caitlyn.
I mean, Vitality just can't contest. They're going to have to drop this Nashor. Carsey wants to try to get the rocket, but won't be able to get it in time. Super now level 17, 347 CS at 30 minutes.
I mean,
that's the person they need to kill if they're going to come back in this game.
Clean, calculated, well-controlled, excellent demonstration of patience from Koi. And this is the Koi that we were hoping to see coming into playoffs. Game 1 was definitely a scrap. They fought their way back. But here in Game 2, Vitality are rapidly running out of options.
That they are. MKoi looking to break open the last 2 inhibitors. The last inhibitor tower is going to fall pretty effortlessly.
Vitality needs a Hail Mary play onto Supa.
It's going to go in, immediately going to die. The Equalizer does very little damage as Knock now goes in, but taking the Zhonya's against Caitlyn means you're going to die too because the trap is already placed down. In the meantime, Jojo Pune's killing everybody he wants to. Humanoid trying to style on him, trying to get a little tricky with it, but by the time Alvaro arrives, Penta's going to come through! What a way to end it for Supa. 13-0 and more, only missed participating in a single kill. From start to finish, a story of dominance for MKoi in this game too as they move on in the upper bracket.
And boys, I said it. At the start of this game, I wanted to see redemption for Supa and Alvaro. It's a hard to execute bot lane matchup, but if you do it, you can dominate the game. And that's what we saw this game from Supa. Domination from start to finish.
And he's one of your options in Kia Player of the Series. Elyoya, Jojo Pune, or Supa. All solid options. But damn. What a tonal shift in that game, too.
Oh, absolutely.
And again, some of the things in draft, you know, we were kind of left scratching our head, but credit to MKoi really playing well to their win conditions, punishing Vitality well in a lot of those early plays to build that substantial early game. Now, they're not left without things to work on, no doubt. Stuff you want to improve before you head into that match, but a win is a win.
A win is a win.
Versus Koi is going to be that upper matchup that I am excited to see. Dragons are clearly a big talking point, but what we know is both those teams like to fight around that objective, and it's going to be an exciting one for sure. Of course, for Vitality, things are not all over yet. They will move into our lower bracket, and we'll see how they transpire as things progress through playoffs. An exciting series, that's for sure. It's kind of shocking that it ended in a 2-0.
Yeah.
I was really expecting this one to go to 3 games, but credit to Koi. I like their draft in Game 2. I think they dominated the laning phase, and overall, they played incredibly well.
Completely agree, but now we've got a victorious Mirwin standing by with Dagda.
Thank you, folks. I'm standing here with the victorious top laner. Must be absolutely thrilled after that one. So I wanted to get your take, because like, when you joined the league, you were the guy who's playing all these funky picks in the top lane. And now you're being relegated to tank duty. And we're starting to see these pushing bot lanes. And this is something we've seen like Team Liquid start to talk a little bit more about in the US as well. Do you think this is just like the style and the meta that needs to kind of be conformed to? Or do you think this is just a style that works for MKoi specifically?
I mean, I think it's kind of the meta in a way. Like, I think it's kind of established for now. There's like some big patterns coming on, like for international, for first hand. But I would say also for our team, it's what works. I will just pick whatever helps my team win. I don't care. I don't have the ego if I need to play my Nico. I will be happy playing anything. I mean, I just want to win, so I don't really care.
And how has it been having like Alfari to try and help you out behind the scenes with that?
Really good so far. I think it can show in gameplay. I think I'm being way more consistent in many aspects of the game. I'm improving my laning phase, which was my weakest point last year. So yeah.
And I think it shows. I mean, you're having great results, right? I think the other question, because like in 2024, you were coming in as kind of the upstarts. You were the guys that were coming in and, you know, beating everyone and kind of taking names. Then in 2025, MKoi established themselves as a top team in the LEC. Now coming into 2026, you didn't finish at the top of the table like a lot of those expectations were. How has your relationship with the pressure that comes from those expectations changed now in 2026 when you're expected to perform at the top level?
I mean, I think usually like all these years, even the spring split, it's not like we finished first in the league. I think we are never a really good regular season team. So I don't think we really mind being in a lower spot on lower seed in playoffs. I think when playoffs comes and it's important, it's when we show up. And I think, for example, today we did a really good second game. It showed that we're still a really great team. And if we just keep like this, I think we're going to do great.
So then is that your expectation now? You got Navi, never mind. As you come up ahead, do you still see that as the expectation of you guys will just reach the top once more?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're still a really great team. Like, we already won Navi. I think it was one of our best games, if not the best one, of the regular season. So I'm really confident into them as I'm into any team. So yeah, I'm excited.
Well, Mern, thank you very much, Mern. I appreciate it. I'll let you get back to your team. I'm going to kick it over to PGL with Laura Noto, who are standing by with Alvaro.
Thank you so much, Dagda. Always nice to hear from. Wait, what's his nickname?
From Merwin?
Yeah, he was fathering BB last year, but I forgot. Does he have a nickname actually, Alvaro?
I mean, we usually do the jokes that he got fathered by someone, but no, I don't think so. I don't think he has an exact name, but maybe, you know.
That's kind of how it works. Everyone gets fathered by someone.
It's a top lane thing, though. I never hear stuff like
true.
this coming from other roles.
We have also told to Yo-Yo and to other people. I think
Okay.
in our team we usually kind of tell the jokes as well, like, this guy is your father or something like this. So.
All right. Well, let's talk a bit about this series because it's been weird, man. Like, I've talked to you after the first game. Obviously, there was a before Chrono Break and after Chrono Break, and game 2 looked completely different. So last time I talked to you after game 1 was like about resetting the mindset because you have another game, maybe 2 to go. Tell me about actually the improvements from Enkoy between game 1 and game 2 because you look like a completely different team.
I mean, I think we had like 2 different phases. I think after the pause we became kind of like a different team. Of course, there was still mistakes, but I would say the pause also helped us to, I wouldn't say calm that much, but in a way as well, because I think we were a bit rushed on doing the plays. I think we were calm like mentally, but at the same time we were still trying to take some fights. I would say that were a bit tricky. But I mean, for this game as well, we were also pretty confident as well. I would say, you know, Supa played really well. He even expected on the gank of Jarvan. We were also talking about it, and he could flash. And I didn't have to do much on the last game. So, I mean, well played to my team.
Just chilling.
How was the break in between the games? Because every team, I feel like, you know how it is, you go into best of 5, you either like, you know, focus on the next game or you try to reset. And given the fact that game 1 was just so eventful, did you guys, you know, try to keep up in that atmosphere? Or you were like, let's maybe just forget everything that happened because it was just so messy and let's start from scratch? Which one was it?
I mean, we have a lot of things that we do in the middle, like in between the games. We have Luis, our physical trainer and also performance coach, that we have been working with him for a long time already. Usually in between the breaks, I think we have an advantage towards other teams because we are more prepared. Also, referring to this, I think we have been training in scrims, making it like it's an official with the breaks in between the games and everything. So now we were also pretty calm. And what we do is we are doing some movements to keep basically like the blood going on. And at the same time, we are taking some electrolytes, thinking about how we want to, or what we want to change for the next game, or what actually they did well that we need to take into account. So I think we were just in a pretty good mindset, and it was much easier. So I think we are always, like, sometimes we try to talk about the last game, when in reality you just need to focus on the present, but it's also good reminding that, hey, maybe they can do this.
Yeah.
I think level 1, for example, they catch us out of guard in the first game, so we were just also more mindful.
Actually, I want to have both your perspective. Like, is there a routine between games, or does it depend on the mindset, on the context? Like, how do you guys do this?
Yeah, I mean, we have a routine. I mean,
Okay.
we need to do, I mean, this is specific, no? But
Yeah.
we have 2 movements. One of them is we need to do some jumps. So we need to either
Okay.
activate and also keep the blood moving. And at the same time, we have another movement, can be hand movement or arms. Also, we have a routine before the game starts. And we usually do it when one team is 1-0 before the best of 3, because you never know if they will go 1-1. And basically, we are really mindful of how our body is also working, and also we are conscious of the muscles that we're having, so we can either impact on one way or another if we need to chill down or we need to activate.
Interesting.
For me, it was kind of, I mean, depends on the personality you have on the players, because you have some people who like to be a little bit more chill. Some people want to be like, you know, activated and feel, you know, tension, I guess, or pressure. So it's kind of like similar to what Alvaro was saying. Most of the time in my teams, we would just try to replicate the stage feeling. So, you know, when it comes from the breaks between the scrims, you know, pretty much keeping it like 15 minutes, because that's the transition time between between the games. And as in for actual processes in
during the games, I guess it was more so, yeah, a little bit of activation. I personally was more on the side where, you know, I need 2-3 minutes to, you know, be alone, be relaxed, so that, you know, I'm not coming from that high, you know, from just before the game. So most of the movements and stuff that I would do would be a little bit more, how to say, NPC, just to be, just to be, you know, as calm as possible, so that I'm kind of like a zombie, you know, where it feels like I'm fresh, as in nothing ever happened. I usually did really bad when it came to being, you know, do a lot of movements, be activated, be super active, because I would be like, okay, I still feel like tension from the previous games, you know. Okay. But it kind of comes from player to player, because some of my teammates were, oh yeah, I need to do push-ups, I need to do jumping jacks, I need to do a lot of stuff. Yeah.
I mean, for example, I also have the approach that if you can have a 0.1% more chances of winning because you are more prepared than the enemy, both physically and mentally, before the game starts as well, you should take it. And we also put a lot of emphasis on this with how we train every day, also how we train actually physically, because we also do gym, I do morning mobility. We came really prepared, and you know, it also shows as well on how we manage the fatigue, because I think for best of fives it's going to be really important. And you can see that some players, they ramp down a bit in the playoffs, and you know, we will see.
That's fascinating. Note to self, investigate on players' routine and report on that for you guys, because I feel like there's a lot of things you guys don't see and that we need to unveil. Focusing a bit more on the series and the game we've seen, Supa is the key player of the game here. So Supa game 1 or Supa game 2?
I mean, Supa game 2, I will take it every single day of my life. I mean, I will say first game after the pause was not bad.
Yeah.
He was actually, before the pause happened, before the chrono break, he was 0-5, I will remember, or 1-5. And then he just finished 7-4, I think, in the game. So, yeah, I mean.
So, like, the funny stat we had, because we had the stats at 25, right? And then at 35. At 25, he was down 3k gold. And at 35 minutes, he was up, like, 4k gold, you know? So it was like a 7k gold swing in 10 minutes.
I mean, I don't know. Then Junara with 6 items is so illegal. Like, I mean,
yeah.
Because it's ADC roll, so.
AD carries having fun with their extra item here, laughing.
I mean, even you, in game 1, you were... I think, is it the first time ever for you where you're like a level 18 full build?
I didn't get level 18 in 55 minutes. I was the only player level 17. At one point, I was like, okay, I'm just going to keep buying Elixir because it can be the next fight, you know? And I just keep like gambling, and you know,
yeah.
I don't have any other item, but that's life.
Love it. Well, you guys still managed to pull this one in the end, honestly. Amazing game, messy, a lot of learnings, I feel, especially coming from the first game. And I know that a video came out about MKOI where we see a lot of backstage from you guys, a lot of conversations, especially transitioning from regular season into playoffs. Something that came out was there's a lot of individual mistakes. I think the way you guys address feedback from one to another is really interesting because you're really blunt, you're really honest. So tell me about the processes that we don't see and why you think this honesty is actually what makes you guys get better in the long run.
I mean, I think we have that cheat code in a way because we also know each other for a long time. I mean, we have been working for already 1 year all together, and even from before, some of us. So I think saying the things straight to the face, and I think it's also that, in a way, can be tricky because it can be either negative because sometimes you will have too much confidence and you wouldn't say something to someone because you are already assuming that he wouldn't do it. But at the same time, also, we know what we can expect from each other and how much we can push each other. So in the end, I mean, everyone has the objective that we want to win it all. So, I mean, if someone is not doing his job right, we will just call it off as well. So
you guys, I mean, obviously, MKOI is going to be hosting the road trip, at the end of the split in Barcelona. Do we say Barcelona or Badalona? Because I mean,
it's Barcelona.
Okay.
But it's a part of Barcelona. It's Badalona. Right. So yeah, I think it's Barcelona.
Thank you. I'm going to take the Spanish expert's word on this here. Barcelona. Do you feel like it adds a lot of pressure knowing that you have to be there? Fans are going to be waiting for you guys there.
I mean, for me, it's not pressure. I think usually I'm the kind of person that, in that sense, I don't get that much tension or that pressure. I think I use it more of a fuel, like to keep going. I think for other teams, maybe it's a bit scary because, you know, our fans most likely are going to be there. So, yeah, I'm just waiting so we can see, you know, how loud the fans can get, because I think it's going to be pretty stuck.
Yeah, and the road is still long. You won this one. So first step is done. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we leave things at the end of day one. Navi progresses, and they're going to be facing off against you. But before we get to that, I want to have your opinion on the upcoming matches. So KC GX tomorrow and Team Heretics G2.
I mean, I think I will start with the Team Heretics G2. I think Team Heretics have been showing a good performance in regular season, but I will say that G2 usually is the kind of team that even if they are sleeping a bit on the regular split, I think they should take the win. I think maybe it can be closer than we actually expect. I think might be a 2-1 for G2, but I think they should be getting the win. And of course, I will say KC Giants. I mean, Giants, they finished not the best. I have a scream into every one of them, except Team Heretics, I think. So I know more or less what level they can bring. And I'm just looking forward because I think the matchup on the Bolden will be pretty interesting. And I think whoever is more comfortable on the Bolden picks will actually take the win on that series.
You're nodding, so I'm taking you agreeing with this.
I agree because on the G2 side, it's always, as Alvaro said, they're kind of sleeping, but it's also been the other side of the coin of G2 where you're like, hey, are they going to wake up when they're in loser's bracket, you know? Because Team Heretics' performance has been good, you know, they ramped up, they beat a lot of good teams, but I'm wondering if they can keep it going, especially with, you know, they might be best of one merchants. In best of three, when champions pool get tested, you know, Tracen and Seren have to show a lot more than they have. Maybe it goes downhill, and that's when usually G2 wakes up. And on the other side with KCGX, GX have been scrim merchants for, you know, as long as I know them, because I was there as well, and we were still scrim merchants, you know, so some things never change. While KC, I just see realistically no reasons to doubt them, you know, they're still like ramping up, they still finished, you know, first in regular season, if I'm not mistaken. And, you know, team is coming together, even though they've been having a little bit of time together.
I mean, also, KC, you need to think that they choose actually Giants.
Yeah.
They could have chosen someone else, so they are probably pretty confident, and they also won them in the regular split like some weeks ago. So I think they are pretty confident coming into that game, and we will see, you know, how the confidence works.
We'll see, because this often backfires. Usually, the team that you choose is usually the one swiping you in the end. Navi is going to be your next opponent, as we said. I don't know if you saw too much the first series. Maybe you were busy prepping.
No, I saw some of the fights,
okay,
but I have seen also the regular split.
All right, what do we think?
I think Bolden is, you know, playing. I think Sam D is playing pretty well compared to last year. I think also he has a, I will say in my opinion, this is my perception, but I think he has a way better roster, and also his motivation is probably higher than the last year. So I have seen them doing good things. Today they showed a good face into Fnatic. I saw that they were also like pretty solidly stomping. But yeah, I think we will take the win on them. But I think it's gonna be harder than in this case, this last game.
That's gonna be, yeah, a banger for sure. You have a week to prep, so best of luck on this. And thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a pleasure talking to you as always. Same for you, smurfing it as always. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage for the first day of playoff. Quick reminder, we're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place, 4:30 for Ready Check, 4:45 for the beginning of games. More best of 3 on the menu for us. But until then, take care and be nice to each other. We'll see you tomorrow.
Flash away from the shockwave is good. Reletch on the way in. Dash forward, flash connecting, the stun is massive onto Vladdy. Razork not able to interrupt it, the ulti.
Nautilus no flash, Nautilus no flash. Zinza. Can you go Nautilus? Kill them all, nice. I bet.
As Razork just keeps going. One more auto to do it, Somni praying for a miracle, one more auto. Oh my god! With the big one! Paris, Fnatic want to turn. Poby has been locked up. Emperos now trying to follow. Reletch wants to make the difference as Lost gets lower and lower. Main turn to the entire team. Razork zoned away. Razork down. The Dragon still standing as Emperos tries to make the difference, but he's been forced back. Poby to pick up the kill. Reletch still standing. The revive! Navi realizes there's not much of a play here, but one more dash from Poby should be enough. However, the unraveled Earth. Poby! We wanted to see more, and he's giving it to us. They will turn it into a 2-for-1.
I can go too, yeah.
Wait.
Oh, kill them all. Get the shafter. Nice.
Oh my god, nice.
I also got the direct, guys. GG, guys. Good game. Let's go, guys. Let's go. GG.
Well played.
Punchy on the way in, though. That's a fast bar. Super doesn't have anywhere to go. He's forced to ult. Oh, his fake tempered.
Has he got it? Rocket!
Oh! From down!
Wait me, okay? Wait me.
I stun one guy.
Zen got hit. Look Zen.
I slow.
They're looking on me.
Zen is dead. Nice.
Let's go Nash.
Nice. The team fight goes.
Clean actually. What? You killed the Mundo monster? There's no way we won when they picked the big jungle monster.
The chrono break.
Penta?
Penta.
Heal me.
Bazooka, Penta! Is that your first? Is that your first?
No. He's the first one in his life.
And another one. And another one against Phantom.
Another pentakill.
Oh la 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 la.
So sad.
He's too good.
Kill of 2025! A new wave is coming to the LEC!
That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years!
Oh, Jackies!
Forbid on it.
Crowd's already been a trash fire! Their rapid, crazy minds riding the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's